Folks, it is election night 2024. Vice President Kamala Harris against Donald Trump. We are focused on the election, of course, not just the election between those two, but you have a number of other U.S. Senate races, congressional races. Will Democrats win control of the House, making Hakeem Jeffries the first black Speaker of the House in American history? Also, your critical Supreme Court races. You got ballot initiatives. We're going to be covering all of this, folks. It is time to bring the funk on the Black Star Network. Let's go.
He's got it. Whatever the biz, he's on it. Whatever it is, he's got the scoop, the fact, the find. And when it breaks, he's right on time and it's rolling. Best believe he's knowing. Putting it down from sports to news to politics. With entertainment just for kicks, he's rolling. It's on go, roll, roll, y'all. It's rolling Martin, yeah. Rolling with rolling now. He's funk, he's fresh, he's real, the best, you know he's rolling Martin now. Martin.
All right, folks, welcome to our Election Night coverage 2024 right here on the Black Star Network. This is a live look at Howard University on the yard there where Vice President Kamala Harris will speak tonight. Our hope is that she will be speaking as the president-elect of the United States of America. Polls are closing all across the country. There have been some issues. We'll get to that in a second. We got, of course, a packed house here in our Black Star Network studios on Black Lives Matter Plaza in Washington, D.C. We got a number of our panelists here. You often see these folks on the show, so we got them assembled here. We got other panelists who are here as well. So we're going to be here for the next several hours. We're rotating various voices throughout our coverage, and so looking forward. So we got a combination of our coverage plus an election watch party as well, and so glad to have all of you here. I talked about some issues we've already seen. Russia has been calling in bomb threats in Georgia, specifically as it relates to black precincts. As a result, polls have been extended in Georgia. Gerald Griggs, who runs the NAACP in Georgia, joins us right now. Gerald, glad to have you here. Tell us exactly what happened in Fulton County. Obviously, that is a significant area for black votes, and the FBI spoke about that very issue.
Yes, so basically, over the last few hours, there were continued threats in Georgia, 17 polling precincts to be exact, some in Fulton County, some in DeKalb County, some in Gwinnett County. We at the NAACP sounded the alarm after we heard from elected officials that this was happening, and it was targeted at black precincts in Fulton County, targeted at black precincts in DeKalb County. And so ultimately, we wrote a letter to the Secretary of State. We got in touch with our lawyers, and judges in both Gwinnett County and Fulton County have extended the election period for those affected polling districts, and they will now be closing an hour later. So typically the polls close here in Georgia at 7 o'clock. Those precincts will be closing at 8 o'clock. But it was a targeted attempt by actors outside the United States. I believe the Secretary of State identified it as Russian interference. We still don't know which bad actors it was, but it was definitely targeted at predominantly black precincts with the hope of suppressing the vote. So we have been asking and engaging people to stay in line. If you were there earlier and the poll precinct was closed, please go back, because it's incumbent that we exercise our right to vote and not allow bad actors from Russia or any place else to interfere with our election.
When we talk about those bad actors, the FBI spoke on this. You guys should have my iPad. If so, go to it, please. FBI released this statement. The FBI is aware of bomb threats to polling locations in several states, many of which appear to originate from Russia email domains. None of the threats have been determined to be credible thus far. Election integrity is among the FBI's highest priorities. We will continue to work closely with our state and local law enforcement partners to respond to any threats to our elections and to protect our communities as Americans exercise their right to vote. As always, we urge the public to remain vigilant and report suspicious activity to state or local law enforcement or submit tips to the FBI. That's 1-800-CALL-FBI. That's 1-800-225-5324, or go to tips.fbi.gov. Now, Gerald, the key here is they were specifically targeting black precincts. And so we know Russia was helping Donald Trump in 2016 and 20. And so they are scared to death of a massive black turnout today for Vice President Kamala Harris.
Yes, and as we've seen in early vote, there has already been massive black turnout in Georgia. We have already crossed 1 million African Americans who early voted, 4 million total Georgians that early voted. And we know this election will be on the margins in Georgia. The last presidential election was decided by 11,781 votes. I think you guys know that number very well. And this particular election will be in a margin. So if you shave off a few percentage points in Fulton County and DeKalb County and Gwinnett County, which are major counties in Georgia, some of the most diverse and the largest counties, particularly Fulton County, with 700,000 registered voters, you can swing that election. So our concern is people staying in the lines, exercising their right to vote, and not being deterred by foreign actors who want to interfere in our election.
You talked about those early numbers. There was a concern during early voting about black turnout. Republicans, frankly, were very happy about that. When we look at some of the numbers right now, Gerald, we are seeing black folks have been showing up and showing out. In the last couple of days of early voting, the numbers blew up there in Fulton County. We're seeing right now, what I'm seeing here, when it came to early vote, Rockdale County, 76%, Harris, 70%, Douglas County, 66%, Fayette County, 61%, and Fayette, that was a county that went 53% for Donald Trump. So they were on the low end there. And so clearly black voters got the message and they are showing their power.
Yes, they are. And there were several targeted counties, about 30 counties that we, the NAACP, targeted to make sure we raised black turnout. We were in, of course, Clayton County. We were down in Terrell County. We were in Richmond County. We have been in Baldwin County for an entire week to make sure we buttress that turnout and African-American turnout. You were speaking about Fayette County. That's one of the outlying counties that is now browning and has turned since 2020 now to 2024. And when you see large turnout in Clayton, you see large turnout in Henry, you see, of course, large turnout in Rockdale and Newton and Fulton and DeKalb and Gwinnett, you will start to see that margin increase. So, you know, as the NAACP, we're nonpartisan, but we are very political, and we want to make sure the political power of black people is felt in this state.
Of course, rural parts of Georgia, that was huge in 2020. One of the reasons why Biden-Harris won by less than 12,000 votes. It also paved the way for Raphael Warnock as well as John Ossoff in 2020 and in that runoff.
That's exactly right. So there's a swath through Georgia underneath Macon and above Valdosta. It goes across the state. It's called the Black Belt. And as the Black Belt goes the rest of the state. Many people are confused and saying, well, it's only black people in Metro Atlanta. No, there are a lot of black people in Georgia, and particularly in that particular area. So when you look at, of course, Macon, when you look at Hancock County, when you look over at Columbus, Muskogee, when you go over to Lowndes County, you come up to Warner Robins and all of the area in Peach County and Tift County, it's all a lot of African Americans in that area. And if the turnout is as high as I think it is, you will see Georgia not only turn blue, because it didn't turn blue the first time, it turned black, and I believe it will stay black.
All right. Anything else, Gerald, we should be watching in Georgia?
We just need to wait. Hopefully the numbers will be in by 11 to 12 o'clock. I see some people prematurely trying to grade where Georgia is. If you don't have the Metro and the Black Belt reporting, you don't know what Georgia's going to do. It turned late. I believe it'll turn late again. All
right, Gerald Griggs, NAACP in Georgia. We certainly appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Folks, 7 battleground states we're paying attention to. Obviously, the blue wall, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. We just talked about Georgia. North Carolina is key, especially the Black Belt in North Carolina, in eastern North Carolina. We're also looking at Arizona and Nevada. Specifically, when we talk about Nevada, Clark County, where Republicans were leading in early voting. But today, according to John Ralston, who is the political guru there in Nevada, Democrats have been turning out in huge numbers. We're also paying attention to the state of Iowa. Over the weekend, of course, the poll dropped showing that Vice President Kamala Harris was plus 3 points against Donald Trump in Iowa. So there are multiple pathways to her to get to 270 Electoral College votes. That's when she can declare victory. And so we're paying attention to all of that to understand what is going on. Now, we're also reaching out to the folks at 1-866-OUR-VOTE because they are election protection line. We, of course, have been talking about that issue for quite some time because you've had issues across the country when it came to provisional ballots, when it came to not enough ballots at some locations, and so you also had some long lines as well. And so we've been watching all of that. And so we, again, right now, because early voting numbers are being loaded, so we're getting a sense of how many ballots have been cast. When we talk about Pennsylvania, Democrats wanted to finish early voting with about a 400 to 500,000 vote advantage that has caused their blue wall. They're also paying attention to how Philadelphia performs, but also white women in the suburbs of Pennsylvania. Jonathan Martin with Politico earlier tweeted that his sources were saying that if suburban women outside of Philadelphia do what they do, they're definitely going to win Pennsylvania. Also, we've been seeing reports of massive Latino turnout in Pennsylvania as well. Now, remember, 500,000 Puerto Ricans live in Pennsylvania. And that comment at that Donald Trump hate fest at Madison Square Garden really ticked off a number of those folks. And so we're seeing Latino voters, not just Puerto Ricans, really speak about what took place. And so we're watching that. So there's lots of stuff that we're looking at. We're paying attention to Detroit. Early indications showing Detroit turnout is 55%. Now, Obama got 53% turnout in Detroit in 2008 when he won that state. Kamala Harris campaign officials said that if Detroit did 50% or better, they absolutely would win Michigan. We're also paying attention to the Arab American vote and Muslim vote in Michigan. Many folks upset with Biden-Harris when it came to the issue of Gaza. So we'll see how that turns out. One of the co-founders of Uncommitted, who led that effort in the primary, said today that he had voted for Vice President Kamala Harris. We're also looking at to see how Republicans, a lot of independents in terms of their crossover vote, will the Harris strategy of reaching out to those disaffected Republicans and the never Trumpers, will that pay off? They were thinking about getting anywhere from 5 to 12% of those voters turning out for her as well, putting together a much different coalition we've seen in the past, but similar to 2020. Also looking at the white vote. One of the things that I said we should focus on when they were talking about getting President Biden to drop, could Vice President Harris maintain that white vote? But Biden, of course, had about 40% of the white vote when he ran in 2020. That would be critical in Pennsylvania, critical in Wisconsin, as well as in Michigan as well. And so it's a lot that we're looking at to give a sense of what's happening tonight. And so we'll be breaking all of these things down as results come in. You do have some early results coming in from Indiana and other places where they've tabulated votes. And also keep in mind, some places will not be finished tabulating tonight. Remember, you've got overseas ballots they're watching out as for. So what you're talking about there, if you have states that are very close, those ballots, provisional ballots, are going to be key as well. Now, the Republican Party tried to stop the ballots that were hand-delivered in Cobb County over the weekend. They went to a federal judge. The federal judge struck them down and even said that they had tough reading comprehension. Now, I told y'all Laura Trump, who Donald Trump picked, lead the Republican Party, was dumber than a doorknob. So when the federal judge says they lack reading comprehension, that says a whole lot about their efforts. And so, again, we've been looking at a whole lot of folks over the last day. Now, remember last night, Vice President Harris, they had 8 rallies taking place last night all across the country. She spoke in Pittsburgh, then flew to Philadelphia and closed it out. Of course, we were there last night in Philadelphia late last night. Some 50,000 people were gathered at the Philadelphia Museum of Art. That followed 75,000 folks who were at the Ellipse just last week. We were also there with her in Michigan State in East Lansing on Sunday, a massive crowd there as well. And so what you've seen is a candidate really grow and build over the last 2 weeks of the campaign. And you compare that to Donald Trump, where they got more evil and crazy. Last night, you had J.D. Vance literally calling Vice President Harris trash. And so after they already criticized Puerto Rico, then they actually made that comment there. So, I mean, you've seen a whole lot of drama come out of that campaign. And already I saw a tweet earlier, which I had to laugh at because Donald Trump is already alleging that there are vote issues in Pennsylvania. Now, and then here's what's crazy. A Republican had to smack him down from that by saying that they weren't seeing that. He even said law enforcement is on the way. When you're already talking about folks cheating, that means you're losing. And so we'll be, again, watching all of that. Folks, let's go live to Howard University, where our correspondent, Tatiana Anderson, is there. Tatiana, what's happening there at Howard? Obviously, the folks are excited to be there. A different choice. We've never had a candidate choose a college campus to have their election night watch party. And, of course, we've never had anyone choose an HBCU.
That's absolutely right. Roland, you asked what it's like. It's a party here. I mean, they were playing the Wobble earlier, the song talking about back it up. Let me tell you, if I back it up, I'm going to fall off this riser. There are so many people here. The mood is full of excitement here. And, you know, really, it's a perfect night. There is not a cloud in the sky. The temperature couldn't be better. It is a great day and night for a U.S. presidential election. And we have been on the campus of Howard University for several hours. We've been watching the last of the setup for what has been billed as a watch party for Vice President Kamala Harris. Earlier, we saw some students coming onto campus, presumably to be part of the revelry that is just starting to happen. Behind me, staffers getting in position. And, of course, security has this place locked down for the Vice President. Not only that, there is a massive media presence here. We have local journalists, we have national journalists, reporters and television producers from around the world. The Harris team, of course, hoping that this will be an historic night for her, for the campaign. As for the program that is going to be happening here tonight, we're a little bit in the dark about that. My producer, Sandy Petrikowski, was in the press center not too long ago trying to get a handle on what was going to be happening here as the night went on. And she was told that basically it's going to come together however it comes together. But it has been, like I said, an excellent mood. People have been happy to help with everything. There have been a couple of logistical challenges, especially for us journalists. But so far, everyone extremely helpful, extremely happy. And even though we might not exactly know what is going to happen on this stage behind me later in the night, it will happen just behind me. And we've been hearing sound checks earlier. We heard people going through renditions of the national anthem. You can hear the DJ is turning it up here. All of this happening against the backdrop of that building just behind me. It's the Frederick Douglass Memorial Hall, and it's one of the buildings where Kamala Harris actually studied when she went to Howard in the 1980s, graduating from Howard University in 1986. We're on what they call the Yard as well. It's the sort of central location of Howard University. And also just behind me is where close friends, family members of Vice President Harris will be seated once she takes to the stage. And you can't see it, but off to my right, there are thousands and thousands of people here in the crowd. The DNC sent out an invite earlier this morning. Some 20,000 plus people expected to make their way onto campus, many of them already in place. All of this, as you know, Roland, as our viewers know, is happening on the campus of Howard University. It's one of the foremost historically black colleges and universities in the nation. It's referred to often as the Mecca. It has produced other great alum in addition to Vice President Harris. The list is long, but includes Thurgood Marshall, Toni Morrison, the late Chadwick Boseman, Vernon Jordan. In the lead up to what is going to be happening here tonight, you were talking about it a bit earlier, but the Vice President has been focusing on crucial swing swing states. On Sunday, she made her way through Michigan, stopping in Detroit, and of course my hometown of East Lansing, Michigan. Monday, she kept her eyes on the prize of Pennsylvania, ending her night in Philadelphia. And earlier, she was here in the District of Columbia. She went to a phone bank, not only to make calls herself, but to thank the people that were working the phone bank for her, telling them that, quote, this truly represents the best of who we are. And Roland, as you and all of our viewers know, polls already started closing across the country. Polls in key swing states also starting to close. So before all of that, though, some 80 million people actually cast their ballots. So polls suggesting, though, that these two candidates really who couldn't be more different are really locked into what is an excruciatingly tight race. And I know that you and all of your panelists are going to be breaking it down for all of us as the night goes on. We will be here, right here on the campus of Howard University, bringing you everything that's going on here, Roland.
Camille, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, I can hear you.
All right, give me a sense of what y'all have been, the calls that y'all have been getting all day.
Yes, we have been seeing a lot of excitement on their election protection hotline, 866-OUR-VOTE. Voters are very excited and eager to have their voice counted this election cycle. We've seen a really strong turnout for Election Day. So we've had the highest volume of calls to come from Pennsylvania, followed by North Carolina, Texas, and Florida. Lots of folks are asking general voting questions. They just want to know, where's my polling location? Can you verify my registration? Maybe why do I need to, what's my list of IDs that I need? And then the other remaining calls are some type of problem. So oftentimes voters are experiencing voting equipment malfunctions or persistent long lines in many locations.
Obviously, we hit the bomb threats, but have we seen massively long lines? We saw that during the early voting in places like Ohio. That's because Republicans only allow for one early voting location in one place. And so anything like that happening?
Yes, in Pennsylvania, we've had many reports of voters having to brave long lines, particularly in a lot of the universities' campuses. So, for instance, Lehigh University and Villanova and Gettysburg College, we've had reports of voters in line for 2, 3, 4, even 6 hours was one report of lines. And so we've been encouraging folks to, of course, stay in line. We're trying to get pizza out to folks. We're working with election officials to try to remedy what has been a long day for many voters. And we've been also working in courts to extend voting hours.
All right, then. And so for right now, for folks out there, are there any issues? Are you guys also looking at lawsuits, things along those lines? Are y'all monitoring that?
Yes, we've been very active in Georgia and, as I mentioned, Pennsylvania, trying to extend those voting hours. Our partners were attempting to extend the voting hours in Louisville, Kentucky. You may have heard about some e-poll book issues. Voters were this morning, unfortunately, unable to cast their ballot because there were some errors loading the e-poll books. And so many voters were turned away at the polls, and we tried unsuccessfully to get the court to extend the voting hours because voting in Kentucky closed at 6 p.m. local time, which of course is unreasonably short for voters to be able to get back to the polls if they have work responsibilities or family responsibilities before 6. But that's how we'll have to shake that out after Election Day and try to get some reforms.
All right, Camille, I surely appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Folks, going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to sit down with our panel, introduce them, and start our analysis of Election Night 2024. You're watching the Black Star Network.
Hi, I'm Dr. Jackie Hood Martin, and I have a question for you. Ever feel as if your life is teetering and the weight and pressure of the world is consistently on your shoulders? Well, let me tell you, living a balanced life isn't easy. Join me each Tuesday on Black Star Network for A Balanced Life with Dr. Jackie. We'll laugh together, cry together, pull ourselves together, and cheer each other on. So join me for new shows each Tuesday on Black Star Network, A Balanced Life with Dr. Jackie.
Pull up a chair, take your seat. The Black Table with me, Dr. Greg Carr, here on the Black Star Network. Every week, we'll take a deeper dive into the world we're living in. Join the conversation only on the Black Star Network.
Hatred on the streets, a horrific scene, a white nationalist rally that descended into deadly violence.
White people are losing their damn minds.
As an angry pro-Trump mob storms the U.S. Capitol, we've seen shooting.
We're about to see the rise of what I call white minority resistance. We have seen white folks in this country who simply cannot tolerate black folks voting.
I think what we're seeing is the inevitable result of violent denial.
This is part of American history. Every time that people of color have made progress, whether real or symbolic, there has been what Carol Anderson at Emory University calls white rage as a backlash.
This is the rise of the Proud Boys and the Boogaloo Boys. America, there's going to be more of this.
Here's all the Proud Boys, guys.
This country is getting increasingly racist in its behaviors and its attitudes because of the fear of white people.
The fear that they're taking our jobs, they're taking our resources, they're taking our women. This is white fear. When you talk about blackness and what happens in black culture, we're about covering these things that matter to us, speaking to our issues and concerns.
This is a genuine people-powered movement.
There's a lot of stuff that we're not getting. You get it, and you spread the word.
We wish to plead our own cause. Too long have others spoken for us. We cannot tell our own story if we can't pay for it. This is about covering us. Invest in black-owned media. Your dollars matter. We don't have to keep asking them to cover our stuff. So please support us in what we do, folks. We want to hit 2,000 people, $50 this month, raise $100,000. We're behind 100,000, so we want to hit that. Y'all money makes this possible. Checks and money orders go to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. The Cash App is $RM Unfiltered. PayPal is R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle is Roland at RolandSMartin.com.
Hi, I'm Dr. Jackie Hood Martin, and I have a question for you. Ever feel as if your life is teetering and the weight and pressure of the world is consistently on your shoulders? Well, let me tell you, living a balanced life isn't easy. Join me each Tuesday on Black Star Network for A Balanced Life with Dr. Jackie. We'll laugh together, cry together, pull ourselves together, and cheer each other on. So join me for new shows each Tuesday on Black Star Network, A Balanced Life with Dr. Jackie.
All right, folks, welcome back to our Black Star Network coverage of Election Night 2024. We've got a number of folks in studio, but let's meet our first panel. To my left, Daria Rose. She's an attorney, also a political commentator. My alpha brother, Dr. Larry Walker, of course, university professor out of Florida. Monique Presley, legal analyst and host. Make It Make Sense with Monique Presley. Also, Rebecca Carruthers, Vice President Fair Elections Center, Dr. Mustafa Santiago Ali, former senior advisor for environmental justice at the EPA, Dr. Greg Carr, Department of Afro-American Studies, Howard University. Eugene Craig joins us as well. Eugene is a never Trumper Republican. Of course, very much involved in Maryland politics. Nola Haynes, Dr. Nola Haynes, Georgetown University School of Foreign Service. Erica Savage, Reframe Brain, of course, Erica. Matter of fact, y'all get ready to show Erica's meme. Erica's meme from our coverage. Be sure to show that. Mondale Robinson, Black Male Voter Project, Mayor of Enfield, North Carolina. Glad to have everybody here. So let's see. Let's get this thing started. First and foremost, I'll start here. Rebecca, I said it earlier. Last 72 hours. And you can really tell the change in how the vice president, how she's walked, how she's talked. You can see it in her tone, in her face, in terms of the rising confidence the closer we got to this election.
Well, so far, the numbers that we've seen over the last week and a half with early voting across the country has been really good for Kamala Harris. Not only that, but it was very good today to see the number of young people on college campuses in Wisconsin, in Pennsylvania, in North Carolina, who are standing in lines. And unfortunately, some of these lines are 3, 4, 5, 6 hours, but they're staying in line. There's lots of pizza, there's lots of donuts. Celebrities are showing up, DJs are showing up because they are excited about these first-time voters who are going to be crucial tonight.
Absolutely. Mondale, we look at, in terms of what they needed to win, rural parts of Georgia, North Carolina are critically important. But even when you talk about Michigan and Pennsylvania, which folks know outside of the major cities, that's Alabama. It's also bringing down those rural numbers and not having 80-20, 70-30 margins.
Yeah, I think what you're talking about is winning better or losing better. And I think this presidential campaign has been all about that for this candidate. She's not made a single misstep as it pertains to including people that are not a point or normally a part of our profile when we talk about who are our coalition. I think another important part is people forget that in the South, Black people are overrepresented in rural spaces. Right. So I think the idea that you have rural mayors and also people like myself out here working extremely hard to turn out our base for this candidate, it becomes a no-brainer. And we see the work already, even though the numbers are early, we see in states that we are expected to win easily and those that we are expected to win narrowly, we see her outperforming the other guy, the orange guy on the other side, in spaces that we didn't do in 2020. We also see younger Black men. In Georgia, for instance, Black men are the youngest voting population right now. That is a guaranteed victory for us if we continue on this path. The idea that young Black men that lean heavily Democratic are already casting votes or votes have already been counted, that means that we're just waiting on our base to show up and we know damn well we're going to slide through.
There were so many people on that point, Mustafa, who were talking about, the black male vote, which reminded me of what happened when Stacey Abrams ran for governor and brothers showed up. Really what it was a bullshit mainstream media narrative because they weren't talking to brothers who deal with brothers every single day. And even Monday when I was talking to some of these people and they were saying, well, our issue's not been addressed, and when you asked them, they couldn't even answer those questions.
What issue?
So it was just interesting watching all of that take place.
Yeah, it's a part of the disinformation that's often out there. So it's not always the opposition who's doing it. Sometimes it's folks who are supposed to be well-meaning in this space. So many of us have been talking with Black fathers about the importance of being here, about making sure that our daughters and our mothers and our sisters and our aunties, that we're protecting their rights, but also at the same time, making sure that we are addressing the economic issues, making sure that folks are understanding what the particular needs are in our space, what our healthcare needs are. All these various things are a part of the conversation now. And brothers are showing up like they've always shown up. But you got to make sure that you are spending the time, make sure that you are hearing them, and that you are honoring the requests that's in that space. So I'm excited about this moment, that folks are finally starting to actually pay attention to what brothers are asking for, and that we're going to continue to make sure that we're moving forward, both up and down the ticket. Because yes, we're concerned with what happens for the vice president, but it is also what's happening in those state houses and those county commissions and those local governments. So in this moment, we're making sure that folks know that we have value and that you're honoring the value that comes with the Black male vote.
Daria, Rebecca talked about young voters, and we saw early voting. significant turnout of young black women and young women of color. And so what we're also seeing already, 1835 really turning out strong. And I was messing with Brittany over there. She's like, yes. She's like, my generation is voting. And I literally said, Brittany, by damn time.
I'm Gen Z, and we're fired up. We sure are. On TikTok this past week, Donald Trump's Access Hollywood tape was trending, and you're talking about a generation of people who were 10 years old when this came out. So we've never heard the Grab 'em tape in full. We didn't know his rhetoric, but now we're hearing it, and we're being exposed, and we're asking our parents, and especially the fathers in the community, how could you vote for someone who talks like this? What if he was talking about your daughter? What if he was talking about your wife? So we're ready. We're ready. We're engaged now.
We talk about late October surprise, that happening, Eugene, but also that hate rally, someone called it Hate Palooza at Madison Square Garden. Again, that Texas comedian, a so-called comedian, that joke about Puerto Rico pissed off a lot of Latinos.
I mean, listen, he got Bad Bunny, Jennifer Lopez, and Ricky Martin, probably the trilogy of Puerto Rican musical acts.
Mark Anthony was blasting him at every concert. Fat Joe was going off.
All on one page united within an hour, coming out swinging heavily for Vice President Harris at Hatechella. I mean, they took it so far at Hatechella to have, Byron Donalds walk out to Dixie. So, but the thing is,
only thing missing was a pat on the head.
But the thing is this: for some of us, it's been a decade of fighting against Donald Trump's racism, against Donald Trump's hatred. For me, people say, I say, look, y'all voted against Donald Trump 3 times. I voted against him 6 times. So I voted against him 3 times in the primaries. And so for me, this has been a fight from June 2015, and hopefully this is the last time we have to deal with this.
Larry, obviously, Latino voters, Puerto Rican voters, but also Haitians in Florida is important. Now, Florida, they say, wasn't a state in play. Nikki Fried, the chair of the Democratic Party there, has been trying to rebuild it. But be very interesting to see what that turnout is tonight. Even if Trump wins the state, the question is, what's the margin? And then how does that pave a way for Democrats in the future in Florida, which used to be a purple state that's now a red state?
Yeah, so it's interesting. I was making a comment earlier talking to someone about the state of Florida because everyone's interested to see if it actually is in play. I agree, it's more of a purple state. I think it's going to be very difficult to win this election cycle. But I want to go to something you highlighted. Let's give a round of applause for Nikki Fried and the Democrats in Florida because we put in a lot of work to make sure build the infrastructure for the future. Now, the next election cycle, 2028, I think it'll be a little bit different. But you highlighted about some of the issues relating to Haitians and Puerto Ricans. Over the last couple of weeks, the Trump administration, they've been basically committing political suicide. And as someone who lives in the state, Central, South Florida in particular, Haitians and Puerto Ricans are, I'll say upset, but I can use another word, but we're on television right now. I don't want to get myself in trouble. But it has had an impact, and even see it in my home state of Pennsylvania. We're hearing the Puerto Ricans, and I'm from Philadelphia. You're hearing Puerto Ricans in Philadelphia have turned out record numbers. But you're right, Roland, in terms of what they did, it really did have an impact. My wife's family is Jamaican, so when they talked about Haitians, Jamaicans, and all the other, individuals from the Caribbean are quite upset. And so once again, you've galvanized a population that was more likely to vote for those who are, low information voters. We talk about a lot. Those folks will make sure they come out and vote because the blatant racism was clear. I may also add there are some those in some of the populations we described thought when we were talking about issues relating to racism that it didn't apply to them. So I think that Madison Square Garden, the comedian and some of the other comments after that made it clear who those comments were directed.
Before I go to the next panel, folks, we already got some good news tonight. Go to my iPad. United States Senate now has its 4th black woman ever, Elisa Blunt Rochester. Elisa Blunt Rochester to the United States Senate from Delaware. And so, of course, she follows in the footsteps. And there's not been a black woman in the United States Senator since Vice President Kamala Harris left the Senate in 2021 after Biden-Harris won. And so now we're waiting to watch for Angela also Brooks in Maryland. If she would become the 5th black woman United States Senator. That, again, is important, Monique, because when you look at a statewide office, the fact that it's been a while, It's not like you've had a lot of black folks, period, since Reconstruction. So certainly good news. Her race didn't get lots of attention because she pretty much she's in a very, 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 very blue state. And so I'm sure President Biden is very happy that his state of Delaware is sending a sister to the U.S. Senate.
Absolutely. I didn't think I was going to be fighting back tears this early in the night, but the work that happened that enabled this very qualified candidate in Lisa Blunt Rochester to win was, again, the work of black women. It was the work of Win with Black Women. People, some may not know that Lisa Blunt Rochester was one of the cluster of women that President Biden selected in order to help with the vetting process for our first Supreme Court justice. She was one of the people who was closest to and assisted the most when with the vice presidential selection committee was taking place. And so what we are seeing happen is years and years of work coming together, work of people on the ground, work of people coordinating, collaborating, coalescing together. And I am so thankful about that. And I'm expecting many more tears as the night unfolds. I expect for there to be a Senator also Brooks and for there to be a President Harris. So it's a good night.
Greg Carr, thank goodness we don't have a crazy, deranged black man in North Carolina. Josh Stein has beaten him to a pulp. We've already called that race. So Josh Stein is going to be the elected governor of North Carolina, beating the porn-loving Mark Robinson, who Donald Trump said was more important than Dr. King.
Yeah, looks like maybe a future in reality TV for him, more time for Nude Africa. But yeah, it's interesting. I left Howard to come here, and the students were in line, and they were so enthusiastic. You know, kids who are 18, 19, 20 years old, who when Barack Obama won in 2008 under very different circumstances on their campus, you know, they were 3, 4 years old. And so they don't, you know, remember that. And, you know, unlike 08, when it was, you know, an electric atmosphere, perhaps maybe even a sense of inevitability, this year, the place is on lockdown, it's kind of tightly scripted, and this sense of momentum we have. But it reminds me of a scene, if y'all remember from The West Wing, that final season when, after this knockdown drag out between this first Latino candidate and the white candidate, and they said, you know, what if after all of this, the map looks exactly the same? Yeah. Florida has reported about 87% of the vote. Looks like Trump is winning, looks like 55-41, or no, 55-43. Miami-Dade came in 55-41 for Trump. Where are those Puerto Ricans and Haitians? What if after all this, the map looks exactly the same? Indiana went for Trump for sure, but Harris looks like she overperformed in the county that Indianapolis is in. Are these white women going to show up? This has never been about black men or black women in that regard. The biggest voting bloc in this country is white women. Right. Are they going to leave their race in enough of a percentage to do this? And in Georgia, it looks like finally, about half of the vote is in out of Atlanta and out of Savannah. And looks like the number right now is 56-42 Trump. What Gerald said, Griggs, earlier is important. If you are in line, stay in line. She has all the momentum, all the enthusiasm, but looking at the faces of those young people leaving there and coming here, we're going to have to do a little bit more than cheer at this point. If you're in line, goddammit, vote, stay there. Because what if after all this, the map looks exactly the same? So,
well, it is a question of when you start looking at these different states, Erica, it comes down to infrastructure. What is your ground game? Yeah. In Pennsylvania, for instance, there was a massive, massive ground game for the vice president. She spent a lot of time there yesterday, hitting 3 cities, rally in Allentown, rally in Pittsburgh, closing out in Philadelphia. I talked to Erica Barrett with SCIU. They had 30-plus buses of folks there in the weekend. They knocked on almost 1 million doors in Pennsylvania. And at the end of the day, that's how elections are won. It's absolute ground game.
Yeah. And I remember you were in Southwest Georgia when we were doing a ground game back in 2020. Now we have moved to a place where, post-pandemic, where it used to be the institution of the Black church where people would go and they would engage parishioners there, but because there have been a fallout of people that are attending worship services, then that's not the go-to. So it was very smart of the Harris-Walz campaign to understand that they had to really penetrate the ground game. I heard a number earlier today, 90,000 people, 3 million doors that were knocked over the past weekend. That's the type of infrastructure that we need. Monique talked about Win with Black Women. Roland, you had Win with Black Men. All of these coalitions that were week after week engaging people, texting people, letting people know how they can get engaged. The way that we win campaigns is letting people know how they can be involved. People are waiting to be activated, and so understanding that Pennsylvania, Michigan, and the slow state of Wisconsin and Milwaukee, understanding that those are places that really need to have the touch, need to be touched, not just once, twice, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times, is something that was very smart on the part of the Harris-Walz campaign. And I agree with you, Dr. Carr, is now we're going to see if all of the work that we have done that has been done by those unsung heroes will actually get us to 270 first.
It's also looking at, when you start looking at these various states and how things shape up. Go to my iPad, Noah. So you take Virginia, 35% of the vote is in Virginia. It's very narrow right now, 50.5 to 47.7. Now, what's interesting is a wider margin in the U.S. Senate race. It's a 5-point gap. It's a 3-point gap, less than 3-point gap in the presidential race. And this is one of those examples where if you are a Democrat, even if you have a so-called blue state, you still have to fortify yourself and not lose sight of that. I was talking to somebody who was talking about how Orange County in California is growing, and then Democrats assume that we can just come to California, raise money, and leave, where he said, no, you've got to shore up your base and still campaign there, still spend dollars and time there, because you don't want to take a place for granted. And then you begin to see Republican, inroad in some of those places.
Absolutely. So I have been yelling and screaming for years, telling people that California is not going to look the same in 2028. As a Black person living in Southern California, the one thing that you know is don't go to Orange County. I'm not kidding. And what I've seen over the years, having just moved from there in the end of January, is there's definitely going to be a change. There was a white supremacist group that was just apprehended in North Hollywood, and I lived in Hollywood for over 20 years, and North Hollywood is right over the freeway. It's 10 minutes away. So you're talking about white supremacists 10 minutes away from Hollywood. I need people to understand that, right? And it wasn't just white folks. It was also Latino folks involved, in that major arrest. And over the years, I've seen it. There are some strongholds that are anti-democratic outside of Orange County, and it's just spreading and spreading and spreading. I'll never forget one day I was at the gym. I will never forget this, right up the street from my house on Sunset Boulevard. This man came into the gym dressed in MAGA from head to toe. Oh, wow. In Hollywood, up the street from West Hollywood. So we ran him up out of there, but my point being is in 2020, started to see people inching into areas that were once Democratic strongholds, right? And you have the top north of California that are Republican. A lot of the Silicon Valley folks, right? You have Orange County, and then you have folks meeting in the middle. California will not look the same in 2028, mark my words. And regarding Virginia, I want to say shout out to Natalie Shorter and Hala Ayala that are working, honey, in Virginia. They are working in Virginia. But to your point, Roland, it's not sewn up. None of this is a guarantee, right? Even the canvassing that I did in North Carolina, I encountered, Black Trumpers, and they told me what they needed to tell me to my face just to get rid of me. So we don't know how much of the people on the ground that we're encountering are telling us the truth just to get rid of us. So none of this is a guarantee, and but I will say the work has been done. Yes, it has. The sweat equity has been put in. So we'll see, to Greg's point, what will it look like?
But I also think what you're saying also is a call to action, not to just people and election seasons. It's also to say you cannot just show up in an election season and determine that I am demanding your vote and I've not addressed any issues plaguing you. I think my brother, you said something that scared me because I think too many people think like that. I think people think this is the last time we got to vote for Trump.
Yeah.
This is the last time we got to vote for Trump as a person, but not as an ideology.
Yeah.
I think the Republican Party now has to deal with the fact, what happens when a smarter person that understands the inner workings of political parties takes their realm and do to your party what Trump did? How do we ring that in right now? And I think the only answer to that is get rid of the transactional nature of our politics on our side of the aisle and start investing in people to address issues that are really plaguing people. Because while Republican tactics to prevent black people from voting is a serious form of voter suppression, it does not match what police officers do to black men. It does not match what poverty does to keep black men from the voting booth.
And I'll say on this platform, excuse me, that we've been saying this for years. We've talked about this for years, that there has to be a specific way that Democrats are really engaging their people, because this whole notion of low information voter really gets under my skin. Because when I have done on the ground canvassing, working in local, state, or congressional campaigns, I have walked in front of plumes of marijuana smoke and people hiding their blunts. And I'm like, no, 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 no. I'm here to talk to you.
Right.
How are you? How are you doing? What's life look like? And I'm telling you, these brothers, these women are like, oh my gosh, somebody like you is coming to talk to me. Absolutely, I'm coming to talk to you because you're making the difference, not just in my life, but in our collective lives. When those people got engaged, to see men, to see women who were in the trap, jumping up and down, going to the Secretary of State's website, right there on the spot, seeing that they actually were registered to vote, and then actually going to go and vote. Those are the types of things that need to be happening, not just in rural Georgia, in North Carolina, and in the rural areas, but they need to be happening every day of the week. One thing that Republicans always do is not only do they aspire, and they are masters of their craft because they aspire to continue to be masters as they were in the slave trade, they are the masters of pivoting. So to your point, what we are seeing now, it'll just roll up and look like something very different, but Democrats don't have to have celebrities, and shout out to all the celebrities, but there does not have to be all of this over-the-top engagement if we are talking to our number one and number two, that being black women and black men. That's the number one voting bloc in the Democratic Party. If we're actually talking to every socioeconomic status, if we're engaging our people all year long, because in 2 years we're going to be begging for people to vote again.
Well, I think you have to factor something in, which I was having this conversation earlier today, that a lot of people simply do not focus on. And that is, Republicans understand how to form narratives.
Talk about it, Roland.
Second of all, you have a very sophisticated Republican media ecosystem.
Yes.
So what you have is you have this thinking among Democrats.
Come on.
Oh, well, there's MSNBC, there's, Republicans say, well, New York Times, Washington Post. The reality is those are not progressive media outlets.
Come on.
Because they're going to be like, oh, no, we're objective. I mean, you look at the New York Times reporting in this election cycle, it has been beyond shameful.
Yes.
You remember, of course, with all of Hillary's emails.
Yes.
But when you look at what happens, obviously you have the juggernaut of Fox News, where all conservatives go to get the information. Then you have conservative talk radio.
Right.
So you had all these conservatives bitching and moaning about Vice President Kamala Harris going on Saturday Night Live and them and not standing and like, about what was fair. But tell me how many times has a conservative talk radio host booked a Democratic candidate? It's like it's a Republican echo chamber. Then you add in how the Republicans have invested heavily in digital media. So now all of a sudden, what now happens is they are constantly driving a message. And then when a piece of policy comes up, they can kill something because what are they doing? They are constantly messaging.
Yes.
When you look at when Senator James Lankford stands on the floor of the United States Senate and says, a very prominent conservative talk show host, he was talking about Sean Hannity, basically said, you move forward with this bill, we are going to destroy you. And he was very clear about that. And so that's happening, and Democrats are playing games in that if you're not investing in that media ecosystem, that way you can shape your narrative, control your narrative, explain to your audience what's going on, you're going to be at a disadvantage. And now, with crazy deranged Elon Musk owning Twitter, Now, I mean, look, when Soros bought a group of radio stations, I mean, the right lost their mind because they said, oh, he's going to flip a liberal. First of all, he's not.
Right.
He didn't buy it for, for that reason. But Sinclair, one of the largest television station groups, hardcore right wing, they've infused their content. They understand that if you control the hearts and minds through media, you can actually change the narrative.
So this is the thing, Roland, a couple points. People know Tucker Carlson for his perch at Fox News. As a Republican, I got to know Tucker Carlson as the CEO of the Daily Caller, which was funded by the Daily Caller Foundation,
right?
Which is a part of a much bigger network that also funded not just the Breitbarts and the Daily Callers, but they were coming down to college campuses and funding student-ran and owned newspapers on at the very bare level, and also allowing that article sharing for free. That otherwise would make any other publication charge for. So I mean, in that media ecosystem, let's say I had a congressional candidate wanted to run for Congress, right? We might roll them out on Sean Hannity, but that next week they're hitting every single conservative podcast, radio show. I mean, it go from Hannity. It used to go from Hannity to Limbaugh to Hannity back on radio, back to Fox News, and then you'll hit the second rung of things. But it's that messaging, it's that narrative creation, it's that firestorm I'm now able to create around a person or an idea or to kill something that where the real power lies. And to your point, brother, the real horror in J.D. Vance is that's the pivot already in front of our face.
Absolutely.
J.D. Vance is the vice presidential nominee because Elon Musk and Peter Thiel said so.
Yeah.
If you know Peter Thiel's
president in waiting.
if you know Peter Thiel's history, Peter Thiel has been funding operations on the right and I mean center right, but very far right also for over a decade. So when Dr. Nola talks about the tech bro that comes in and doing their thing in California, that's literally J.D. Vance. That's literally Peter Thiel. That's literally Elon Musk.
I want to jump in because you talked about ecosystem, and I think one thing we're missing here is the bro poll culture ecosystem. Because a lot of what we talked about with the African American vote and about the perception that black men were not going to vote for VP Harris originated in these pollsters, predominantly white males, who have blinders on. So when they see data, all they do is see data, but they have no cultural competence. So part of this ecosystem we have to also discuss is these polls, because we all knew that black men were not going to vote for Donald Trump. But that was perception because, once again, this ecosystem also includes some of these predominantly white male pollsters. So we have to continue to make sure, and I know, Roland, you've had a number of black pollsters on the show, we have to continue to make sure that individuals that are polling our community have a level of cultural competence. Because when you look at data and you see that 20-25% of black folks you think are going to vote for Donald Trump, as a researcher, you have to say to yourself, from a cultural lens, something's not right, and I need to look at my methodology. But we haven't had enough of that conversation about cultural competence and data.
As a political scientist? I don't look at polls. I do not look at polls at all. As someone who's written surveys, you write a survey, you write a poll to elicit a certain type of answer. There's nothing that is objective about a poll, nothing at all. I mean, even if you say, who did you vote for? You say, why did you vote for them? And then you'll throw a question in like, well, how do you feel about immigration? Or you'll throw a question in there, or how do you feel about, HBCUs? There's always going to be those kind of questions in there to guide you towards a specific way of thinking about your answer. I don't look at polls at all. To Roland's point, to Erica's point, it's about the ground game.
Hold tight 1 second. Hold on. Pennsylvania, folks. The vote counting center in Pennsylvania has been evacuated due to a bomb threat. And so that's what's going on. And again,
I feel like this is
look, we told you about Russian interest. They desperately want Donald Trump to win. And so the fact that you're seeing bomb threats in multiple states is happening across the board. So just be aware of what's going on. Nola, finish your point.
Jesus. Wow.
Let me pivot towards my national security lens now. I want to say one thing. The FBI has been very transparent on social media and also in legacy media about what's happening around the country. And they have warned about these sorts of attacks. They also told us about the young man in Memphis who tried to blow up the energy grid using a weapon of mass destruction. And they've also warned us about false notifications from the FBI that isn't from the FBI. So this is layered, it's sophisticated, and the only thing, to Greg's point, that I hope is that people stay in line. I know this is deterrence at the highest levels. You know, why do you want to put your life on the line? Who's protecting us? Is it that serious? Those are the types of questions that everyday voters are asking themselves, right?
And it's
But before you answer that point there, again, when we talk about this turnout of 1829, 1835 voters, it's great when they turn out, but you also got to learn the process. Go to my iPad. So in Nevada, they're having a problem trying to cure ballots because what happened was a lot of these young voters signed up via iPads. Nevada has signature match. And so the problem is they have to cure their ballots. So this is Dylan Byers posted this here. The Nevada Secretary of State said, and do this here, Carol, get Aaron Ford, the Nevada Attorney General, on the line, please. I went to Texas A&M with Aaron, so I'd love to get his perspective. But he said, quote, it's mostly the fact that young people don't have signatures these days. And when they did register to vote through the automatic voter registration process, they signed a digital pad at the DMV, and that became their licensed signature. So apparently it's 19,000 ballots that need to be cured. I was looking at another particular tweet. Norman Ornstein posted this here. Go to my iPad. He said apparently they are actually calling these young voters to get them to cure their ballots, and they're not answering their phones. So it's again, for people who understand electoral politics, when you have this signature match, well, this is one of the things that happens.
Our process is so complicated, and
it's state by state.
State by state, and a lot of young people don't understand it. So we have these issues popping up. We have the bomb threats, and it goes beyond deterrence. It goes to an issue of these are creating systematic problems that are going to create legal challenges later down the line. We're going to see Donald Trump challenging these polls being open later and later. He's going to ask why. So even if people do stay in line, we're going to see lawsuits continue to pop up and say this was a foul play, this was out of line. So we're going to just continue to see it.
Yeah. And you got to keep in mind, it's a known Republican tactic to literally challenge already legal settled law just to create, misinformation and distrust among their own, and then come back and part of the echo chamber, hey, we sued this because we thought something was wrong, or that we knew nothing was wrong, but hey, our uneducated, uneducated white voter is going to run with whatever cockamamie theory that they think.
On that point there, somebody posted this tweet regarding the RNC soon. They said this federal judge Baker just served the RNC a brutal reality check. They tried to pull a fast one, targeting Democratic counties with a cynical plot to invalidate votes while ignoring the same procedures in GOP-heavy areas. The judge didn't hold back, calling it out as a move that would trample state law, the Constitution, even his oath. Here's the kicker. He told GOP lawyers to go read up on the boy who cried wolf. A federal judge, think about that, a federal judge telling them point blank to stop dragging the court into their schemes to rig the scales. But Eugene, folks, this is why the other day we talked to Judith Brown-Dianis, and she talked about that, the battles that are taking place, how they are, the wars being waged in courtrooms all across the country, unbeknownst to a lot of people. And if it's not for these legal warriors, these Republicans will be getting away with murder because their desire is to shrink the electorate and not have it expand.
Listen, they look at it as a win-win, right? On one side, you mess around and you get a district judge that just is sympathetic or whatever and just rubber stamps it, right? On the other end, let's say the judge slaps it down. Well, then I can then go to conservative media and say, hey, we want the court and we fought this because we saw this on the ground, and Donald Trump tweets out or law enforcement's on the way in X, Y, and Z. So for them, they see it as a win-win, even if they lose in court. There's a thing on Clubhouse, winning Clubhouse instead of winning in real life. For a lot of them, it's winning conservative media rather than winning in real life.
Except this is real life.
Yeah.
These goddamn white supremacists are going to be the end of this experiment.
No, speaking of that, the abortion amendment in Florida has failed. In Florida, they're leaving in place their 6-week ban. And of course,
did it give you a percentage? Because they had to meet a super. Well, no. It had to be 6% to pass, but maybe a majority voted for it. In other words,
58.4.
Exactly.
Wow.
There it is. These goddamn white supremacists. Understand this.
So yeah, 95% of the ballot-ins, there were 10,935,000 votes cast. 6.3 million yes. Again, 58.4%. No, 41.7%.
And that, Roland, thank you, because therein lies the end of this funky ass settler place. Let me explain it. That is the logic of the Electoral College.
Hold tight 1 second. Also, another race, folks. We now have our 5th black female United States Senator in history.
Wow.
In Maryland, Angela also Brooks has been projected the winner in Maryland, beating a former 2-term governor, Larry Hogan.
This is an important point because we saw also in Maryland the initiative to reinforce, but a woman's right to choose terminated pregnancy. That was on the ballot, right? To reinscribe it, to say, okay, it's already in the Constitution, but to vote to do that. A lot of these states, California's doing the same thing. Trump-proofing, white nationalists proofing the states.
Hold tight 1 second, Greg. Folks, go to my iPad. So, because of the bomb threats in Georgia, NAACP says Fulton County, 5 locations, voting is being extended. At the Ettrish Darnell Community Center extended, so all of these are being extended, of course, in CH, Southwest Arts Center, Northwood Elementary, Lake Forest. In DeKalb County, the NAACP says, give me 1 second, in DeKalb, polling is being extended at the North DeKalb Senior Center and the Briarwood Recreation Center. Go ahead, Greg.
No, and that's key. Stay in line, get in there and do that work, because as they are Trump-proofing, again, we've seen this before.
Yeah.
We saw it in the 1860s. In other words, the fracture of this country that led to Civil War was this concentration on states taking back power from the federal government. In this moment, when you see, for example, in Ohio, we know Trump is going to win Ohio, but there's a ballot initiative, Initiative 1, that is going to break the back of their hyper-partisan, super gerrymandered legislature if the citizens of Ohio vote yes on 1. That's important. We had David Pepper, you've talked to him before, Roland, here on this network, who was in the Ohio legislature, who was saying the only way you're going to beat these people is at the local level, the state level. But I'm saying all that as a prelude to this. Mark Robinson, of course, we laugh, the guys, but he's black. Meaning, if he were white, that wouldn't have disqualified him.
Right.
Donald Trump is mentally ill. He's got all these problems. He's convicted felon. Of course, he could vote in Florida because in New York, convicted felons who are not in jail can vote. This country is faced with the problem that we've known all along. This is white supremacy. Yeah. This shouldn't even be close. This is a multiracial, multi-class, good-feeling, competent. I mean, I read something today that it shocked me, and I'm embarrassed to say I didn't know this. The only person running on the top of a national ticket who has served in all 3 branches of government is Kamala Harris. This shouldn't even be close. This man is a sexual assaulting piece of garbage. Right. And I'm going to use that word tonight the way it should be used. The point is this. The fact that this is close should scare the shit out of us.
Can I say something, Greg, to your point? You know, since the founding of this country, we have been dealing with the same people. Make no mistake, it is the same people. And it's a systemic failure by thinking, oh, they're just fringe element, you know, on the fringe, and they're just conspiracy theorists. No, they have never been dealt with. They have never been dealt with. They have had carte blanche to own as many weapons as they want, to have as much property as they want. They have had carte blanche in this country since the founding of this country, and I'm tired of it. My family has been here before the founding of America. Come on. Okay? And it has been the same people.
Right.
It is enough is enough.
Enough is enough.
And that property is to include people, which is why I have rightfully called him on this network who he is. He's the son of a Klansman. And I'm glad that New York, unfortunately, got to see in the 21st century at Madison Square Garden, the son of a Klansman produced a Klan rally in New York, not in Georgia, not in Alabama, not in South Carolina, not in North Carolina, right there in New York. This is what we have always been up against.
But I mean, the tragedy of it is, it's not disqualifying.
Right.
Exactly. Never has been. Never has been.
He still carry Miami-Dade, still carry the middle of Florida, which is filled with Latinx folk.
But you also see some shifts. Here's an example. In Atlanta's Fayette County, Trump won that by 7 in 2020. He's only up 2 here. And again, what they're monitoring, if he keeps losing ground in suburban counties with that black turnout,
that's right,
may not win Georgia. Now, if you look at New York Times and The Hill and the rest of these people, they're predicting Trump a 61% chance of still winning. New York Times is predicting 278 Electoral College votes. But they're factoring in him winning Georgia, North Carolina, and one of the blue wall states. But what we also are seeing, Rebecca, significant lines in Pennsylvania. We're seeing their Vice President Kamala Harris overperforming in Allegheny County, even over Biden to him as well. And so at the end of the day, just like in 2016, this election will come down again to that blue wall. At the end, she wins Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. She wins. If she's able to flip one of these, North Carolina or Georgia, we'll see. Trump spent a considerable amount of time closing in North Carolina. But Georgia, let's see, will black folks come through in massive numbers? And then those suburban votes, Georgia, so it actually may come down to Georgia as well.
So a couple points. One thing I want to point out about Georgia, Fulton County as well as Cobb County, the precincts that you just talked about where they're extending the vote, if you read the judge's orders, one thing that is clear, I just want people to pay attention to, if you join the line during that extension time, you will be given a provisional ballot, not a regular ballot. If you are in line before the normal cutoff time, before the extended time, you will get a regular ballot. So for those of you who are standing in line now, you're getting a provisional ballot. I need you to focus over the next 3 days to make sure that you're following up on your ballot. You're making sure it's actually counted, or if you need to do a curing process is making your ballot whole so it's actually counted. That's so very important if you are in Cobb County or if you're in Clayton County. The other thing that I want to talk about, we talked about the echo chamber that the Republicans have through media. One of the things that the black community used to have a lot more before we got so stuck in respectability is the streets. Why haven't the streets been more engaged? You have the preachers, you have the pimps, you have the businessmen, you have the thugs, you got the drug dealers. All of them can vote too if their rights are still there. So what are we doing to engage all of these parts of our community, even the ones we don't want to talk about, but we know they're in our families? They're also a part of the community. I was thinking when Big Meech just got released out of prison, and I was thinking about, I'm not glorifying drug culture, but one thing that I will say, if he was the family that owned who were the white drug dealers in this country that really pushed meth, if he would have been pushed on the New York Stock Exchange, he would have rivaled and circled several blue chip companies. So the reason why I'm talking about the streets is there is a critical infrastructure there. And if we are to move forward as a community, it has to involve everybody.
Hi, I'm Monday Robinson. We're the founder of Black Voter Project. That's our field program. We're the only organization in the country doing that. This is why Win for Black Men is so important, but it's also why we organize the 56% of black men who don't see themselves in politics. They're already registered to vote. There's 9.6 million people in this country, black men, that are already registered. 56% of them are not college educated, not business owners, not in a position to own business. Most of them are justice system impacted, not convicted felons. We don't call people that. Justice system impacted. Most of them are in gangs. Most of them are living with their backs against the razor edge of the wall, and they are also part of our program. This is exactly what we do all the time. Roland and I have these conversations 2 o'clock in the morning screaming at each other about strategy. Not that one is more important than the other, that they can't exist without each other. And I think people think because we don't see it in our spaces, it don't exist, but we organize gang members.
But you only see it through engagement through rappers, and that's...
No, we don't do that shit.
No, what I'm saying is, what you see is the engagement.
Yeah, but that's not even... But again, what you see is driven by a media narrative.
Exactly.
And so they will focus on a sexy red. They'll focus on what Waka Flocka anybody's doing because they're actually not locked in to a ground game. I'm going to go to a break, folks. We're getting results in. We're watching all of these states, looking at U.S. Senate races, looking at the presidential race, also some state races. Y'all stay tuned right here on the Black Star Network for Election Night 2024.
Pull up a chair, take your seat. The Black Tape with me, Dr. Greg Carr, here on the Black Star Network. Every week, we'll take a deeper dive into the world we're living in. Join the conversation only on the Black Star Network.
Hatred on the streets, a horrific scene, a white nationalist rally that descended into deadly violence.
White people are losing their damn minds.
As an angry pro-Trump mob storms the U.S. Capitol, we've seen shooting.
We're about to see the rise of what I call white minority resistance. We have seen white folks in this country who simply cannot tolerate black folks voting.
I think what we're seeing is the inevitable result of violent denial.
This is part of American history. Every time that people of color have made progress, whether real or symbolic, there has been what Carol Anderson at Emory University calls white rage as a backlash.
This is the rise of the Proud Boys and the Boogaloo Boys. America, there's going to be more of this.
Here's all the Proud Boys, guys.
This country is getting increasingly racist in its behaviors and its attitudes because of the fear of white people.
The fear that they're taking our jobs, they're taking our resources, they're taking our women. This is white fear.
Hi, I'm Dr. Jackie Hood Martin, and I have a question for you. Ever feel as if your life is teetering and the weight and pressure of the world is consistently on your shoulders? Well, let me tell you, living a balanced life isn't easy. Join me each Tuesday on Black Star Network for a Balanced Life with Dr. Jackie. We'll laugh together, cry together, pull ourselves together, and cheer each other on. So join me for new shows each Tuesday on Black Star Network, A Balanced Life with Dr. Jackie.
When you talk about blackness and what happens in black culture, we're about covering these things that matter to us, speaking to our issues and concerns.
This is a genuine people-powered movement.
There's a lot of stuff that we're not getting. You get it, and you spread the word.
We wish to plead our own cause. Too long have others spoken for us. We cannot tell our own story if we can't pay for it. This is about covering us. Invest in black-owned media. Your dollars matter. We don't have to keep asking them to cover our stuff. So please support us in what we do, folks. We want to hit 2,000 people, $50 this month, raise $100,000. We're behind $100,000, so we want to hit that. Y'all money makes this possible. Checks and money orders go to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. The Cash App is $RM Unfiltered. PayPal is R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle is RolandSMartin.com.
Pull up a chair, take your seat. The Black Tape with me, Dr. Greg Carr, here on the Black Star Network. Every week, we'll take a deeper dive into the world we're living in. Join the conversation only on the Black Star Network.
Hatred on the streets, a horrific scene, a white nationalist rally that descended into deadly violence.
White people are losing their damn minds.
As an angry pro-Trump mob storms the U.S. Capitol, we've seen shooting.
We're about to see the rise of what I call white minority resistance. We have seen white folks in this country who simply cannot tolerate black folks voting.
I think what we're seeing is the inevitable result of violent denial.
This is part of American history. Every time that people of color have made progress, whether real or symbolic, there has been what Carol Anderson at Emory University calls white rage as a backlash.
This is the rise of the Proud Boys and the Boogaloo Boys. America, there's going to be more of this.
Here's all the Proud Boys, guys.
This country is getting increasingly racist in its behaviors and its attitudes because of the fear of white people.
The fear that they're taking our jobs, they're taking our resources, they're taking our women. This is white fear.
Hi, I'm Dr. Jackie Hood Martin, and I have a question for you. Ever feel as if your life is teetering and the weight and pressure of the world is consistently on your shoulders? Well, let me tell you, living a balanced life isn't easy. Join me each Tuesday on Black Star Network for A Balanced Life with Dr. Jackie. We'll laugh together, cry together, pull ourselves together, and cheer each other on. So join me for new shows each Tuesday on Black Star Network, A Balanced Life with Dr. Jackie.
When you talk about blackness and what happens in black culture, we're about covering these things that matter to us, speaking to our issues and concerns.
This is a genuine people-powered movement.
There's a lot of stuff that we're not getting. You get it, and you spread the word.
We wish to plead our own cause. Too long have others spoken for us. We cannot tell our own story if we can't pay for it. This is about covering us. Invest in black-owned media. Your dollars matter. We don't have to keep asking them to cover our stuff. So please support us in what we do, folks. We want to hit 2,000 people, $50 this month, raise $100,000. We're behind 100,000, so we want to hit that. Y'all money makes this possible. Checks and money orders go to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. The Cash App is $RM Unfiltered. PayPal is R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle is Roland at RolandSMartin.com.
Pull up a chair, take your seat. The Black Tape with me, Dr. Greg Carr, here on the Black Star Network. Every week, we'll take a deeper dive into the world we're living in. Join the conversation only on the Black Star Network.
Hatred on the streets, a horrific scene, a white nationalist rally that descended into deadly violence.
White people are losing their damn minds.
As an angry pro-Trump mob storms the U.S. Capitol, we've seen shooting.
We're about to see the rise of what I call white minority resistance. We have seen white folks in this country who simply cannot tolerate black folks voting.
I think what we're seeing is the inevitable result of violent denial.
This is part of American history. Every time that people of color have made progress, whether real or symbolic, there has been what Carol Anderson at Emory University calls white rage as a backlash.
This is the rise of the Proud Boys and the Boogaloo Boys. America, there's going to be more of this.
Here's all the Proud Boys, guys.
This country is getting increasingly racist in its behaviors and its attitudes because of the fear of white people.
The fear that they're taking our jobs, they're taking our resources, they're taking our women. This is white fear.
Hi, I'm Dr. Jackie Hood Martin, and I have a question for you. Ever feel as if your life is teetering and the weight and pressure of the world is consistently on your shoulders? Well, let me tell you, living a balanced life isn't easy. Join me each Tuesday on Black Star Network for A Balanced Life with Dr. Jackie. We'll laugh together, cry together, pull ourselves together, and cheer each other on. So join me for new shows each Tuesday on Black Star Network, A Balanced Life with Dr. Jackie.
When you talk about blackness and what happens in black culture. We're about covering these things that matter to us, speaking to our issues and concerns.
This is a genuine people-powered movement.
There's a lot of stuff that we're not getting. You get it, and you spread the word.
We wish to plead our own cause. Too long have others spoken for us. We cannot tell our own story if we can't pay for it. This is about covering us. Invest in black-owned media. Your dollars matter. We don't have to keep asking them to cover our stuff. So please support us in what we do, folks. We want to hit 2,000 people, $50 this month, raise $100,000. We're behind 100,000, so we want to hit that. Y'all money makes this possible. Checks and money orders go to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. The Cash App is $RM Unfiltered. PayPal is R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle is Roland@RolandSMartin.com.
Pull up a chair, take your seat. The Black Tape with me, Dr. Greg Carr, here on the Black Star Network. Every week, we'll take a deeper dive into the world we're living in. Join the conversation only on the Black Star Network.
Howard University. This is a live shot of what's happening on the campus there. It is jam-packed as folks are awaiting election results. They are, of course, hoping to see the first HBCU graduate become president of the United States, the first female president of the United States. And, of course, AKAs are real hopeful that they will have one of their own as president of the United States. And so it's already jam-packed. They have shut down the campus for the entire week, getting ready for this night. The president of Howard just finished speaking moments ago. We're monitoring these results. Again, when you look at the map already, and people are sort of freaking out, understand typically many of your red states come in first, places like Indiana, places like Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi, but of course those critical battleground states. We're also looking at Virginia and other places as well. Let's go out to Howard. Tatiana Anderson is there. Tatiana, what's happening? All right, y'all let me know when she's ready, and I'll go to her for, she's ready? All right, Tatiana, tell us what's happening on the campus of HU.
5, 6, anything.
All right, can you hear me?
I can't hear.
All right, so Tatiana cannot hear me yet, so guys, let me know when she can. We have a reset here of our panelists, and so we've got a number of folks in here. Like I say, many of our regulars on the panel as well. Legal analyst Candy Kelly. To my right, what's happening? We got, of course, Scott Bolden. Of course, I told y'all we allow Kappas on, so that's boring. That's boring. Strategist Kelly Bethea here. Of course, we got Michael Imhotep, African History Network show. I'm a Congo Domingo Senior, Professor of Electoral School of International Service, American University. About Avis Jones DeWeaver here as well. Teresa Lundy, of course, out of Philadelphia. London Communications. We also have Joe Richardson, a civil rights attorney out of Los Angeles. Of course, we got Randy, the DEI disruptor, sitting over here. And so, of course, I'm sure she saw Dr. Field's speech at the Trump 8 Palooza. Was like, what the hell? And, of course, Delina Porter, formerly with the State Department. So glad to have everybody here. Guys, do we have Tatiana? All right, so y'all getting that reset. All right, so let's get right to it. Look, listen, people are sitting me texts. They're sitting here. I'm a Congo. They're nervous. They're like, oh, my God, what's going on? And I'm like, okay, everybody got to breathe. At the end of the day, voters have the opportunity. You got to count ballots. There are lots of lines, long lines, and so you just got to just chill and wait.
Yeah, this is the reason why we offered a bunch of free yoga classes this week. Because folks are freaking out. And this is just part of the process. And I'm really nervous for a lot of the younger voters, first-timers who are really watching this whole process. And it's like, oh my gosh, you know, he's won 2 states and they think it's going to be over. But I think this is important for all of us who have been doing this work to really use this as a teachable moment for so many people out there, because this is just a process. And we understand that Election day is not really election day. It could be election week, election month, depending on what's going on. We got people in some of these other states that are going to try to pull some shenanigans with Trump's little secret to try to get to what's going to happen with December 11th and all this electoral college stuff they're going to try to play games with. So I think that people have to be patient and still stay engaged in the process consistently, because this is what it's supposed to be about if we stay engaged and focused.
Right, and again, there are crucial states. When we start looking at the map here, Teresa, Pennsylvania is one of those states. Right now, you look at the New York Times, and those that are listening as a toss-up, and it's going to come down to every single vote that matters, and so everyone is parsing those numbers, and so that blue wall is critical. It was critical for Hillary Clinton in 2016. It didn't happen. Donald Trump won by 77,000 votes in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. Vice President Harris and her team hope that that's not the case in 2024.
Well, listen,
I want to say Teresa.
Love that. In 2020, I think what Pennsylvania has seen is not only that we are a battleground state, we have been a battleground state since 2016, and then in 2020. But what we have seen now with this presidential election, we have seen a double turnout. 500,000 is probably going to be the margin of the increase that we will see in Pennsylvania. And I think that is a lot because of the energy. It is the hope. It is the messaging that the Harris campaign has put on the ground game, but also the engagement. And I think a lot of that is what we're just going to see overnight. Pennsylvania is going to win. We have 67 counties. Philadelphia and Pittsburgh is one of the top priorities. We just had 2 concerts there yesterday where Kamala showed up at the same exact time. And I think that was amazing in itself, right? How do you get, if you're driving 5 hours, but she also took a flight. So it was 40 minutes, but she came there, she resonated, and the people that were there to support her. So I think, the amount of energy and the amount of turnout that we've seen that we haven't seen in the previous elections outside of this one is really going to show a difference.
Michael, we only have less than 10% of the people vote numbers in Michigan, slight lead for Vice President Kamala Harris.
Right.
Again, Michigan, one of those critical states. She was in Michigan State on Sunday. We were there in Flint. They were there in Flint on Saturday as well. Governor Tim Walz was there. And what we're looking at is turnout, specifically in Detroit, also looking at what's going to be the impact of the Muslim Arab American vote in Michigan. Are they going to penalize her because of the Biden administration's policy when it comes to Israel and what's happening in Gaza?
Absolutely. The energy on the ground has been phenomenal. I've seen it. I've talked to people involved in different groups organizing African Americans, especially messaging African Americans. We saw good early voting numbers as well in Detroit. And we know for Michigan, you had 3.2 million who voted early, either absentee or in-person voting. We know right now they've started counting the ballots in Michigan. Vice President Kamala Harris has started out with an early lead. Hopefully she'll pull out Michigan. We know it has been the focus of a number of visits. Tim Walz was just in downtown Detroit yesterday with Bon Jovi. Friday, I should say.
No, it was last night. It was last night. Yeah.
Yeah, last night with Bon Jovi as well. And yes, you've had massive efforts to convince the Arab American community to vote for Harris and Walz. Premier Jayapal, Representative Premier Jayapal was in Detroit talking with these organizations, explaining to them what's at stake, and you have a better chance for a better outcome with Vice President Kamala Harris. But also, she also stressed that the Harris administration would be one that would not penalize you for protesting as well, like the Trump administration would. So you have these different factors taking place.
We're, of course, folks looking at Georgia as well. Go to my iPad. You got less than 200,000 vote difference with some 65% of the ballots in, but as expected, a lot of those large black counties, the votes are not in yet, and so we're looking at Fulton County as an example. Let's go to Howard University. We have Tatiana Anderson, who is there for us. Tatiana, set the scene for us. What's happening at HU?
This was billed as a watch party, as I said earlier, and it certainly is. I mean, in between when you're hearing the DJ behind me, results are obviously coming in. You're discussing it there in the studio. But when they do come in, the organizers are cutting the DJ. They're putting CNN on the big screen, and they're sharing the results with the people who are here in the yard tonight. And not surprisingly, when news comes in that Harris has won a state like Michigan or Pennsylvania, the crowd absolutely goes wild when it hears that former President Donald Trump has won a state like Florida. Of course, there are boos and jeers. Not a shocker, but it has been a hard-fought race to the finish here for former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris in just about 3 months. I mean, she really went from being the VP on the Biden ticket to the candidate actually herself. And tonight, it's been a whirlwind presidential campaign for her, and it will all come to an end very soon. She's essentially been running for 3 months compared to Donald Trump, who has been running for about 9 years. So the big question on everyone's mind here at Howard University and across the nation is who's going to win. And while it's still too early to tell, you know, anything can happen in a race like this, Roland. And you know that, I know that. I recall being at the Javits Center in 2016. I was covering then presidential candidate Hillary Clinton. At about 2 a.m., you'll recall that's when John Podesta came out and said, you know what, everybody go home, get some rest. We're going to wait just a little while longer. You know, Clinton did an amazing job. We're all really proud of her, but can't we just wait a little longer? I think those were his exact words. Well, as I walked back to my hotel at that time, it was pretty clear who had won. And it was a night that the Clinton campaign thought would change the United States forever, and it certainly did, except for President Donald Trump was the winner. So I am no predictor of elections. That is not my job here tonight, Roland, but things are close. The crowd is on edge. They're taking the wins when they get them. This party definitely underway. It's formally started. We had the president of Howard University come out earlier and talk about the legacy of this institution, the Divine Nine, the unity that has been shaped on this campus. So far tonight, it's been a very unified vibe. People are excited. They're looking forward to what's happening next. But as you know, Roland, it's not over till it's over. You're covering it. I'm covering it. We'll be here all night for you.
All right. Tatiana, we still appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Go to my iPad. About a minute ago, Cliff Albright, co-founder of Black Voters Matter, posted this. He said people are still in line in Charlotte, North Carolina. It's 9:07 p.m. Eastern. And so this is the video that he posted about 1 minute ago.
And 8:50, polls closed here in Charlotte at 7:30 in North Carolina, but we are at a polling place that still has a line. I'm gonna show you a line in a second. You might be able to see it behind me back there by the lights in the trees. But we came up, we came over here. What is this? Somebody's birthday? Today's the day. Oh, election day. We out here with the blackest bus in America. Because we decided to oh, there's Danielle. One of our
Celebrating voters.
Celebrating. Blackest bus in America decided to pull up to this polling place so that we could give a little encouragement, a little music. We could turn this long line into a polling place party. So we are out here with the folks, and I'm gonna walk on down and show y'all what this line is looking like down here. But yes, you know, so it's 8:50. That means that folks have been on this line for at least an hour, 20 minutes. And some people we're hearing have been on the line for like 3 hours. So, you know, if you watching these results coming in and you waiting on North Carolina and you waiting on Charlotte, Mecklenburg's results to come in, you know, we still got a couple places like this that you may not hear from. You may not get results for another couple of hours, and it looks like it's a lot of young folks. You know, this is the university library, so as you can imagine, it's near the university. But I'm gonna turn it around, and you can see that's the library. And you can see the line, you can see the line, you can see the line, you can see a tent over there with some folks, I think have food. Hey, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good. Yeah. So again, we are in Charlotte, Mecklenburg.
So Cliff again posted that at 8:50 and closed at 7:30. Candace, that tells you. Look, folks are not leaving. I just saw one tweet that came from the Democratic Coalition saying, posted 1 minute ago, if you're in line, stay in line. And so at the end of the day, look, if you're in line, your ballot counts.
Yeah, if you're in line, your ballot counts, and sometimes that's what it takes. You have to be patient, just like we have to be patient for this process to kind of pan out, even if it's going to be for the next couple of weeks. But I think that one of the things that's really important, that's just the takeaway when I look at the crowds at Howard University, where I went to college, HU, and you know, just all the excitement. What we're really seeing from people waiting in line, from people sitting out there and seeing that this could possibly be the first woman of color to be the president of the United States, we're really seeing a civic lesson in action. And I think that that's a really important part for people to see. Back in 2020, we talked about the electors and what they meant. People knew more about it and really understood what all that was about. And now we're really thinking about these voting blocks in such a different way, where we can't talk about it anymore with just the black vote and the white vote and the female vote. It's really sectored and kind of there are levels to it that we need to understand. And I think all of that we're just understanding about this process is not only good to have the patience to stand in line for and understand that all that's happening, but I think it builds a better humanity in that people will finally say, listen, maybe I am a part of this. My vote really is counting. I am seeing this in real time. Like, we are all a part of history tonight, and that is very exciting. And I'm thinking about the next generation that's coming along and seeing all these people kind of wait in line. When we think about the people who came before us, we don't have videos of those people waiting in line, right? We have sometimes, but in terms of real life, looking at it and how we're still making history right now in the moment, is very important for people to see. Very important.
When we look at what's going on here, again, probably I would say, Avis, as I said to Congo, the thing I would say to anybody is calm the hell down. I mean, votes got to be counted. If you did everything that you could, if you call, if you phone bank, if you canvass, if you push stuff out on social media, then it really comes down to the voters. And the people keep hitting me, and I'm like, yo, why are you being anxious, nervous, and freaking all out? I mean, you just have to wait.
Absolutely. And here's what they need to remember, right? The most populous areas, obviously, it's the most votes. Yeah. So it's going to take a little while. Yeah. And I tell you, I'm very excited to hear about people still in line in Charlotte, because we know what Charlotte was like, okay? And that tells me that something powerful is happening in North Carolina. You know, if we end this night with a North Carolina for Kamala Harris, you know, I think that could be the beginning of a blue wave that nobody's really expecting tonight. So I'm excited to see what's going to happen. But just like you said, we need to be a little patient. It's going to come in.
Scott?
Yeah, you know, if she wins North Carolina, that takes a lot of pressure off the blue wall.
Yes.
Right. And Trump is going to have to find another way to 270, and there's not as much pressure. I mean, Roland and I were together with some of you all in 2016, and it started off the same way. We were at a restaurant with the Urban One team and folks, and I got to tell you, when the first blue wall state fell, right? When it fell, that's the first time we got real nervous that we were going to have Trump in the White House. But before then, we were pretty festive. things were going the way they were supposed to go. He won Florida. Remember, the red states count better than the blue states. They just do it more efficient. One thing to watch, though, is Wisconsin. And all these other states report. You know, Wisconsin's not going to report tonight probably because they don't start counting the absentee and the pre-vote before Election Day until tonight. And so it's really...
And that's because Republicans
blocked
change the law and said it that way, yes.
Exactly. So that they could make an argument of voter fraud down the line. I mean, and understand the strategy of theirs, which is voter suppression, voter legal arguments. What's more important is this time, though, the Trump administration isn't in office, but the Democrats are in office. They've never won a lawsuit, election day fraud and what have you, and so that's going in our favor. But we got to win big. You know, if it's close, we're going to fight for 30-plus days. And if it gets to the Supreme Court, they're no friends of ours, historically. They just aren't, guys. And so I hope that black men came out and voted. I hope our Arab American friends fell our way, because if you didn't vote or you voted for Trump, you voted for round 2 or 2.0 of a Muslim ban. And so you have all these subtopics going on in this race, including Kamala Harris being one of ours, you know, seeped in African tradition and history and culture. Barack Obama wasn't, but Harris is an AKA, right? I don't know whether she's a link or not, but she went to an HBCU. She's a link. And she's seeped in these black traditions that we can identify with. Young people who are thinking about going to college, she's putting Howard University on the map. She's putting the Divine Nine on the map, front and center, on the national dialogue and discourse. We never had that before. That's why there's so much pride in it, whatever fraternity or sorority you were in. And so this is huge for our communities of color. It's huge. So I think you're right, Roland, about the patience piece. And I also think that if she flips North Carolina or another state, that takes the pressure off the blue wall.
Well, Jelena, the thing, again, what happened was, I talked about 8 years ago. What actually caused a lot of the consternation was when we got to 10 o'clock and Virginia had been called. Virginia had not been called.
Right.
And then I remember it was 10:30, and Virginia still had not been called. And that's when I said, and I'll never forget, we were the then president of TV One, so we were all there. And so we're in the break. He comes up to me. He's like, Roland, the people here getting nervous. Do something. I was like, what the fuck? I said, what the fuck am I supposed to do? And he was like, and he said, I forgot what he said to me, and I literally said, go sit your ass down. And I literally turned to the executive. I said, if he comes to talk to me again, I'm gonna cuss his ass out. You know, I did. I had to cuss him out. He knew I did, because it was like, I was like, what the hell are you talking about? I said, I can't. I said, we see what's actually happening. And then all of a sudden, again, when Virginia was extremely close, and then all of a sudden you begin to see you know, how it was going, and the closer you got to midnight and 12, and so that's why I saw one post. They said they called Virginia for Harris. I'm looking to see who else has called that, because I'm looking at the clock to see what that comes down to. But again, I'm also reminding folks 2020, Biden, Harris. First of all, what, election wasn't called to what, Friday, Saturday?
Right.
It was Saturday.
Yeah. Right.
And if you look at 2020. They only won Wisconsin by 20,000 votes. And then you look at, it wasn't a large margin in Michigan. And then it was 10,700 or so, 11,000 whatever in Georgia, 10,000 in Arizona. And so it was a much larger win in Pennsylvania. But that's what we're looking at here. Again, we're not going to know, I think probably the closer we get to midnight to see how this shapes up. And then we'll see if those black counties in Georgia, if they're able to come roaring through as they normally are late. And so usually when it's about 75% of the ballots in, all of a sudden, that's when CP time works for us. Because those black votes, they kick in, and all of a sudden, you see that lead just going down. And that's the thing. And so, again, you do all you can, and you have to wait to see what the results are.
Well, let me just tell y'all, my black vote was on time this year because I was an early vote. I voted last week. I made sure to do that. But to your point about people having frenzy and everything, what did they say last week? Keep Kamala and carry Angela. So I think that's what we need to start saying to everybody before we start cussing them out. But I want to go back to 2016, and I still have a little PTSD, and this is what I wanted to say about Pennsylvania. I was on the ground canvassing for Hillary. You know, I believed in it. There was a busload of us who went there. We were in Philly. The campaign gave us our marching orders. And diplomatically, I think a lot more obviously could have been done. And as someone who was there, we were in Rittenhouse Square. And listen, I'm not from Philly, but I knew it was a nice area. And I knew that every door that I knocked on, they were like, we know where our polling place is. We know who we're voting for. Get out of our faces. But we weren't going anywhere where there were black voters. And that was a place where she should have won. But, you know, I think there was a lot more work. And in contrast, I think this campaign has been extremely thoughtful. They have been everywhere from Bucks County to Pittsburgh to, you know, everywhere across the state. And people have been on the ground. So they've been a lot more thoughtful. And I'm not saying I'm calling it, but they have been they put everything on the line in Pennsylvania.
So they got a lot more money now, too.
Yeah, they do. They did. And I know a lot of people here fundraise to make sure that they did. But I'm just saying, even when it comes to making sure people on the ground were not ignoring our voters or people, even rural voters, or, you know, and to your point, this campaign has been very thoughtful in coalition building, you know, bringing people from across the aisle, bringing people, she's like, I know you may not even vote for me, or people who, you know, obviously paying attention to people who are making this, you know, one issue voters, and obviously, like you said, people who have issues over, you know, ISPAL and in Gaza. And I think, I mean, this is my personal opinion, obviously, I'm who am I, but I feel like if you don't vote, I mean, this is, you shouldn't have any say in the civic process. You shouldn't be able to call your member of Congress afterwards. You shouldn't be able to have Twitter fingers or do anything because you are, in essence, giving someone else the right. You're agreeing what's going on. You make it easy for anybody else, especially if it's somebody that, you know, has proven that they'll be a dictator, do whatever they want to do to you. So I hope that, I mean, and I think that's probably the hardest demographic to reach out to. But, I mean, you know, how haughty do you have to be to just say, I'm just not going to vote? Right.
And 1/3 of Americans still do not vote.
Right.
You know, but if you don't vote, like you said, you can't complain about anything. You can't complain about the traffic. That's all in your vote.
Exactly. Yeah.
You can't complain about anything.
I always say, voters, shut the hell up.
Right.
Okay.
I believe those people who don't vote are actually some of the biggest complainers that we run across.
Right.
Right. I almost feel as if that's their duty is to complain. You know, they say there's some people who do, and some people who judge others that do. I think those people really just don't do. They're not active. They would rather just complain, and they're not a part of the process. They were more so creating chaos.
But where does that really get them?
I don't think that's the point. I think I really believe some people get satisfaction with just commentating and complaining.
Some
I really
people
do.
In their
participating.
Well,
absolutely.
Like being the fifth quarter quarterback or Monday night quarterbacking.
Absolutely.
You know, like they don't feel like they have anything to contribute in the moment because, frankly, a lot of them don't. But this is the one time that you do have something to do with this because it is your right as an American to vote. And I don't think that fact has been hit home as often as it should, as pervasive as it should be. It is like I'm convincing family members to go vote, you know, and
I think some people have gotten so far left that have fallen off the cliff, right? Like they've decided the system doesn't work. You oftentimes hear, you know, it doesn't make a difference what I do. And so that they see themselves as revolutionaries and they just won't involve themselves in the system. And my argument to them is, work to change the system. I'm fine with that. But while you work to change the system, participate in the system that we have today.
Be civically engaged.
But Joe, here's the deal, though. Those very same people, when their asses get in trouble, they call a system.
Absolutely.
I hear that crap all the time. But if a hurricane hits, a flood hits, your ass calling the system.
Absolutely.
And so, and that's the problem. And so this notion of somehow, look, I can check out until you need some help. And then people like, well, why aren't they showing up? Well, your ass didn't show up.
Right. Yeah. I mean, you know, we have to deal with the fact that we're going to be affected by this system, whether we participate in it or not. And as a lawyer, as a civil rights lawyer, you know, and Scott knows what I'm talking about. people love to complain, and then they come to you to fix problems. Sometimes they've had 2 or 3
People
lawyers.
hate the lawyers and the media.
Right, yeah, that's
and when
right.
they get their ass in trouble,
that's right.
they call lawyers
blow
and
me
the
up.
media.
Listen, they were blowing me up today, okay? And and I'm like, but you've got to participate in the system. Notwithstanding all of these issues, all of these things, those of us that got folk we love, relatives and whatnot, that we got to convince to vote, we got to twist arms or whatever else, we're still at the door here, if you look at it. This is what's frustrating about those that don't want to give power. The whole idea is that you go back to Obama. Obama won twice. Then we had a woman that should have won. Then we had a woman that was vice president, and that's at the door of being president. I would like to think that this silent majority, I'm looking for a reverse Bradley effect. I'm looking for white women that aren't telling their husbands that they're going to vote for, they're going to vote for Harris, and they're going to have an argument about it on the back end.
Look, you're seeing, go to my iPad, this is North Carolina, 51% of the votes are in, but you're seeing how close it is. Harris down by less than 80,000 votes. Of course, Biden lost this state by 2.5 points in 2020. And so, again, we're seeing what happens in those black counties. That is not a large margin there when you talk about North Carolina. And then, of course, I was looking at what I was seeing. We talk about Georgia with those numbers, less than 200,000. And then when you looked at what's outstanding, 22% of Fulton County is still out. 27% of DeKalb County is still out. And hold on, and 16% of Clayton. So you have 3 major black counties in Georgia where you have a lot of votes that are still out. And so again, that's tight as well. And so you look. So again, you can, if you win Georgia or North Carolina, you can lose a Wisconsin and still win, or lose a Michigan, because when you look at the electoral college map. And so let's look at. I was looking at some Senate races in Texas. They've called the race for Trump with 64% in. He's up by about 750,000 votes there. But in the U.S. Senate race, it's about a 4-point lead there for Ted Cruz. So he's up by a little under 500,000 votes there against Congressman Colin Allred. And so that's what's happening there in Texas. Other Senate races we've been looking at. Let me see what's happening in Montana. Of course, incumbent John Tester was facing a serious race there for U.S. Senate race. Their results are not in yet, and so we're still waiting on that. And then we're still waiting, of course, Arizona, that particular Senate race as well. As we said, Nevada. This is what's happening in Nevada. So many young voters, their signature when they signed up at the DMV on the pads doesn't match their actual signature. Now, anybody who has gone into a convenience store and when you sign on that pad, you just sort of just scribble whatever the hell. The problem is that actually becomes your signature on your ID. And so when you sign your ballot, they're matching your ID to the ballot.
And it doesn't match.
And it doesn't match. And so now they're trying to call those folks. So I saw one item, some 19,000 young voters, and they're trying to reach them to cure their ballot because the signatures is not matching.
Again, patience.
Yes, it's happening right now.
Today?
Yes, and that's why. And then those 19,000 are crucial because Republicans led in early voting, and so Democrats got a huge turnout today. That's 19,000 votes.
And that's going to be part of the setup, though, because we will look at that, and we will look at mailboxes that have been blown up, and we look at threats from and people had to be removed from certain counting facilities. That is where we're going to be in court after. That's what's going to prolong this forever. Even now, we have had about 215 lawsuits that have been filed.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
So, and that's more than it was in 2020. So this is part of the setup. This is what's going to be in legal papers.
U.S. Senate race in Ohio we're paying attention to. Incumbent Senator Sherrod Brown is down by about 100,000 votes to Bernie Moreno. Again, that's a seat Democrats must hold on to. They expected to lose West Virginia because Joe Manchin retired. And so, you can call that a 705. So they could not lose another one. So if they lose Montana, then that changes the ball game. So they can't. But they couldn't lose Arizona, couldn't lose Nevada, couldn't lose Ohio, and they were hoping for a pickup miracle either in Texas or Florida. That's not happening, and so that's another race that we're watching. I told you earlier the abortion measure in Florida failed. Well, the marijuana measure in Florida also failed because in Florida the threshold again is 60%, and the abortion measure got about 58.4%, and so the marijuana piece failed as well. Governor Ron DeSantis was against both of those. The abortion vote, the amendment was very interesting because earlier today, reporters kept asking Trump, did he vote for or against it? He refused to answer.
Right.
He literally said, stop asking me about it.
Yep.
He was like, well, you don't want to keep bringing up Roe v. Wade.
Right.
Like, what's the problem? Why won't you actually talk about it?
Father of
right.
IVC.
So you see what's happening there. Teresa, what are you hearing out of Pennsylvania?
Well, it's interesting. I just seen an article here. It says multiple bomb threats reported at polling places in key Pennsylvania counties. Locations in Bucks, Chester, Delaware, and Philadelphia counties were the subject of threats, as well as several counties outside of the metro region, but it seems to be a hoax. So, but it looks like they were evacuated and now request to extend voting hours past 8 p.m.
Yeah, now it's real early there. Only 26% of the vote in Pennsylvania is showing Harris up 55-43. But again, that's very, very early. And even if you look at the U.S. Senate race there, it's showing Bob Casey up 55-41 against David McCormick. So that's only 26% of the vote in. So we'll keep watching that to see what those numbers look like as well. And so we'll take a look at that. Let's look at one of the things that I'm going to also bring up here that we're paying attention to, what's happening with the U.S. House. That's also going to be critical because if Democrats pick up seats in New York, as they expected, or even in California, you got the Opportunity District down there in Alabama, as well as in Louisiana. That could determine whether or not Hakeem Jeffries becomes Speaker of the House.
Look, I think at the end of the day, we need to continue to pay attention to all of these races because people just focus so much on the Senate, focus on the presidency. But again, as I mentioned earlier, there's going to be a lot of shenanigans that are going to be going on between now and January 6th that are going to involve the House. And Mike Johnson, who was one of the architects of the original Stop the Steal work that they were doing, he's had 4 years to plot with Trump about what they were going to do right now. And so when Trump talks about we got something else planned, we got to believe that. And so I think every particular section of the House, people need to really pay attention to, because if we don't get that, and then when we see what's happening with some of these Senate races in Ohio and so on and so forth, there can be a lot going on right now. And so I'm really hoping that a lot of our people are going to come through as some of these other polls close and some of these other things with these bomb threats and other. But we also have people who are in these polls and who are watching the count, who are shady people, who are insurrectionists, who are Stop the Steal people, who are all of that. And so they got plans behind the plans, right? And I think that it's important that we got our poll watchers out there, that we got our lawyers on tap right now as well, because we're going to need to fight this every single way and every single day. Even if she takes everything tonight, it's not going to end. Our number one thing is to stop anything from getting to the Supreme Court, right? And so the more things we can stop up front, the less we have to worry about.
You know, the voting machines, there are always voting machines that don't work in certain jurisdictions. Always. The fact that a voting machine doesn't work, one of the jurisdictions, the doors weren't closed on a voting machine, and so out of an abundance of caution, you couldn't get into it, but they're starting the recount. It was one of the swing states, I think. And let's be clear. The fact that a voting machine doesn't work and the votes have to be retabulated out of abundance of caution is not a grounds for legal appeal. Correct. It really isn't. Because unless you're getting rid of those votes or those votes are destroyed, then you're going to, then as long as they're counted, and it may take a day or two if you start late, which they're doing, then, you know, there's no real basis for a legal challenge. The other thing to remember is all the stuff that's going to go on after the election. Let me tell you something. The Dems are in control of the government. They're not in control of the Supreme Court, right? But I got to tell you, precedent, it matters in these voting rights cases. It does. And so whatever the lower circuits do, if Trump has the money and he wants to file and file and file, what's different is he's on the outside looking in. He's not on the inside looking out this time. And so we have certain minimal solace in that. But you got to believe this, that Mark, Elias, and others have never lost a voting rights or voter fraud case post a presidential election. They've never lost. State court, federal court, it doesn't really matter. And so the judiciary will be really important. If it gets to the Supreme Court, right, then we got to worry. Because I can tell you that while you may have some moderate Republicans there, they fall in line. Yeah. They do. Which is why I hope that this race isn't as close as we're calling it. The other thing is I want to share is Pennsylvania just fascinates me, Roland, because it's a big union town. Whether you get the union endorsement or not, I was reading a report today that said one of the reasons that it's really close is that there are a large number of white, male, uneducated voters, low propensity and strong propensity, white, male, uneducated voters in Pennsylvania that are keeping those numbers tight. That's really it.
Why does it fascinate you? Everybody knows that Pennsylvania. No. First of all, what you just described is Alabama.
Yeah, but that's Pennsylvania. We're in the Northeast.
No, it doesn't matter. Okay. Outside of Pittsburgh, Scott. Outside of Pittsburgh and Philadelphia, Pennsylvania is Alabama. Yeah. Listen, you got
a higher number, higher percentage of them than a number of other states. And when you look at the gender gap,
they are uneducated. They are broke. They are broke, uneducated white people. They are rural white people. Literally, if you go through Pennsylvania, Teresa, you know this. You go through Pennsylvania, once you get outside of Pittsburgh and Philadelphia, the suburbs, you seeing red. Yeah. It's literally the exact same thing. One of the reasons why folks talked about Obama picking Biden in 2008 was to appeal to those folks in Scranton. And what has happened when you look at, you mentioned the union piece, look what happened. Firefighters did not endorse Vice President Kamala Harris. The last time they did endorse was Hillary Clinton. They always endorsed Democrats. They chose not to endorse a woman, so we know how firefighters feel. But you got the Teamsters. Even though she cast
money in there.
Yeah, but even though she cast a tying vote, they are still voting on culture. And this is the thing that we have to understand, that what's going on here. All this talk in 2016 was about, their economic anxiety. No, white people have been voting against their economic interests since the end of slavery. They have been. Yeah. And so we have to understand that whiteness is real and the culture of whiteness is real. And so Trump pushes their buttons. He pushes their button on immigration. They think they're getting replaced. They think, and all this sort of stuff.
Immigrants are taking their jobs.
And we see that in Pennsylvania. We see it in Wisconsin. We see it in Michigan. And so it's right there. And so you got these farmers who lost dairy farms in Wisconsin when Trump was in there. People who literally lost their family farms but still said they're going to vote for Trump. You're like, what the hell are you talking about? When you talk about this notion of who fights for the working class, the New York Times had a story how they're battling it out. I'm sorry, I need somebody to show me a Republican agenda that actually positively impacts the working class. It doesn't. But what they've done is they have scripted this whole deal about, we're for the working class, we're for the working class, and they are, and the working class people are voting for companies who are doing stock buyback options, cutting their wages, not want to pay them, won't let them unionize, and they like, yeah, but that's my man. Like, what the hell?
Right. Exactly. Exactly.
And I think one of the guests said it last.
They don't need to be studied. They white.
Right. I mean, just the
Whiteness.
obsession with white supremacy, and this is obviously a global
No,
phenomenon.
what it is right now is they are. What's happening right now? All of the talk, all you keep saying, they are deathly afraid of the nation becoming a nation of majority people of color.
Right.
And so everything.
But it's happening. But data will tell you that's happening.
All you
What,
have,
2043
but if all you have, the only power you have is being white. I mean, that is it, because you are not doing well financially. You don't have a great job. You need to blame someone else. So the reason why you don't have a job, according to Trump and his cronies, is because of the immigrants have taken your job. And they're going to take your black jobs too, right? And so they create this, they create a fear, and they also create this, it's not your fault. You are not failing in America. It's somebody else's fault. And it makes them feel good about themselves. So it is all about whiteness and protecting whiteness, because the lowest black man, as we've always talked about, feels as if he's better than the most educated, successful black man. And they don't want to let go of that.
And divide and conquer has always worked.
And it has always
That's why it works in Alabama. That's why it works in Pennsylvania. And so, there's bad news, you're poor, but there's good news, you're white.
Yeah, let's talk about white.
So we're better than somebody, right? We're better than this one.
Let's talk about white corporations in America and immigration that never gets talked about, right? I was just down in Mexico, right, working. And let me tell you something. I saw billboards of major corporations in Mexico and even in Bogota, Colombia, recruiting immigrants to come work for their company. Right? The greatest irony of all. That's not in the narrative.
Did you see one of Dave McCormick's companies? The guy running for U.S. Senate against Bob Casey. Did you see one of those billboards down there?
I did not. But they were there. But these billboards were there. I mean, it's just the greatest con, the Republicans and the working class in that relation, how they've convinced the working class and the poor white least lost and left out as to why they should vote Republican, which is against their interests, versus Dems.
It's not just blame shifting.
It was lies. It's lied to them. They believe it.
They're lying to them for sure, but it's not just the fact that they're creating a boogeyman. Trump is a representation of the whiteness that they want to be, right?
So even that they think that they are. I mean, they really honestly see themselves.
But for those who are uneducated and, it's aspirational.
Well,
That's exactly what
I
it
think
is.
also when we're having this conversation about whiteness, you do have to factor in, because I'm looking at, and again, I'm not sold on exit polls at all. But when you NBC, according to their exit poll data, that 53% Latino voters are breaking for Harris, 45% for Trump. In 2020, it was 65% Latinos for Biden, 32% for Trump. And I've said this, somebody who's from Texas, and I understand there are white Hispanics.
Right. Absolutely.
And we believe they're white. And we have to understand, when Trump has been talking about immigration, you got a lot of Latinos who are like, send ass back. So I think when we are having these conversations and we're saying black and brown, we got to be real careful, because it's actually black, brown, white.
But I mean, even the whole Puerto Rico trash, the whole comedian thing, I mean, I don't think that deterred a whole lot of them, right? I think it was nice to have J-Lo and all these other people kind of come out against. But I think you go to Alexandria, you see Latinos for Trump.
Hold on. I think you got to factor in this when you talk about these exit polls, when you talk about Latinos, and again, being from Texas, there are folks who call themselves Latinos, some call themselves Hispanics. Some call themselves Chicanos. And so when we talk about the Latino vote, I think you have to factor in location. A Cuban, a Venezuelan in Florida is going to vote different from a Puerto Rican in New York or Pennsylvania. And then you talk about a Mexican in California, someone who's Mexican in Texas. And so it varies. And so I think we have to, that's part of the problem in terms of how political folks grapple with identity. Again, I keep saying repeatedly how you have to micro-target voters. And I think Democrats are going to have to realize how you micro-target black voters compared to Latino voters because you have subsets within those groups.
Right. Yeah. That's right.
You know. Yeah. I mean, you got again one exit poll is showing that Trump has doubled his black support in Wisconsin. I don't understand how.
Yeah.
Like, okay, what contributed to that? But you then again gotta then go into okay, if that's the case, how? Who were those voters? And our politics is coming down to micro-targeting because we're now coming down to margins. That's what it's coming down to.
And you know, I had to put my DEI here. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Put my DEI slant on this. You know, because it's always been white and other, they don't look at us differently. And so, you know, when you look at the Latino vote or you look at Asian vote, they have their own discrimination and sections within it. So the way a person who is Vietnamese is completely different than a person who's Japanese American. And the way they thought and the way they judge each other and the separation also within the culture is real. And the same thing within the Latino community. The Cubans see themselves completely different than, like you said, a Mexican.
That's right.
Really, typically in that area, regardless of geographical location. And so you're saying what you're saying is exactly right, is that I don't believe that we look at the diversity within each group, and we have to start to do that and have to see people as people. It's only
I think campaigns, I mean, and in generally, you know, I'll say probably non-melanated like this group, just even the term, the BIPOC.
One second. Remember I told you in terms of when you watch the clock. So it's 9:44. They're calling Virginia for Vice President Kamala Harris. And so, again, that was one of those, if you got past 10 o'clock and you got to 10:30, you got a little nervous. And so again, that bodes well for, well, that bodes well because now, again, you start looking at the blue wall. I just saw someone just posted this tweet, and they said that Trump could still win. What do they say? They said he could still win literally 4 different states. They said Trump could win Arizona, Nevada, Georgia, North Carolina, and still not get to 270.
Right.
And so again, the blue wall, it has to hold. And again, if you're the Harris campaign, you're really paying attention to Georgia. So Decision Desk has called North Carolina for Trump. Other people are contesting that because they say 10% of Mecklenburg County, where Charlotte is only in. They're like, how are you calling the state in? So we're watching that. And so, again, this could come down to Georgia. It could come down to Georgia, again, if she doesn't win one of those 3 blue wall states. Michael, you want to make a point, and then I'm going to go to a break, and then I'm going to pull in our next panel.
Talking about the Asian American voter, and it's the same problem when people talk about the Latino voter. Those are very diverse groups within those. When you talk about Asian Americans, you're talking about people coming from about 26 different countries.
Exactly.
Speak different languages, different histories.
They have nationality.
And they don't like each other either.
A lot of them don't like each other.
Well, not all, but go ahead. Michael, go ahead.
When you deal with Latinos, you're dealing with some that have more African ancestry, some that have more white ancestry, who identify with being white also. You're talking about people from different countries. And for some of them, like if they come from Cuba, when you start talking about democratic socialism, they're like, oh, no, we don't want that. Okay? We're trying to get away from that. So you have to understand how to micro-target, like Roland says. But also, I talk about this on my show. 2017, The Atlantic did an extensive article, and it talked about how white working class, non-college educated voters voted for Trump. It wasn't because of economics. They said it was because of cultural anxiety. Cultural anxiety, the fear of the browning of America. And it talked about how they were voting against their own interests. And this goes to $36 billion Biden and Harris took from the American Rescue Plan to put into union pensions, auto worker pensions. Okay, saved 1 million pensions, 350,000 Teamsters.
No, 600,000 Teamsters.
600,000 Teamsters. Okay, the Associated Press, I saw 350,000. 600,000 Teamsters, 1 million auto workers in general. Okay, and then you're going to have a lot of these white, especially white male auto workers, still voting for Trump. This is one of the biggest cons. When you study the origins of the history of race in this country, and how race really evolved, this was one of the biggest cons from the ruling class being able to manipulate other groups of oppressed people and pit them against one another.
Got it.
But talking about the diversity, and I know you're about to go, but really quickly.
Actually, hold tight 1 second. In Florida, remember the state's attorney that Ron DeSantis removed from her position, Monique Worrell?
Yes.
And then and then of course, the brother who was a judge who started kissing DeSantis' ass.
Right.
Well, guess what? He can pack his shit because he lost. He lost. So Monique Worrell, go to my iPad. Monique Worrell, she has won back her state's attorney's position that DeSantis kicked her out of, and so that's critically important. Who was making the point real quick before I go to break?
Yeah, really quickly, regarding this conversation about DEI and diversity, I just wanted to shout out the Harris-Walz campaign for basically pioneering the introduction to micro-targeting in their advertising and communication strategy. I had never seen anything like it before, and as somebody who lives in D.C., we're always going to be blue, right? But I still was able to be seen, right? Black woman, neurodivergent, all of those things were being reflected upon, and I can only imagine other people in red states or purple states never have been seen in commercials politically before, never have been seen in advertising before, never have been seen in the political speeches that were being touted on the campaign trail by not just Harris and Walz, but their surrogates. I just wanted to applaud that strategy.
All right, folks, got to go to a break. We will do a reset of our panel again. We're looking at the remaining states, paying attention to Georgia, North Carolina. I saw one report there's some 1.5 million votes in Georgia county's Democrat strongholds that are still outstanding. And so we're watching that, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, and of course the western states of Arizona and Nevada, as we are waiting to see who wins the next presidency of the United States between Vice President Kamala Harris and the Orange Dude. We'll be right back on the Black Star Network.
Pull up a chair, take your seat. The Black Tape with me, Dr. Greg Carr, here on the Black Star Network. Every week, we'll take a deeper dive into the world we're living in. Join the conversation only on the Black Star Network.
Hatred on the streets, a horrific scene, a white nationalist rally that descended into deadly violence.
White people are losing their damn minds.
As an angry pro-Trump mob storms the U.S. Capitol, we've seen shooting.
We're about to see the rise of what I call white minority resistance. We have seen white folks in this country who simply cannot tolerate black folks voting.
I think what we're seeing is the inevitable result of violent denial.
This is part of American history. Every time that people of color have made progress, whether real or symbolic, there has been what Carol Anderson at Emory University calls white rage as a backlash.
This is the rise of the Proud Boys and the Boogaloo Boys. America, there's going to be more of this.
Here's all the Proud Boys, guys. This country is getting increasingly racist in its behaviors and its attitudes because of the fear of white people.
The fear that they're taking our jobs, they're taking our resources, they're taking our women. This is white fear.
Hi, I'm Dr. Jackie Hood Martin, and I have a question for you. Ever feel as if your life is teetering and the weight and pressure of the world is consistently on your shoulders? Well, let me tell you, living a balanced life isn't easy. Join me each Tuesday on Black Star Network for A Balanced Life with Dr. Jackie. We'll laugh together, cry together, pull ourselves together, and cheer each other on. So join me for new shows each Tuesday on Black Star Network, A Balanced Life with Dr. Jackie.
When we talk about blackness and what happens in black culture, we're about covering these things that matter to us, speaking to our issues and concerns.
This is a genuine people-powered movement.
There's a lot of stuff that we're not getting. You get it, and you spread the word.
We wish to plead our own cause. Too long have others spoken for us. We cannot tell our own story if we can't pay for it. This is about covering us. Invest in black-owned media. Your dollars matter. We don't have to keep asking them to cover our stuff. So please support us in what we do, folks. We want to hit 2,000 people, $50 this month, raise $100,000. We're behind 100,000, so we want to hit that. Y'all money makes this possible. Checks and money orders go to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. The Cash App is $RM Unfiltered. PayPal is R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle is Roland at RolandSMartin.com.
Pull up a chair, take your seat. The Black Tape with me, Dr. Greg Carr, here on the Black Star Network. Every week, we'll take a deeper dive into the world we're living in. Join the conversation only on the Black Star Network.
Hatred on the streets, a horrific scene, a white nationalist rally that descended into deadly violence.
White people are losing their damn minds.
As an angry pro-Trump mob storms the U.S. Capitol, we've seen shooting.
We're about to see the rise of what I call white minority resistance. We have seen white folks in this country who simply cannot tolerate black folks voting.
I think what we're seeing is the inevitable result of violent denial.
This is part of American history. Every time that people of color have made progress, whether real or symbolic, there has been what Carol Anderson at Emory University calls white rage as a backlash.
This is the rise of the Proud Boys and the Boogaloo Boys. America, there's going to be more of this.
Here's all the Proud Boys, guys. This country is getting increasingly racist in its behaviors and its attitudes because of the fear of white people.
The fear that they're taking our jobs, they're taking our resources, they're taking our women. This is white fear.
Hi, I'm Dr. Jackie Hood Martin, and I have a question for you. Ever feel as if your life is teetering and the weight and pressure of the world is consistently on your shoulders? Well, let me tell you, living a balanced life isn't easy. Join me each Tuesday on Black Star Network for A Balanced Life with Dr. Jackie. We'll laugh together, cry together, pull ourselves together, and cheer each other on. So join me for new shows each Tuesday on Black Star Network, A Balanced Life with Dr. Jackie.
When you talk about blackness and what happens in black culture, we're about covering these things that matter to us, speaking to our issues and concerns.
This is a genuine people-powered movement.
There's a lot of stuff that we're not getting. You get it, and you spread the word.
We wish to plead our own cause. Too long have others spoken for us. We cannot tell our own story if we can't pay for it. This is about covering us. Invest in black-owned media. Your dollars matter. We don't have to keep asking them to cover our stuff. So please support us in what we do, folks. We want to hit 2,000 people, $50 this month, raise $100,000. We're behind 100,000, so we want to hit that. Y'all money makes this possible. Checks and money orders go to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. The Cash App is $RM Unfiltered. PayPal is R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle is Roland at RolandSMartin.com.
Pull up a chair, take your seat. The Black Tape with me, Dr. Greg Carr, here on the Black Star Network. Every week, we'll take a deeper dive into the world we're living in. Join the conversation only on the Black Star Network.
Hatred on the streets, a horrific scene, a white nationalist rally that descended into deadly violence.
White people are losing their damn minds.
As an angry pro-Trump mob storms the U.S. Capitol, we've seen shootings.
We're about to see the rise of what I call white minority resistance. We have seen white folks in this country who simply cannot tolerate black folks voting.
I think what we're seeing is the inevitable result of violent denial.
This is part of American history. Every time that people of color have made progress, whether real or symbolic, there has been what Carol Anderson at Emory University calls white rage as a backlash.
This is the rise of the Proud Boys and the Boogaloo Boys. America, there's going to be more of this.
Here's all the Proud Boys, guys. This country is getting increasingly racist in its behaviors and its attitudes because of the fear of white people.
The fear that they're taking our jobs, they're taking our resources, they're taking our women. This is white fear.
Hi, I'm Dr. Jackie Hood Martin, and I have a question for you. Ever feel as if your life is teetering and the weight and pressure of the world is consistently on your shoulders? Well, let me tell you, living a balanced life isn't easy. Join me each Tuesday on Black Star Network for A Balanced Life with Dr. Jackie. We'll laugh together, cry together, pull ourselves together, and cheer each other on. So join me for new shows each Tuesday on Black Star Network, A Balanced Life with Dr. Jackie.
When you talk about blackness and what happens in black culture, we're about covering these things that matter to us, speaking to our issues and concerns.
This is a genuine people-powered movement.
There's a lot of stuff that we're not getting. You get it, and you spread the word.
We wish to plead our own cause. Too long have others spoken for us. We cannot tell our own story if we can't pay for it. This is about covering us. Invest in black-owned media. Your dollars matter. We don't have to keep asking them to cover our stuff. So please support us in what we do, folks. We want to hit 2,000 people, $50 this month, raise $100,000. We're behind 100,000, so we want to hit that. Y'all money makes this possible. Checks and money orders go to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. The Cash App is $RM Unfiltered. PayPal is R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle is RolandSMartin.com.
Pull up a chair, take your seat. The Black Tape with me, Dr. Greg Carr, here on the Black Star Network. Every week, we'll take a deeper dive into the world we're living in. Join the conversation only on the Black Star Network.
Hatred on the streets, a horrific scene, a white nationalist rally that descended into deadly violence.
White people are losing their damn minds.
As an angry pro-Trump mob storms the U.S. Capitol, we've seen shootings.
We're about to see the rise of what I call white minority resistance. We have seen white folks in this country who simply cannot tolerate black folks voting.
I think what we're seeing is the inevitable result of violent denial.
This is part of American history. Every time that people of color have made progress, whether real or symbolic, there has been what Carol Anderson at Emory University calls white rage as a backlash.
This is the rise of the Proud Boys and the Boogaloo Boys. America, there's going to be more of this.
Here's all the Proud Boys, guys. This country is getting increasingly racist in its behaviors and its attitudes because of the fear of white people.
The fear that they're taking our jobs, they're taking our resources, they're taking our women. This is white fear.
Hi, I'm Dr. Jackie Hood Martin, and I have a question for you. Ever feel as if your life is teetering and the weight and pressure of the world is consistently on your shoulders? Well, let me tell you, living a balanced life isn't easy. Join me each Tuesday on Black Star Network for A Balanced Life with Dr. Jackie. We'll laugh together, cry together, pull ourselves together, and cheer each other on. So join me for new shows each Tuesday on Black Star Network, A Balanced Life with Dr. Jackie.
Pull up a chair, take your seat. The Black Tape with me, Dr. Greg Carr, here on the Black Star Network. Every week, we'll take a deeper dive into the world we're living in. Join the conversation only on the Black Star Network.
Welcome back to our 2024 election coverage here on the Black Star Network. Folks are anxious, nervous. I'm not. Again, if you watch this show and you pay any attention to the last several election cycles, you will understand that we have close elections. You will understand how many times have I said on this show, margins, 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 margins. Here's a live shot of the crowd there at Howard University. I was seeing some reports, they said they can feel the anxiety there. But y'all, it's only 10:04 p.m.
Come on.
And so understand, matter of fact, I was looking at, here's a perfect example. In NBC, the vote margin there is 2010. And maybe they should have flipped that script, that screen at the Kamala Harris Howard University party to the Black Star Network instead of CNN, then they might calm the hell down.
Real talk.
Perfect example. Georgia. There's a 210,000 vote margin right now in Georgia. If you look at what's outstanding, stay on the Howard shot. If you look at what's outstanding, you can say that 50,000 votes for Dems are in Fulton, 50,000 in DeKalb, about 90,000 in Gwinnett. And then when you go to Chatham, Clark, Clayton, and Cobb, and Henry, that's 240,000 votes right there. And so it could be more. And so, again, you have to wait, calm down, and relax. Our elections have been razor thin. It's been margins in 2020, even though that was with COVID. It was less than 12,000 in Georgia, 10,000 in Arizona, 20,000 in Wisconsin. Go to 2016, Trump literally wins by 77,000 votes in 3 states: Michigan by 10,000, Wisconsin by 10,000, and then of course what happened in Pennsylvania. And so this idea that this is going to be an NFL game, you're going to be blowing folks out in the first half, that just doesn't exist. And this is also what happens when you have a country that uses the Electoral College vote, not the popular vote. And for all y'all people out there who can't stand that, well, guess what? Change the Constitution, which means you got to change the House, you got to change the Senate, you got to win the White House. And then, of course, it still goes to the states. And then you ain't voting the state races. Well, guess what? Legislatures, you're not going to change it. And so that's called a short version of the damn Constitution. So just letting folks know. All right. We're back here with our panel here, and so glad to have everybody here. But actually, before I go to our panel, let's go back to Howard. Tatiana Anderson, our correspondent, is there. As I said, Tatiana, what's the mood? Can you sense it in the air? Are people sort of waiting on pins and needles? I'm quite sure the dancing and the strolling has stopped, and everybody's like, "Oh Lord, what the hell is going on?"
All of that, Roland. Everything you just said and more. I mean, look, this is a party. The DNC sent out an invite earlier this morning. Some 20,000 plus people here waiting to welcome Vice President Kamala Harris. I mean, people here want a party. They want something to rejoice. The mood has been jovial. People have been celebratory. You can actually feel it in the air. But, they might get a positive outcome. But, the numbers are coming in very, very slowly. And as tight as this race has been at this hour, it's really anyone's guess what will happen tonight. We have not seen Vice President Kamala Harris yet. The program has gotten underway. We had Ms. Howard singing the national anthem. We had some dancing from the Divine Nine. We heard from the president of Howard University. Just behind me is where Vice President Harris's friends and close family are expected to sit when she does take to the stage earlier. She's been fighting hard up till the very end. Earlier today, she was here in the District of Columbia. She went to a phone bank not only to thank the people there who have been spending their time working for her, working to ensure that she gets elected, but she also made some calls herself. So again, all of this is happening on the campus of Howard University. It's one of the foremost historically black colleges and universities in the nation. It's referred to as the Mecca here. It's produced notable alums, not only Vice President Kamala Harris, but Thurgood Marshall, the late Chadwick Boseman, Toni Morrison, the list goes on. So as we're in between DJ sets here, organizers are turning on CNN so that supporters and followers of Vice President Harris can keep up on the latest results, which is what I know you've been talking about with your panel there in the studio. And of course, every time that Vice President Harris wins a state, the crowd here goes wild. Every time we hear that former President Donald Trump wins a state, you hear the exact opposite. So Roland, you talked about pins and needles earlier. That is what's happening here, but people are rejoicing. They have a hopeful attitude. They're in a good mood. But as you know, it's anyone's guess. We're all here watching. We're all here waiting. This race could go either way, and we'll be here for you all night.
All right, I so appreciate it. Thank you so very much. All right, folks, let's introduce our panel here, rotating folks in and out. Again, to my left, Daria Rose, of course, attorney, as well as a political commentator. Glad to have her here. Dr. Larry J. Walker, assistant professor, University of Central Florida. Omakongo Dabinga, senior professor, Electoral School of International Service, American University. Mignon Guy, associate professor, Department of Family Medicine and Population Health, Virginia Commonwealth University. I guess this is our university row over here. Dr. Mustafa Santiago Ali, former senior advisor for environmental justice at the EPA. Dr. Julian Malveaux, economist, president emeritus, Bennett College, also author. Eugene Craig, of course, CEO, X Factor Media. Lauren Victoria Burke, owner of Black Virginia News. Of course, Mondale Robinson, principal Black Male Voter Project, Mayor Enfield, North Carolina. And Brianna Cartwright, political strategist and youngin'. All right, so, there's a lot of exit polling data that's coming out, and it's showing all sorts of different stuff. And NBC is showing this, and you've got one poll, Mondale, that's showing that Trump has doubled his black support in Wisconsin. You got that. Michigan is showing numbers of 18-29 leaning for Trump, largely because of young men. And you've had, I mean, the reality is the Trump people have really been trying to target young men, where you had the Harris campaign targeting women. There's a 21-point gender gap in the country as well. And of course, depending upon how this goes, I saw one exit poll, again, showing Trump getting 16% of black male support in Georgia. And another poll showed 20%. Then I had somebody say, well, ain't no way in hell you get 20% in Wisconsin. So just what do you make of the exit poll data? So,
listen, first of all, anyone that's talking about politics and talking about exit polls on an election night and they want to be taken serious, I can't. I send you to Fox
Well, that's
News.
every single network out there because
I'm too black to watch them damn networks. So I don't hear that news. I don't hear that news, and you know that. This is our relationship. This is why people don't know who Black Male Voter Project is. We fly under the radar because people want to talk to certain brothers of certain caliber. They want to take their candidates to certain stations. They don't come here. They don't talk like we talk. You know who I talk to. Brothers don't live in a rock or under a silo. We know exactly what it means to be black man in America. We know exactly what it means when we say Black Lives Matter and you say Blue Lives Matter. Ever since the historical data, not exit polls, historical data says, voting-wise, ever since Donald Trump's been on the scene, he's got less and less of the black man support vote. In 2020, he got less than he did in 2016. In 2022, his candidates that he endorsed got less than he did in 2020. I'm not really concerned about that. Donald Trump has been a pivot a pivotal tool for black men to use. And what I mean by that is, if you look at how black men perform when Donald Trump is on the scene, we become the most progressive voting bloc, not excluding anybody, not even sisters. If you want proof, look at Ohio in 2023. Black men outperformed black women for women's right to choose by 8 percentage points. We voted more for women's right to choose in Ohio without a national election, without hundreds of billions of dollars being spent, more than we did for marijuana's passage by 6 percentage points.
Makes sense.
No, it doesn't. It's not just. It's just not relegated to the idea that people want to pretend that black men aren't there for their kids or we are misogynistic. There are real reasons why black men show up the way they do. If you look at what happened 50 years after the 15th Amendment, 1910, about 20% of black men were super voters. 20%. There were 3 reasons black men weren't voting that much: poll tax, literacy tests, and the threat of death from the Klan. I argue those same damn conditions exist right now. Poll tax is black men are underemployed more than anybody, unemployed more than anybody. The literacy test is they underfund public education, and black boys suffer the most, more likely to be suspended and expelled. And also the threat of death would come not from people in suits, well, white suits, but police suits. So I don't think anything has changed as it pertains to black men in America, and why the hell we don't show up at rates like other people. But even in that still, we show up to support our sisters more than anybody else.
But Julian, the thing here, which I think people, again, need to understand, I talked about the razor-thin margins in 2020 and 2016. The reality is this. I saw this one, Trump wins Anson County, North Carolina. That's a 40% black county. So the first thing is, what I'm curious about, what was the white turnout in that county?
That part.
What was the black turnout in that county? Gary Chambers dropped a video yesterday talking about Louisiana, how you have so many black folks in Baton Rouge, but white folks are voting in higher numbers there. So if these elections are turning on 2, 3, 5, 10,000 votes. And so when you start looking at black men, black women, in terms of looking where people are, guess what? 20 here, 100 here, 300 here, 200 here. You start adding up, it becomes margins. And that's the thing I think people don't understand, which is why you have to be micro-targeting them in non-election years. So when the election comes around, you've already talked to them. You've already reached them.
Well, you know, Roland, first of all, you have made the point constantly that if we voted our population, we voted at the same level we are represented in the population, we would win elections.
We voted at 70%, it's done.
That's a problem.
But so many people, but Monday's point about the various ways, the poll tax, even just the difficulty of voting. I mean, they've closed polling sites in so many places. So in some parts of the South, you've got to go 20 miles to vote. So, I mean, if you don't have an automobile, 20 miles to vote, that's a barrier. And so when you look at some of it, you have to say, why do people work so hard to keep us from voting? Because they know how powerful our vote is. So when we put all of that in context and then look at these margins, it's why we have to do the work to get our people out. And it's not going to take forgive me, but these little, I'm trying not to curse, half-ass commercials. I try not to curse, I swear, y'all. Y'all don't want me to be right, do you? But anyway, I mean, these commercials, they're not going to do it. But this still works.
It does.
Yeah, I think we do have to discuss the gender gap, too.
Well, the gender gap is alive and well, and it always will be, because we live in a patriarchal society where basically womanhood is devalued and manhood is supervalued. I mean, I think I was telling some of y'all sisters in the back about the fist fight I had with my brother in 2016 because the boy voted for Trump and had to Tamara didn't say it at Thanksgiving dinner. And I punched him. But he bigger than me.
But he didn't punch back, though, right?
He punched back. We were rolling around on the floor.
Well, I think that, Daria, you made the point here, and again, the mistake, when I look at all these other networks, even in politics, the first thing that I look at is, when I look at data, my first question is why?
Right.
My second question is, what are they saying? The third question is, what are they not saying? And then the fourth question is, okay, if I'm losing someone, then how do I not now start reclaiming the territory? And it goes back to micro-targeting. The problem that I see in politics, it's always been sort of this broad shot. So we're just gonna, again, for African Americans historically, it's been hit black churches, hit the NAACP, spend little resources, got it. Where now, no, you have to literally say, okay, a Makongo is gonna be different from Mustafa, who's different from Eugene, who's different from Mondale, who's different from me, and is different from a brother who's been incarcerated, who's different from a brother who's had a high school diploma. So now I actually have to create 7 different messages to reach them. And the same thing, I think, we start talking about Latinos. We start talking about non-black young men. We start talking about young voters. And our politics has not developed to that point because the white Democratic strategists are still using a 20, 30-year-old model.
Right, so the question is, where are we missing the gap with the young voters from 18 to 29? And when we're talking about the gender gap, we have these men who are on social media being radicalized. We have Rumble, we have Discord, even the Shade Room. I look at the Shade Room comments and I'm like, what am I seeing here? It's like I'm in a conservative 1950s era. So they're not reaching the messaging there. We need the commercials to go there, to your point. We need the ads to go there. We're not creating and reaching people in these silos, and it's leading to more of a gender gap as we see overall. And we think that women are doing great, they're coming out, they're voting, and the men, they're, to your point, you know, they want to vote, but they're not there yet.
Well, we make it difficult. We make it difficult for everybody
They're not
to
there
vote.
yet, but they're not where we want them to be. We're not reaching them in the right way.
But you know, but we make it difficult for everyone to vote. Not just men, not just black men, but we have made voting, especially for us, especially you go to parts of the South, we made it difficult. It's not easy for people to vote. And I mean, I wrote a piece this morning. Actually, it came to me in the middle of the night. Election Day should be a national holiday.
It should.
I mean,
I had this conversation today.
No, Election Day should be a national holiday. It's one of the ways that we actually begin to see each other as citizens who have something in common. But the second part of that is if you have a regular 9 to 5, voting is. I went to vote this afternoon because I like to go to the polling place and do all that. And of course, I took my cane so I'd have to wait in line. What can I say? I old, so I own it. Basically, this one sister was talking about how she was rushing. I mean, she was giving me all kind of shade. She's like, "Who are you? How come they let you get to the front of the line?" Because I'm me. But long story short, she was having to rush back to work. So it was like 1 o'clock. And she said she had to go back to work. She says, well, I really need to. So I told the woman, I said, I know them because I vote there all the time. I said, because if she has to go back to work, can you let her go ahead? She said, sure. I said, she can go ahead of me. Just let her go ahead. But if you have a 9 to 5, okay, so you worked all day. Polls close at 8. You tired.
Right.
Are you going to, the mail voting thing is weird. But we have not made voting a civic responsibility because it's in somebody's interest for a whole bunch of us to not vote.
And we still vote on Tuesdays.
But the Tuesdays,
go ahead.
as in farmers, exactly. That's where it came from. But if you guys remember 2020, at least in Michigan, everybody was mailed a ballot, right? And so the difference between this election and that election is there wasn't any issues because everyone had the opportunity. If they were registered to vote, they had the ballot. And so we'll see a difference in this year of historically, if someone actually gets a ballot versus actually having to go and do it versus literally putting in their mailbox again.
Exactly.
So, and I will say this as a person who, very familiar with Florida, they decided to change their vote by mail ballot process because as I was working for Hillary Clinton, I was trying to do a vote by mail program. And they said, we don't do that here, we don't win. I secretly did it and built it up. So when we had Gillum, they said, whoa, we have now surpassed the Republicans for doing the vote by mail ballot. And as soon as that happened, things changed, right? So it's the party of access versus the party of just voting.
I'm glad you brought up Gillum. I'm glad you brought up Gillum. Go ahead, Roland.
Also, when you talk about...
Because I could talk about that.
We talk about how do you run. So, perfect example, I'm sitting here looking at this.
Talk about Gillum for a while.
And they called the Texas Senate race for Ted Cruz. Against Congressman Colin.
Yeah, they did.
But here's one thing that just really just pisses me off. So, Allred's winning Harris County, which is the largest county in Texas, about 116,000 votes. Beto O'Rourke ran against Cruz. O'Rourke won by 201,000 votes.
Say it out loud.
And I'm going to say this point blank.
Say it out loud, bro.
And that is, Colin Allred ran for Senate in Texas and ran from black people.
Yep.
Oh, did he?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes, he absolutely did.
I've never seen. And look, I ain't got a problem saying it. I texted him on the night of the primary, March 5th. Said, have a way I can help. I'll bring my show there. Oh, I'm gonna need it. Did not hear from him since March 5th. Invited him to our Women with Black Men call. No response.
Not one.
When I did my show from Dallas, texted him I was live from there. No response. I talked to my folks in Harris County. Texas has more eligible black voters than any state in America. And black folks had no idea who the hell he was. And I was like, I don't know how you think you're gonna win if you don't target black people.
Well, that's true.
But
if you don't think you black, you're not gonna target black people.
And again, I understand that, look, there's a certain way you have to run, Mignon. I get that. But I also believe when you run there's a thing called base. You got to lock down base voters.
Right.
And if you black and you have you're in the largest state with the most black eligible voters, and you don't lock down black folks, you guaranteed to lose. And he raised a ton of money.
Right.
I got more damn text messages. Can you give 5? He raised a ton of money, but going back, did not activate with black press.
Nope.
Late spent money on black newspapers and black radio. And so it ain't no shock.
And didn't have any black vendors at that.
Beto O'Rourke lost to Cruz by 2.5 points. Always going to lose to him by 4 some odd points.
We'll see.
Hold on 1 second, Mignon.
Well, I think that the answer was what the question was answered early on, which is who does this individual identify with and who did he think was going to take him over the finish line, right? And obviously, if he doesn't align himself with the black population, which I actually called my sister in Texas and questioned her about him, because it appeared that he's trying to do this sort of rainbow coalition or this, right? Or a race neutral. A post-racial, and he's, a post-racial, race-neutral race in a time in which we have this resurgence of white nationalism, and we have this othering of Latino populations, and this othering, and this the rampant anti-blackness that's happening. So inevitably, he was going to have to speak to those individuals in order to be able to
there's no
win.
Such thing.
But he didn't.
But there's no such thing as race neutrality.
That's what she's saying.
Hold on a second. You have to speak. You have to speak to those people. You have to speak to those people, Larry. But you also still have to lock down your base. And you know what? You do that actually early in the process. You do it much earlier in the process. And then you build to it. But you don't pretty much ignore them in primaries, and then all of a sudden you get to the general and ignore them. The reason I'm saying that is because we have to understand, as someone earlier, if Trump loses, the Trump, you said the Trump ideology ain't going away. And so white views are going to harden.
Yep.
And so this is where we're going to have to understand how driving base voters, black voters in key states, in key congressional races, Latino voters, young voters are going to be even more critical to offset where you're going to be getting higher turnout among white voters in rural parts of the state, and even, as you said, some radicalized places, even in some urban areas.
So it's really important, I'm going to use a non-academic vernacular. Who are your people, right? So when you talk about your base, you talk about your foundation. So if you don't have a fundamental understanding of your policies and what groups your policies will appeal to, as a politician, you are going to lose, particularly in a statewide election. So, and I think this obviously is a good example in terms of the difference between you see now, you talked about the 2 and 4%. And you on the show, you talked about this the last couple of months in terms of being a Texan and no one had any idea who he was and what his platform is. And so I remember hearing that from you a few months ago and saying to myself, well, this brother, however he identifies, I'm looking at phenotype. I see him as a brother. So let me just.
So does everyone else. The question is, what does he see himself?
Right. Well, right. So
that part, identification.
So that you talk about anti-blackness. Is that contradiction? Does that come across to also voters to his base? Right, because the other thing about black voters in particular, we always can tell when you're legit, when you're fake. So if that comes across when he's campaigning, or the lack of policy or lack of interaction in black churches, or various other religious affiliated organizations, and that authenticity doesn't come across, then your base is not going to come out and vote for you. And then they're not going to tell their friend down the street. I know we talked about, brothers hanging out wherever they hang in the community. Hey man, listen, this brother's running for U.S. Senate. I think you support him. You're not going to get that mouth to mouth, like, hey, you know what, support this guy.
Messengers.
There you go.
Yeah. Well,
and that's how things work in our community. That's how it works in our community.
That's the problem.
Word of mouth is very important.
Eugene, well, but part of that is the other thing is elections have actually shifted from retail politics to more algorithm-driven as well. I mean, I was talking to someone, they were complaining about the lack of signs. They said, why am I seeing all these damn all these Trump signs, and I'm not seeing Harris signs? Why am I not seeing more? That was your daddy?
Yeah.
And here's the thing. And the guy asked me, he's like, another person said, well, I don't really see what the big deal is. I said, well, you do have to factor in the psychological impact of that. Meaning, if I'm driving through a place and I'm seeing
the physical support.
Right, all of a sudden I'm like, oh shit.
Yeah,
like,
they're everywhere.
Yo, it's everywhere.
They're everywhere.
And that's sort of like, well, what's going on here? And that's old school politics.
Old school.
And a lot of campaigns are literally not trying to spend money on signs, and there are people.
charging people.
And there are people like, yo, I'm telling y'all, I want a damn yard sign.
So the thing is this, right? It comes down to being consultant driven, right? Because consultants will tell you signs don't vote, people do.
You mean
and so,
that's what I told
it's 100% profit because every dollar I don't spend on the sign, I can spend on a retainer. And so it's consultant driven. But the reality of it is that people are psychologically trained to accept the marketing that they're trained to accept. It's the reason that, hey, you're driving along a highway, people are going to spend $25,000 on that charter billboard right there. You know, people still want to see signs because it's that physical manifestation of the support they anticipate is there. Now, a big part of this comes down to who you hire to run your campaign. Similar to Colin Allred, similar to other candidates. He got a bunch of white consultants he got a bunch of, we're having the same conversation about Colin Allred that we had about Sherry Beasley in 2022, that we had about Beto before that, that we had that hey, you're not hiring black and not even extending black and brown consultants to come in and actually bring those other thought processes to the table.
Right.
So if Colin Allred, probably hires a couple black consultants, he might actually be in the winning column tonight. Because the other thing is this. L2 data tells us that there are more registered Democrats in Texas than there are registered Republicans. Similarly to Georgia.
Everywhere.
So you mean to tell me that in reality you're really playing a turnout game?
Yes.
And so one time it comes down to mechanics of your campaign.
Lauren, again, while people are right now losing their mind, even some
I'm one of the people.
even some of the dumbasses in our chat, and somebody like, "Ooh, you can tell Roland's body language has changed." You're an idiot. It hasn't. Here's a perfect example. Okay, everybody's sitting here thinking blowout. It was driving me crazy when I saw all of that stuff about a blowout.
That's dangerous.
Okay, go to my iPad. Y'all, this is Pennsylvania in 2020.
Yep.
Biden won Pennsylvania by 80,000 votes. All right, it wasn't like this huge. He didn't even hit 100,000. It's right here. Biden got 50.01% of the vote, Lauren.
Yeah.
Trump got 48.84. And so, folks need to understand, Pennsylvania is going to be close.
Yep.
Georgia is going to be close. North Carolina is going to be close. Biden lost North Carolina by 2.5 points.
Yeah.
And so, again, I'm not sitting here freaking because the first thing I'm looking at is where are the outstanding ballots? If I'm the Harris campaign and I'm looking at Georgia, it's a lot of black and Democrat
And the
votes.
Republican counties are max. They're
Right.
they're at 95%.
And they in bed.
Yeah.
So they turn their shit in.
One of the worst.
So they're at max. Hold on. No, let me explain
That part.
people at home. They're at max.
Yep.
Right.
They're smaller counties.
Yep.
They've already finished counting.
Yep.
So
Correct.
they're
Correct.
done. So if you're sitting here, Trump, Harris, you're looking at, okay, what's outstanding and who are likely my voters. And so right now it's about 210,000 again lead in Georgia. And so the question is, does it break 80-20, 75-25? That's what the party
The best thing the Republicans did this cycle was front load their votes to early voting rather than election day. Because then it gives Democrats, it makes it easy. You're literally just figuring out where you have outstanding and then running it up there.
So what happened? So what happened there, Lauren, was Donald Trump poo-pooed early voting in 2020.
Yeah.
And Republicans listened to him. And then you had other Republicans who were like, what the hell is wrong with y'all? So what we saw this time was we saw Republicans turning out early in Nevada, in Virginia, in Michigan, turning out in Pennsylvania. And so now it became, all right, how do I now get my people out on election day? Because historically, Republicans didn't really focus on absentee balloting and early voting. Democrats ran up huge margins they couldn't keep up on election day. That's why right now it's a battle because who turned their people out on Tuesday?
Right.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, it's the fact though is if Trump wins North Carolina and Georgia, she absolutely has to win Pennsylvania.
Oh, absolutely.
He absolutely has to win Pennsylvania. So my entire evening.
Well, she
is
got to win
spent-
Pennsylvania, Wisconsin,
right, but if that's why
Michigan.
my entire East Coast attention is on North Carolina and Georgia, because that kind of tells you right there that she absolutely has to get Pennsylvania. So what we're watching too is some Michigan coming in and it's going his way, which of course doesn't mean anything because it's such a small sample. We also just saw that Trump won Iowa after that poll came out indicating.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, indicating that he might lose Iowa.
I thought she was going to win Iowa.
There's things like that after everything that we saw for the last 2 weeks, the racism with regard to Puerto Rico, the paying attention to Arnold Palmer's Johnson, all this nonsense, and yet still Donald Trump is in the game, is competitive. I mean, I find that entire overview to be incredible, right? The fact that we're even talking about this guy being competitive is still shocking to me. It is still shocking to me.
The reason Mustafa.
Here we are.
Well, here's the deal. The reason Mustafa why it's not shocking to me. The reason why it's not shocking is because if you go back to when he came down the escalator.
Yep.
What he did was he pushed buttons that historically were suppressed. And so, open vitriol, open racism became accepted. Then, when he attacked Senator John McCain as a POW, and there was no repercussions, it was like game on. Right. And so what you now have is you have a rabid base that they don't care they're going to turn out.
Amen.
Now, on the Democratic side, Democratic voters are actually smarter.
Yep.
The problem with being smarter is sometimes you fucking think too much. and so
the other thing that people forget too,
Democratic voters,
most people have
it's like I was, guys, cue up the Howard Fuller clip. We put it on social. And Howard Fuller, of course, former superintendent in Milwaukee Public Schools. We posted a video that went viral. And Howard was like, I ain't got time to be talking about no damn policy. Howard says, I can talk about policy after she wins. He's like, my target is Trump. So when you look at Democratic voters, issue of Israel, Gaza, when you look at, she's not for, for this or for that, so therefore I'm gonna vote third party. And then you have the people who sitting here allow a Jill Stein to come in, who you ain't heard from in 4 years. All of a sudden pop her ass into the conversation, or I'm gonna vote third party. And so you have that going on, and what does that do? It siphons off votes. And then the couch also becomes real. And so again, Republicans are clear. They are on record. If we restrict voting, we get a better shot at winning. Yeah. If voting is expansive, we're guaranteed to lose.
That's what happened in 2020.
So Trump is no shock that he's still in it, because the Republicans are like, yo, we want power.
And they don't care.
That's what
Mustafa, go ahead.
Well, no, this is about power. You know, Republicans understand that if they don't get everything that they want, as long as they win, they're okay with that.
Yes.
Democrats will cannibalize each other.
Yes.
I work with, everybody knows I work with thousands of communities. And I work with all kinds of folks who are focused on different issues. And it always amazes me that folks will not just get upset. It's okay to get upset. It's okay to want things to be able to evolve. But we have a situation now where individuals will say, if you don't hit all of my 10 commandments, then I'm not going to vote for you. I am going to take my vote to a third party. I'm going to take my vote to the couch. I will take my vote away from the process. Now, that doesn't mean that we should not always be working with the candidates to continue to make sure that they are moving in the direction that we need them to support our people, to support our causes. But you have to get to a point where you say, no matter what, I am willing to do what's necessary in the moment to win.
Right.
Because if you don't win, you have no leverage whatsoever.
I never forget Congo when I was on the set of CNN, and Eric Erickson, he was with RedState.com at the time, and he was going on and on. He was one of the big Tea Partiers, and he was like, if we stand on our principles and we lose, I'm fine. And Bill Bennett went, what the hell are you talking about? Bill Bennett said, so you fine with losing? He said, I'm not. And that's really what this thing boils down to. How serious are you about winning? Because I stand a better shot if you win of riding your behind for years than I do of that person winning who won't even take my phone call, won't even have a meeting with me, and is guaranteed I can't do a damn thing.
Yep. And that's what I'm talking about with some of these people who are part of the uncommitted movement. And you're talking about not voting for Kamala and not voting for Trump, not voting at all. You got a guy who wants to turn Gaza into a beachfront property, versus a woman who said, I'm going to work towards a ceasefire, then you want to stay home. You don't want to you're supposed to get the person in that you can push, that you can move towards something else. And so that's what we see in a lot of our communities right now. We're not putting winning first. We're putting all of these different politics, all of these different feelings. We're not putting winning first. We're supposed to get the people in office that we can push to actually want to do something for our communities. And so for the folks staying home, we got to look at that as problematic. And another thing, when we talk about Trump, this is a guy who sticks to his base. Clearly, Colin already didn't see that as a necessity. And as we're having this conversation about people coming out and not coming out, we have to continue also this conversation about white women, because it's looking at, once again, all the numbers ain't out yet, but once again, letting folks down. You see the abortion measure fail in Florida. They needed 60%, didn't get that.
It got 57.
Yeah, 57. Close. Not close enough, right? But we see.
It's not close enough. They didn't want to have a conversation about it in Florida. They did not target. They didn't have the education. They did not speak on it. I just had this conversation with Randy in the back, because I was like, it's so crazy because Amendment 4, when it was black men, right, when we're restoration, when Amendment 4, the last time in Florida, Amendment 4 was epic, was when we were trying to give returning citizens back their rights to vote, which means a lot for Democrats, right? When we say, when we get access to the ballot, we vote. And that's the issue. They're trying to make us not vote. But they did not want to really tell people what Amendment 4 was. I said, we have abortion on the ballot. As a person who's dealt with Michigan elections, what do we see? White women come out for protecting the reproductive system. But in Florida, they did not talk about it at all. And that's the issue. And that could have been a driving point, which, of course, Trump being, you know, that's his second home. It's his new home.
We don't actually know about white women yet, but what we do know is
I know enough about
what we do know is that Charlie Kirk and Elon Musk ran the ground game for Donald Trump. Now, when I heard that, I thought, okay, this might be a blue wave. I mean, I had a friend that said to me, you know, there could be a way, because those two idiots doing something that they've never worked on before, that told me this could be, you know, a short night. But apparently, maybe it is. Maybe it is white women.
My point is that when all of these jobs initiatives were winning across the country, people were like, oh, the blue's going to take it, so on and so forth. My biggest concern was, okay, people are voting for initiatives, but will they come out for the candidates when it's actually time to put?
That's a good question. I think we just got our answer.
10 states have initiatives on the ballot right now. Let me go.
Right.
I gotta ground a few things because as a Negro man from the country, the country who loves his the country who loves his dad, who tried his ass off to make sure we had enough to feed but couldn't because he grew up as a sharecropper.
Amen.
I'm offended by certain things.
Yes.
I'm offended when we as black people sit in a space and pretend that we are sitting out elections because we choose to and discount the people who are responsible for it. I feel like some of our language is letting the party off the hook for what they're responsible for. It is absolutely factual that the white consultant class is responsible for the failed tactics that are transactional and how people don't show up in elections. That is factual. It is also true. It is also true that ain't none of y'all, and I'm saying no, I'm talking about the proverbial y'all in the political space, ain't been to East Texas. It's 34 counties out there, and black men ain't never heard from a candidate. Not just Colin Allred, but nobody. And the idea that you can show up in an election season and you don't know nothing about these men and tell them what their most important issues are is disrespectful to our lived experience.
Colin Allred, though, is making a decision. Colin Allred is making a decision that white people are more important than black people. That's what he just did.
Is he?
So
is he, or is the system saying?
All the time.
Hold on, watch this.
Lord,
Is
you're
he?
absolutely right about that. I think.
Is he, or is the system saying what they said to Sherry Beasley?
What?
Get rid of that Negro.
Well, Sherry Beasley made the same decision.
Hold on. Guys.
What are you gonna say? No, what are you gonna say? What are you gonna say?
I was just.
Say it.
I was just at the inception.
Go finish what you're saying.
Yeah.
So, or we can just say to this sister who deserves to be a senator from North Carolina because she's a winning ass sister. When she ran for Supreme Court, she barely lost that race, right? She lost by less than what Obama did.
Yeah.
But when you have these large donors in all of the political system from the party you belong to come to you and say, get rid of those persons, and we're going to put our people in charge of your race.
Here's why ultimately it comes down to a candidate.
Yep.
Because
who's at the head?
When the race is over, they're going to go to the next campaign.
Yep.
And you lost.
Right. Yep. Exactly.
I can tell you specifically when it comes to Colin Allred and Sherry Beasley, I can show you the text messages where I said, I will bring my show. I will come there. And there was no response. When the vice president and President Biden traveled to North Carolina, Beasley did not show up at the events. Now, at the end of the day, when you lose, they say you lost. They didn't say the strategist lost. They didn't say this person lost. They say this lost. I just think that again, what we're looking at here, and again, I'm just
No, because the party is picking certain black people to run.
No.
A guy like Allred is picked because he is going to conform with their rules. They're not going to pick Cori Bush. They're not going to pick Jamal Bowman. They're going to pick that type of Negro.
First of all,
that's part of the problem.
I understand that, but what
and then he's going to listen to the consultants that they give him.
I understand that, but what I'm still saying is this here. What I'm still saying is, at some point, somebody still has a brain. And somebody with a brain, I don't give a damn what the consultants say, your brain has to say, if I am in a state with the largest group of eligible black voters in America, and Harris County is bigger than several states in America, and that's a huge black constituency there, I might want to show my ass up at Texas Southern University. I might want to go to Prairie View's homecoming. I might want to attend some black stuff. You don't give a damn who you are. That's you making a conscious decision. And here's the deal. And here's the deal. And on election night, you're giving a concession speech, and Ted Cruz giving a victory speech. And so that's all I'm saying.
Correct. You're absolutely correct. But here's the problem. Chuck Schumer's people picked Colin Allred to run.
I get that.
For a reason.
He is for a reason. They're not going to pick the type of personality like Summer Lee or Cori Bush or Nina Turner.
I got
people
that.
who fight for black stuff.
But here's the deal. Here's the deal. I also
and that words was right there.
But also First of all, okay, stop. First of all, stop.
And she would have.
Hold on, no, stop. No, stop.
She would have returned your text.
No, stop.
She would have returned your text.
First of all, listen. I know Amanda, she's a nice woman. But she lost.
That's fair.
She lost.
Sometimes
Hold on. First of all, I can text her right now. But she lost the congressional race.
I know.
She lost the previous one.
She lost everything.
So again, no. But you gotta win.
Newt Gingrich lost 4 elections and became Speaker of the House. So.
Yeah, here's the thing. Right. And when they lost, and then when that year when they held onto the House, they booted his ass because they did not win by enough. Here's the thing here again as we're looking at this here. Again, you have this decision that's calling Georgia for Trump. The problem is you still have almost 1.4 million votes out.
Yeah, not yet.
You still have 1.4 million votes out.
They're jumping similar to the polls. They're jumping the gun on this to stem any potential white lash they may get at the end of the day.
Yeah. I mean, Warnock went on a one-off. We're in the same base. We can't say that right now.
They changed the runoff laws in Georgia though after that for that very reason. So I think here's what we have to be honest about.
So 1 second. I'm looking at various things here, saying numbers coming in good from Detroit. Jonathan Martin is sitting here posting, hard to see how Harris carries Wisconsin at current Dane County margin, which is down. Guys, hold 1 second. Your mics are still on. Hold on. Is it hard to see how Harris carries Wisconsin at current Dane margin, which is down from Biden's number, 86% reporting from Dane County? So when you're looking at these various states, now you're going on. Again, Georgia, you're looking at 88% reporting, but again, because of the bomb threats, the reporting is delayed in Fulton, DeKalb, in Gwinnett counties. And so then when you look at all of these folks, again, New York Times and the rest of these people, they're all sitting here predicting, a big opportunity for Trump here. Let me go to, let me go to Ohio, and looks like, it's a perfect example of somebody who ran a different race and looks like he is going to lose. So Sherrod Brown is down 5 points in Ohio. And so if Republicans hold that, then they will control the Senate outright if they win that. Democrats desperately needed that seat in Ohio, and so a very strong progressive voice looks like that's 85% reporting, and he's down by 240,000 votes to look like Brown is going to be losing the Senate race in Ohio. Again, we're looking at these states again. we're back to 2016, where it's likely going to be, does the blue wall hold? As it stands right now, 57% of the votes are in Wisconsin. Trump has a 31,000, go to my iPad, a 31,000 vote lead in Wisconsin. And so that's where that stands. But again, this is according to the New York Times, 57% of the votes are in. We still are looking at North Carolina. When you look at North Carolina, he has a 129,000 vote lead in North Carolina. 86% of the votes are in. Remember, he spent a lot of time in North Carolina in the closing days. I'd be very curious to see what those large black counties in East North Carolina looked at when it came to turnout. And so that's North Carolina. When we look at, let me go to Michigan here to see where we stand with Michigan. And again, we're waiting on that. Michigan is showing Trump with a 42, it's showing him with a lead there at 50.9 to 47.4. But again, we're with 28% of the votes in. So we're waiting to see what happens with Detroit, Lansing, Flint, in those counties right there. Let me go back to Pennsylvania. We look at Pennsylvania. Give me 1 second. We go back to Pennsylvania. Trump is up in Pennsylvania by 67% of the vote is in Pennsylvania. He's up, according to the New York Times, by about 90,000 votes in Pennsylvania. So again, we're waiting to see what counties are outstanding. But I'm gonna put this out, and there I'm gonna go to you. I'm gonna go to you here, and we gotta do this. And here's the thing that we actually talked about. Okay, first of all, I'm gonna go to who I go to first. Here's what it actually hasn't come up tonight, and I was very interested it hasn't come up. America still hasn't elected a woman.
No.
And the fact of the matter is, again, this feels similar to 2016.
No, it doesn't.
Excuse me, let me finish the point. The reason it feels similar to 2016 is because when you examine the races, when you look at polling coming up to here, you looked at 1 to 3 point margin. You looked at national polls that were showing Harris with a 3 or 4 point lead. Yep. One of the things I kept telling people, national polls are irrelevant because at the end of the day, it can be skewed depending upon where you're from. This is still a nation that you have to crack a glass ceiling, and it was not going to be easy for a woman to win the presidency in this country.
We have not to mention a woman
One second. Hold on.
I agree.
We have baked in misogyny within this country, and we're seeing it here with VP
Men and women.
Men and women. They're not responding in the way that we thought that they would. Harris came out and did everything that she absolutely could.
So everybody can hear you talking. Just hold on. Please finish your point.
Harris went out and did absolutely everything that she could in these past 100 days, and it's still showing up like it wasn't enough. She didn't call people deplorable, so she didn't have the Hillary Clinton problem. She tried to appeal. She didn't run on identity politics. She didn't come out there and say, I'm black, I'm a woman, I'm an AKA. That's not what she ran on. She ran on, I'm going to be a president for everyone. She put out Project 2025. She showed Agenda 47. She talked about Trump, mass deportations of people, and it still feels like it's not enough. So the question is, when is it going to be enough? When is America going to be ready to elect a woman?
Well, not my lifetime. It's not my lifetime.
I hope it has to be. It has to be.
Mignon.
Wake up.
One second. Hold on,
Jim Crow
Mignon.
now, or are we like reconstruct? Where are we actually? The timeline of American history.
So I'll say this.
Right? I'm very serious.
No, I'm very serious. I worked for Hillary.
Hold on.
For
Mignon, Brittany, then Larry, then Julian.
That's a real question.
No, I'm very serious. So. Oh God, I'm really having a breakdown right now. I'm very serious because
You're right.
This election, I don't care about this whole racing. I don't care about this fucking gender thing.
It's a gender.
No, listen. this is an existential threat to all of us. And the fact that we're sitting here having this conversation right now is terrifying. Right. And we're sitting here talking about it as if it's some sort of intellectual debate or discussion. We are falling fucking apart right now. And this is terrifying. And I'm literally thinking about the collective trauma that's occurring across the nation right now, not just with deeply entrenched racists that are going to be running around here with God knows what pretty soon. But on top of it, the people that have lost faith. We have rates of suicide amongst young people that are exponential, that are growing exponentially, right? We have some serious shit that we have to fix as a result of this election. And I am terrified to think about what's going to happen in the next couple of months. Not for myself, but for what happens around us. Are we prepared
Brittany,
for that?
I hear you. I hear you, and I sympathize. I'm part of it. You know, we're all going through it right now. I feel like I went through this even worse, where I had suicide check-ins in 2016. I worked for Hillary Clinton. I worked for Elizabeth Warren. And it was in those two moments, two different campaigns, two different white women, still white. We can talk about race, but at the end of the day, it's about being a woman. And that wasn't enough. After Elizabeth Warren, I realized I was the one who would knock anybody's door. I can't tell you how many doors I've knocked, from the projects to the elite towers. And they would say, for Warren, Hillary is a different story. We could talk about Hillary and we'll go on. But for Warren, oh, she's not electable. Well, if you vote for her, she's electable, right? Totally different story, right? And then we have Kamala, which I heard a lot of, they like her personality and she's giving and so forth. But at the end of the day, she's still a woman.
Larry?
Yeah, so I'm not interested in living through a new nadir, right? So
A new what?
Nadir, right? So of race relations. And so what is playing out here, even as people were saying, why it's so close? Like, I've seen people outside the United States, why it's so close? Well, we got an intersection of racism, misogyny, and politics. Exactly. And America has been on a path to burn it all down,
That's
right?
Mm-hmm.
And
Since
so
they never wanted it.
Since Obama.
Some of them.
Right.
Sorry.
So, and we threw in that post-racial, society, concept. But the reality is that a lot of this for these Trump voters is payback, right?
Yeah.
One of the things, I remember Public Enemy had this album called Fear of a Black Planet.
That's right.
And so this idea of multiculturalism, of power, when it comes to women, when it comes to traditionally underserved groups, minoritized groups, who are now doing better than some other populations, particularly whites who are watching TV, see the Obamas, et cetera. It's this perception that this can't be the way she thinks it's supposed to be. And so the idea of then hearkening back to the good old days when we control things. Well, what they don't realize is what you get is you losing Social Security, getting rid of overtime, not only talking about a women's right to choose, but also some key components of what it means to provide a social safety net, the Affordable Care Act.
Yeah.
Right? So all the things that people have taken for granted here over the last couple of years, after they dismantle that, then what you have is your racial animus. And that won't keep you united. It won't get you health insurance. It won't get you a dental appointment. And it won't get you your Social Security. What you will get you is you messed around and found out.
But they'll be fine with that because they'll say at least black folks didn't get it too.
But
Yeah, that part.
The bottom line here is that we don't understand the nature of predatory capitalism and who benefits from predatory capitalism. And if we don't understand that, so anybody who votes for Trump, I'm not going to call them idiot because that's not nice, and I told y'all I'm not trying to cuss. But let's be real. He is making money. this election has become an income generator for him. He's selling Bibles. I mean, come on, the most unchristian person you would ever meet is selling Bibles and, you know, all kind of stuff. Because we refuse to understand the very nature of predatory capitalism, because people, there are those who think capitalism is great. Well, it's great if you got capital, but if you don't, it isn't. And so, even some of these, so even some of these of our people, I mean, like I said, I got to fist fight with my own brother. We got the same mama and daddy, but that fool.
Hold on. Finish.
Okay, the point again is we don't understand the nature of capitalism. We think that it's a good thing. We think that winning is good, but we don't understand what losing looks like.
That part.
So, see, when you made the point about, Larry, you made the point about Social Security. So many things. If you look at Project 2025, you will get yourself a nice little headache. All 920-some pages of it is replete with filth, with economic filth. But, you know, there are those who think, oh, it's not that bad. You have these people, and you got this idiotic, you got all these idiotic.
Women can win the presidency.
So here's what we have to recognize right now. Okay, again, what I say earlier, people are freaking out.
As they
right now,
I did.
There's no red. Listen, right now, there's no red state that Trump won in 2020 that hasn't flipped. Right now, there's no blue state that Biden won in 2020 that hasn't flipped. The reality is this here: Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada. The 7 battleground states that we started the night off with, that we've known for the past year, we're going to decide this election, have not been decided. So they are what they are. I'm going to go. I literally somebody sent me, it's not looking good. This is what I told them. Biden won Pennsylvania by 80,000 votes in 2020. Wisconsin by 20,000. Michigan by 154,000. Georgia by 11,700. Arizona by 10,000.
I'm gonna tell you.
Can we go back?
I'm like, yo,
let me
the night ain't over.
Ain't over.
So like, it ain't over.
Let me tell you.
No. I'll tell you why.
Fuck the feelings. Let's look at the facts.
One second. No, 1 second.
Understand what he's
because people kept expecting a landslide.
Yeah.
Everybody. Yes, they did. No, Brianna, wrong.
You're right.
Here's what happened. Here's what happened. Folks are like, oh my God, she's the most accomplished.
No.
Oh my God, look at this campaign. Oh my God, this man is crazy. And while all that was happening, I kept saying repeatedly, yo, he is still, I kept saying to people,
he is a predatory capitalist.
Listen, it doesn't matter. This is the equivalent of looking on paper and go, oh, this team is going to win a Super Bowl in a blowout. You still got to fucking play the game.
Yeah.
And the reality is this here. I just said it. No red state that he won in 2020 has flipped. So this idea that it was going to be a landslide, it was crazy. It wasn't.
The thing is this, right?
He won in 2016 by 77,000 votes.
Right.
I'm telling you, all these people, and this is why you can't live in a Twitter world.
Right.
You can't live in a social media world.
Right.
Because folks are like, oh my God, look at this. This is going to be a blowout. I'm sitting here going, no, it's not. It's not going to be a blowout.
It was
But
never
again,
going to be a blowout.
But then we have the Anselser poll out of Iowa.
I'm telling you, people, folks were so locked and low. Listen, I had to deal with people every single day. Okay, the last poll, oh my goodness.
Right.
National polls, from about 4, I'm like, elections are not national. Right. Elections are states. Right. What are we doing? Stop looking at the damn poll. Don't look at national polls. Look at state polls. If you look at the state polls, there wasn't a single state poll that had her up +4. Not one.
Right.
Every single state poll had Trump or Harris up within the margin of error.
The entire last 2 weeks.
No, absolutely right.
So a margin of error, a margin of error comes down to turnout. In 2000 and 2008, Obama beats Hillary Clinton in Iowa.
Yep.
The polls showed Hillary Clinton was going to lose New Hampshire. She goes to New Hampshire on that Sunday. She cried. And here's the deal. I never forget. On election night, Lou Dobbs was running around like, I thought y'all said the poll shows Obama was going to win. If you actually look at the polling, Obama got the number that the polls he was going to get. Yep. But guess what you can't measure with a poll? Turnout.
Amen.
You can't measure a high turnout or low turnout.
Only poll that counts is at the
So
poll.
let's talk about that for a second, right? So we're on election night here. The Republican that's supporting the Democrat is going to calm the temperature a bit. Let's look at Pennsylvania and Luzerne County, 95% reporting. And Lancaster County, most of the Republican counties at this point, and Pennsylvania, Georgia as well, are literally maxed out. There's nothing else to be reported there. Right. All that's left to come in are from in Pennsylvania, Philly and the collar counties, and Georgia, the blue counties, and Michigan, Detroit is still trickling in. Wisconsin, there's still huge upside in Milwaukee and Dane County. I just got a memo from the campaign just now, outlining. So the thing is this, right? Everybody, calm your fucking nerves. I'm sorry for saying the F word in the show.
First of all, that's why we got a full bar over there.
I don't drink.
If some of y'all, Eugene, I don't drink either. But some of y'all need to go get some brown liquor. Not champagne, brown liquor.
This is the thing, right? This is the thing, because look, as the national chair of Black Republicans for Harris, as the national chair of Black Republicans for Harris, as one of the outside members of Republicans for Harris, trust me, we got just as much to lose as y'all do with this election, right? Because they're going to come after our asses before they come after y'all asses. So, because, they call us traitors. But at the end of the day, it's country over party. But what I need all y'all to do is tone this shit the fuck down a little bit. Yeah. Now, hold on, Lauren. Because the thing is this. I am for a second. Because the anxiety level, I agree with you.
He gonna talk when I stop him.
The anxiety level across the country
is
high right now because you have women that experienced 2016 among other races in which women should have probably won. You have young voters who first time are experiencing the excitement of Obama 08, but not seeing the results of an Obama 08.
And who were mostly not alive in 2000 when Bush v. Gore.
Exactly, and won around 2000 with Bush v. Gore. So the thing is this, right? I'm going to teach y'all how to fight like a Republican. You fight to the very last vote. You fight for absolute power. You leave nothing on the field.
And let me say this again. I'm gonna go. And I say it's turnout.
All right, you might get off.
And I say it's, and I'm gonna say, and I'm gonna say it, and I'm gonna say it again. It's turnout.
Yep.
Yeah. If you are millennial Gen Z, you have the largest demographic
in the country.
So here's what happened. Folks are like, well, how do they turn out? Here's the deal. Once the numbers are parsed, you then go, okay, what was our turnout? I say this again to black folks. If we vote the numbers do not lie. If black people vote at 70% in Philadelphia, at 70% in Milwaukee, at 70% in Detroit, those three states are done. And so we have to recognize that when you have motivated white people, and I'm gonna say it again because I don't know why people act like it didn't happen. In 2016, 71% of the total electorate was white.
Yep.
In 2020, 70% of the total electorate was white. So the number that I'm looking at in 24 is it 69, 68, or did it go up? So when white folks are voting, black people have to over-index.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right. You have to look at the Latino number to see if they're going Republican or Democrat.
Right. Yeah.
And this is where young voters have to then offset their mamas and daddies and grandmothers and grandfathers by turning out in larger numbers. Otherwise, you're going to have these elections. You're right. The exit polling data that's early can't show you that because it's too damn early. But the hard totals can. It's a turnout game.
Turnout game.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
And that's why people are struggling right now. And there were people who kept predicting, landslide, blowout. Oh, it's gonna be an early night.
Right.
The election wasn't called 4 years ago until Saturday.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's still 11/11. So we going to a break. Most of them gonna get their ass a drink. Eugene gonna get some more water with some ice.
I
we'll be back on the Black Star Network.
Pull up a chair, take your seat. The Black Tape with me, Dr. Greg Carr, here on the Black Star Network. Every week, we'll take a deeper dive into the world we're living in. Join the conversation only on the Black Star Network.
Hatred on the streets, a horrific scene, a white nationalist rally that descended into deadly violence.
White people are losing their damn minds.
As an angry pro-Trump mob storms the U.S. Capitol, we've seen shooting.
We're about to see the rise of what I call white minority resistance. We have seen white folks in this country who simply cannot tolerate black folks voting.
I think what we're seeing is the inevitable result of violent denial.
This is part of American history. Every time that people of color have made progress, whether real or symbolic, there has been what Carol Anderson at Emory University calls white rage as a backlash.
This is the rise of the Proud Boys and the Boogaloo Boys. America, there's going to be more of this.
Here's all the Proud Boys, guys. This country is getting increasingly racist in its behaviors and its attitudes because of the fear of white people.
The fear that they're taking our jobs, they're taking our resources, they're taking our women. This is white fear.
Hi, I'm Dr. Jackie Hood Martin, and I have a question for you. Ever feel as if your life is teetering and the weight and pressure of the world is consistently on your shoulders? Well, let me tell you, living a balanced life isn't easy. Join me each Tuesday on Black Star Network for A Balanced Life with Dr. Jackie. We'll laugh together, cry together, pull ourselves together, and cheer each other on. So join me for new shows each Tuesday on Black Star Network, A Balanced Life with Dr. Jackie.
When you talk about blackness and what happens in black culture, we're about covering these things that matter to us, speaking to our issues and concerns.
This is a genuine people-powered movement.
There's a lot of stuff that we're not getting. You get it, and you spread the word.
We wish to plead our own cause. Too long have others spoken for us. We cannot tell our own story if we can't pay for it. This is about covering us. Invest in black-owned media. Your dollars matter. We don't have to keep asking them to cover our stuff. So please support us in what we do, folks. We want to hit 2,000 people, $50 this month, raise $100,000. We're behind 100,000, so we want to hit that. Y'all money makes this possible. Check some money orders. Go to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. The Cash App is $RM Unfiltered. PayPal is R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle is Roland@RolandSMartin.com.
Hatred on the streets, a horrific scene, a white nationalist rally that descended into deadly violence.
White people are losing their damn minds.
As an angry pro-Trump mob storms the U.S. Capitol, we've seen shooting.
We're about to see the rise of what I call white minority resistance. We have seen white folks in this country who simply cannot tolerate black folks voting.
I think what we're seeing is the inevitable result of violent denial.
This is part of American history. Every time that people of color have made progress, whether real or symbolic, there has been what Carol Anderson at Emory University calls white rage as a backlash.
This is the rise of the Proud Boys and the Boogaloo Boys. America, there's going to be more of this.
Here's all the Proud Boys, guys.
This country is getting increasingly racist in its behaviors and its attitudes because of the fear of white people.
The fear that they're taking our jobs, they're taking our resources, they're taking our women. This is white fear. All right, folks, welcome back to the Black Star Network's Election Night 2024 coverage. Folks, we're going to be going to Howard University in a second to get a live report for Tatiana Anderson. Also, Vice President Kamala Harris is going to be coming out soon to address the audience. Moments ago, Jen O'Malley Dillon, who is the campaign chair for the Harris for President campaign, sent this memo out to the staff and was shared with the public. Go to my iPad. She said, team, as polls close across the country, I want to give everyone an update on what we're seeing. As we have known all along, this is a razor-thin race. Thanks to this amazing team, we have seen incredible turnout across the Battleground states, and the closest of the race is exactly what we prepared for. While we continue to see data trickle in from the Sun Belt states, we have known all along that our clearest path to 270 electoral votes lies through the blue wall states, and we feel good about what we're seeing. In Pennsylvania, we overperformed turnout expectations in Philadelphia and overperformed in our early vote expectations in Bucks County. We don't have election data results from Philadelphia, but we do know that we overperformed turnout expectations there and have seen especially high turnout in places with large non-white and student populations. We expect to see higher turnout in Philadelphia than in 2020. Outside of Philadelphia, we have limited data on turnout and support right now, but what we do have is tracking with our expectations. We are awaiting more results like everyone else, and I hope to get a closer read in the coming hours. In Michigan, we are waiting a significant amount of votes to come in. The city of Detroit won't be reported out until roughly midnight, but we have seen strong turnout throughout early vote and election day there. Other results in Michigan are harder to parse since results are coming in more piecemeal than elsewhere. In Wisconsin, we know there's a significant amount of vote remaining in Dane and Milwaukee counties, and we are seeing signs of strong performance in the wild counties where we have partial data. We don't expect complete results from Wisconsin until tomorrow morning between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. Polls just closed in Nevada and Arizona, so as expected, it will be a while before we have more information from both states. We've been saying for weeks that this race might not be called tonight. Those of you who were around in 2020 know this well. It takes time for all the votes to be counted, and all the votes will be counted. That's how our system works. What we do know is this race is not going to come into focus until the early morning hours. We'll continue to keep you all updated as soon as we get more information. This is what we've been built for, so let's finish up what we have in front of us tonight, get some sleep, and get ready to close out strong tomorrow. Jen O'Malley Dillon. She's the campaign chair. That's why, folks, in a moment, Vice President Kamala Harris is going to be coming out addressing the public. Now, remember, the strategy of the Trump campaign always was to claim victory on Tuesday night. That's what they tried to do 4 years ago. But as you had Jen O'Malley Dillon said, it's a lot of votes to count. And so there are way too many variables here. So let me remind everybody again, there has not been a single red state in 2020 that changed in 2024. There's not been a single state that Biden won in 2020 that does not change in 2024. So this election still comes down to 7 states: Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Georgia, North Carolina, Arizona, Nevada. The votes are not in all those places. And so you looking at right now what the scores are, sound like the Yankees who were up 5-0 against the Dodgers. What happened? I know it's painful for Lauren Victoria Brooke to hear, but her Yankees, they choked. And the Dodgers beat their asses and won the World Series 7-6. So, folks, it doesn't matter if you win by 100,000 votes or you win by 1,000 votes. You win. It doesn't matter if you get to 270 or you get to 350. 270 is all that you need. So literally, all of y'all, go get a damn drink, calm your asses down, go heat some food up, turn some music on, and chill your asses out. Let's go to Howard University. Tatiana Anderson is there. And hopefully, folks, Tatiana, they should have put that up on a big screen so all the people who are at Howard can hear what I just said so they can relax and chill because it's going to be a long night.
It's going to be a very long night, and everyone should, of course, be watching Roland Martin Unfiltered. We got a notice more than 5 minutes ago saying that we were all going to be asked to turn our lights out in a matter of minutes, so that may be a signal that Vice President Harris is set to take the stage. In addition, just before you came to me, Roland, there was what appeared to be Secret Service sort of sweeping that stage behind me, another indication that she will address all of her supporters who are here at Howard University. I do have to tell you, it seems like the sort of energy level has dropped in the last maybe hour or so since we were talking to you. Now, I do want to say that organizers have had the television screens tuned into CNN and to local news following various results that have been coming in, not only here, but across the country. So is that a reason because the DJ was no longer with us? Or is it because people's minds have been changing about what's going on here tonight? I certainly can't predict that. There's no way I can tell. But I did get to go into the crowd to talk to people a little bit about how they were feeling. I spoke to a father and son team who said they were still very bullish on Kamala Harris. A woman next to them basically said that she was cautiously optimistic. And I also ran into Paul Strauss. He is the shadow senator from the District of Columbia. It is a position that he has held since 1997. He took over from Jesse Jackson, and he said that at this point, it's his opinion that this is now a sort of numbers game and a time game. He said that Republicans always seem to be doing better earlier because their votes tend to come from more rural areas where they get counted faster compared to Democrats who vote from more urban, generally vote from more urban and larger areas where it takes a little bit longer to count those votes. And to that point, as you just mentioned about this memo that came from the Harris team, they sent out a memo not too long ago, as you said, saying that these returns are coming in slowly. This is something that they anticipated for quite some time, but that they still see a path to 270. But information on that might not come tonight. So the big question now is supporters here waiting to see if she is going to take the stage. It has been a very hard-fought race for her. In just about 3 months, Vice President Kamala Harris went from being Joe Biden's number 2 to being at the top of the ticket herself. And tonight, this has been a whirlwind for her. Her presidential campaign will come to an end either tonight or in the coming days, as her campaign team said. On the other hand, Trump has sort of been running this race for the past 9 years, right? So the big question, how will each of them finish? One of the big issues that's been dividing the candidates, of course, is women's issues. Public opinion was not on the side of overturning Roe v. Wade. Even many Republicans, as we saw when that came onto ballots, did not want extreme measures and extreme restrictions placed on women's rights, including in states like Arizona, Florida, Ohio. And what that says is that largely Republicans don't want extreme measures against women. So how is that going to shake out? How is that going to reflect as people go to the polls, as these polls get counted? This could be an issue that sinks their chances. It could be an issue that propels Democrats to a win. Right now, we have a fairly quiet crowd here at Howard University. The DNC sent out a message earlier this morning inviting some 20,000 plus people to join the vice president and her team. This is sort of being billed as a watch party, and it has been a party up until this point. We've had DJs, we've had entertainment. The president of Howard came to the stage to talk about the legacy of this university, who's turned out some pretty amazing alum, not just the vice president herself, but the list goes on. The late Chadwick Boseman, Toni Morrison, Vernon Jordan. I'm sure you can name many others. But I have to tell you, Roland, this is feeling a lot to me like 2016. And I talked to you and to our viewers earlier about this, but I was at the Javits Center covering President Hillary Clinton's race. At about 2 a.m., maybe it was just after 2 a.m., John Podesta came out out and basically said everyone needed to go home, get some rest. We needed to watch. We needed to wait what was going to happen. He said that Hillary Clinton did a great job, but then we would see what would happen in the morning. And of course, we all know how that ended. I remember I was walking back to my hotel, and it was fairly apparent at that point that President Trump had won. And again, I am not a predictor. I am not saying who is going to win either way. I'm just saying that the night air is sort of feeling a little bit like that to me. But Roland, it's going to be a long night. We are here for you. We're going to keep covering what's going on the ground. And again, as I mentioned, we expect that the vice president could be taking the stage fairly soon at Howard University. In fact, we can see somebody sort of pacing back and forth in front of the door there that is now closed. Up until this point, it has been opened, which is perhaps a signal that those doors will fling open, and she will take the stage to address her supporters here at Howard and across the nation. Roland.
Tatiana, first of all, I won't. The reason I won't say is like 2016. Because the numbers were also a lot different. I remember that night, what we were hearing from the Hillary Clinton campaign was totally different from the Harris campaign. When they looked at the numbers, remember, she was in trouble in Virginia. That was not an easy place. Virginia wasn't called until after 11 o'clock. And so, again, it was just recognizing that. So I just think that, again, I think for a lot of people, they forgot the fact that the last 5 elections have been tight. I mean, if you go back to 2000, 2004, Bush Kerry, you go to and so I think if people look at 2008 and 2012, 2008 and 2012 was actually a mirage, if you will, in terms of those elections. Then you go to 2020. I believe in 2020, Biden got 278 electoral college votes. It was not, and it wasn't by big margins, and so. There were so many other factors here that were at play. Michigan changed because of what's happening with Israel and Gaza. That plays a role in it. The fact that Joe Biden drops out July 21st, Kamala Harris has to step in, so you got that. So this has never been a standard election. It's always been this, and so I remember last night I was in Philadelphia, and people were coming up to me and they were like, Roland, I'm telling you right now, it's going to be a blowout. And my response to every person was, let me be perfectly clear. The only thing I care about is 270. I said, I don't want to hear blowout talk. I don't want to hear any of that. I said, because it doesn't matter. I said, if you win the Super Bowl by 1 point and you win it by 30 points, it's still a win. And so that's what this is all about. And so it's clear the Harris campaign is saying, listen, we're seeing the numbers. We know what the path to victory is. What they are hoping, and they've always hoped this, because when you look at, again, the numbers, when you talk about an electoral college number, when you look at the map in terms of the numbers, go to my iPad. Wisconsin has 10 electoral college votes. Michigan has 15 electoral college votes. Pennsylvania has 19 electoral college votes. North Carolina has 16. Georgia has 16. So if you look at this map right here, and if you use this map, if you turn Nevada blue, Democrats go to 232. If you let's say Trump wins North Carolina, and that goes to 16. And then let's say Michigan stays blue, you're at 247. Let's say Wisconsin goes blue, you're at 257. And then let's say Georgia goes blue, you're at 273. They can lose Pennsylvania. It can go to Trump. They win Georgia. They win the presidency. Virginia is blue, so you see the number right there. So again, those are just the variables that people have to understand. So again, what the Harris campaign is looking at right now is they're saying, hey, we could win Georgia. The numbers are there. The votes are there. We could actually win Georgia. Win Georgia, it's a sigh of relief. Now you go, all right, you got to lock down Wisconsin and Michigan and lose Pennsylvania, or win Pennsylvania and lose one of those. And so that's just what it is. It just comes down to it. And I'm saying to people, if you look at this map, and let's just say, again, you go over here, you give New Mexico that solid blue, and see on this map here, you still don't have Arizona's 11. So, all right, let's play with the map again. Let's say Trump wins Wisconsin. Let's say Harris wins Arizona. She's at 274. Pennsylvania still doesn't factor. And so that's why I'm telling everybody who's at Howard, I'm telling everybody in this studio, I'm telling everybody who's watching, y'all gonna make me cuss in a second, but I'm literally saying, calm the hell down. This is about math. It's about math. And so folk need to relax and chill out. So you got these right-wingers who are in our chat, and y'all might want to calm down because I'm going to start blocking y'all asses, who are like Trump, Trump, Trump. So the election is not over. And so I think, again, people came there thinking, oh, we're going to come here, and then by, because I think it was when Obama, we were at CNN, the race for Obama was called after 11, it was like right after 11 p.m. Well, guess what? We ain't seen that happen since 2012. And so that's what's going on right here. They said, more than 10 minutes ago she was coming out. She still has not come out. You said it's some 20,000 folks there. What I don't understand is, why in the hell they turn the music off? Why did they stop? I mean, hell, they're creating a somber damn mood there. I'm looking at all these people's faces and everything, and again, matter of fact, and I just sent Tatiana, I just sent the campaign a text message. I said, y'all should turn off them damn screens from CNN, put on the Black Star Network, so they can hear somebody tell them to chill out and calm down. But it is interesting that people are freaking out there, and so we shall see what happens. Have you had any folks, Tatiana, who've been coming there? Are they doing any interviews with media, or are folks just staying away? Because I know any black surrogates or others.
Can you repeat yourself,
Yeah,
Roland?
yeah. Have they been bringing any of the black surrogates or anybody through there talking to reporters, or have they just been having everybody standing down?
No, we're actually very much sequestered from any of the surrogates. Their press center is just behind the camera where I am. My producer, Sandy Petrikowski, and myself have walked through there several times, and really you're only seeing journalists there. When I ran into Paul Strauss, the shadow senator from the District of Columbia, I was actually approaching the crowds, the guests, the supporters who are off here to my right. That's where he was. But we believe, we're not sure, that a lot of the surrogates, the people who are a part of her team, are potentially in Frederick Douglass Memorial Hall, which is just behind me. But no, Roland, we have not seen any representatives come out to give interviews to either the local media, to the national media, or to the throngs of international press who are here. And I've got to tell you, it feels like there are a lot of journalists from around the world, perhaps even more so from journalists who are from the United States. Interest around the world in what is going to happen in this election extremely high. And it would be nice if we were able to talk to someone from her team, but as you know, she has been fairly tight-lipped when it comes to the media. She has started to do interviews, of course, but not as much as some people would like. But the answer tonight, no. We have not seen her representatives making their way through the crowds to talk to journalists about what is going on with her. The first we really heard is about that Harris team memo that you talked about earlier. And again, it seems like she may be taking the stage sooner than later here. Again, we saw Secret Service sweep the stage a couple of times. We got that warning, which was probably now 10 or 15 minutes ago, saying that we were supposed to turn out our lights in the next 5 minutes, which hasn't happened yet. And again, again, we're seeing that main door to Frederick Douglass Memorial Hall is actually closed. We've seen it sort of open and closed earlier. Now it's solidly closed, and there appears to be some sort of film in front of it, so we can't see behind it. So I know people here are very anticipatory. The mood tonight has been very high. People have been very excited. Everybody waiting to see what's going to happen with this election, and we're all waiting now to hear from the Vice President herself and maybe some more details about what her team thinks is going to happen in the next hours or perhaps days as votes continue to be counted. Roland.
All right, Tatiana, I so appreciate it. Thank you so very much, folks. Go back to my iPad here, folks. Again, so I just want people to understand this is the map as it is currently constituted. As you see, you have blue states, you have red states that you see right there in the tan. Bottom line is, guess what? Those states haven't been called. Those are the exact same 7 states we actually started the night with. And so we're waiting to see what those results are. The polls have closed in the West. And so we're waiting to see what happens in Arizona and Nevada. I told you earlier, when it came to Nevada, young voters, there were some 19,000 votes that needed to be cured. They were not matching the signatures on driver's license and were not matching. And then, of course, when they were signing their registration cards, signing their ballots. And so that needs to actually be fixed as well. Then, of course, we saw there were bomb threats against polling places in Georgia. The FBI announced that was coming from Russian domains, those bomb threats that were coming in. Bomb threats were taking place in Georgia and Pennsylvania, so that delayed those areas when it came to voting. And so we're looking at, again, the numbers. Everything is numbers that are coming out. And so as we continue to go through here and look at various election breakdowns, the New York Times on their website, and again, it's not showing you as we look at a lot of these states, but we're waiting to see. So again, if I go to Michigan, what they're showing right now is less than 100,000, so 39%. This is according to, again, the New York Times. 39% of the votes counted in Michigan. Trump leads less than 100,000 at 39% coming in. And so, again, the question then becomes, what are the outstanding counties? What are those blue counties? Now, let me go over to Georgia. In Georgia, you see here little more than 100,000, but it says 95% of the votes are in. Now, that could change very quickly when it comes to those, those counties in Georgia. And so that's the New York Times. They're showing 2.55 for Trump, 2.4 million for Vice President Kamala Harris. Let me go over to the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. Here's what they are showing. They are showing right here, they're showing 91% of the ballots in, and 2.55 Trump, 2.418 for Vice President Kamala Harris. So you're seeing, according to the New York Times and Atlanta Journal-Constitution, they are showing, let's see here, a lead of, one second. Of 134,966 votes. And so we're waiting to see again what happens in there. Now, if we go over to North Carolina, if we go to North Carolina and pull up North Carolina, what we're going to see is, one second. Let's see, North Carolina, they are showing a lead of less than, let me see here. They're showing 91% of the ballots in and showing Trump with a lead of 141,783. That's in North Carolina. And so, say it again? We've been called that. Monique over here talking about Virginia. Like, you call that an hour and a half ago. And so that's North Carolina. And so, again, Trump is leading by more than 100,000 votes in those two states. We're waiting to see what's outstanding. What is the number of ballots that are outstanding in North Carolina and Georgia? And again, it comes down to what we've always known, what is called the blue wall. And so when you go to Michigan, again, you see right here, the lead is slightly more, about 115,000 for Trump in Michigan. 40% of the vote is in. So we're watching that. And then, of course, Wisconsin is another crucial state that we're paying attention to. And so when I look at Wisconsin right there, Wisconsin is extremely tight. He's leading by less than 80,000. So when you look at Wisconsin, and as you heard them say in that memo, looking at Dane County, his lead in Wisconsin is 75,754 votes. And so, well, actually, you see, it just got updated. There's a slight increase. So it's 70% of the votes being counted in Wisconsin. And then let's see here, that just changed to 79,180. And so we're watching all of this to see what comes in. So that's where we are. We're still waiting to see Vice President Kamala Harris coming out on the stage at Howard University to speak to the audience there. And again, so all of these folks who keep saying that these races have been called, no, these races have not been called. There's only been one entity that's called North Carolina and Georgia for Trump. Others have not done so because they're looking at the numbers that are outstanding. And so that's what we're looking at as well. And so you have estimates out there based upon what's leaning, but bottom line is, you gotta wait till all the votes get counted in. So again, this is what's happening at Howard University. Vice President Kamala Harris, let's go to Howard University, get a shot there. So you're seeing shots of the folks there, of course, anxiously waiting for these results, waiting for the VP to come out and address them as well. Let me see here if there have been any. Folks are saying that some races have been called, so let me check and see what's going on here. 1 second. Let me double check what's going on. Let's go here. Now, the Associated Press, they are projecting that Donald Trump will win North Carolina. So the Associated Press is projecting that. And so CNN is also projecting that Donald Trump will win North Carolina. So you could take, so if we go back to our 270 to win map, you can actually, so you can actually put North Carolina in the red column for Donald Trump. And so that now, again, looking at this map, so that comes off. And so now you're left with Georgia, Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, Milwaukee, and Pennsylvania. And so those are, so now it's down to 6 battleground states. 6 battleground states. If you look at the map as it stands, again, 239, 222 Republicans. Some maps have it differently because of how they award, how they sort of estimate. And so we will then look at that and so let you know. So again, we're checking to see what the projections are of where we're going. And so you see what these numbers are right here. Now, they gave the 5-minute, actually that's probably about 20 minutes ago for the vice president. But you know what happens if you don't bring the seal out. That's when you know she's about to come out, when they bring the seal and put it on the podium. Well, I saw a podium shot and that seal is not on the podium. So that's what's going on there. Let's go back to Tatiana. Tatiana, did they turn the music back on? Well, let's get Tatiana back, y'all. I'm curious to know, did they turn the music back on? Did somebody wake the DJ up? The DJ go to the bathroom and come back? What happened?
They did. They turned the music back on. They had some Tupac, obviously from California. Kamala Harris representing California very strong. We see the lights on the stage. If you can see behind me, they started sort of pulsating back and forth. Another sign that there is some activity that's about to happen here. But you're right, Roland. I heard you talk about the idea that that seal is not on the podium. Still not there. There is a guy standing in the doorway. Perhaps he is Secret Service, perhaps he's someone else, but he's standing there, obviously anticipating that something is going to be happening. The crowd here waiting for Kamala Harris to come out. That has been the expectation all evening, that she would address her supporters. The people here obviously hoping that her address would include some sort of acknowledgement that she has in fact won, but that's not what's happening right now. Again, you mentioned that communication coming from the Harris team saying that it is a slow path. They are still able to see a path to 270. It's not happening at, what time is it? 11:48. I don't have my glasses on. Eastern Standard Time here. But it is about that time, and that's what people are waiting for. But you can't see the crowds like I can, but people are sort of just standing, a couple of flags waving, but not the dancing, not the revelry that there was earlier on in the evening. And in fairness, it has been a long night. I mean, we got here at 4 p.m. Eastern. The crowds here coming in maybe an hour or two after that. They have been standing on their feet this whole time in support of Vice President Kamala Harris. They are no doubt at least physically tired and likely a little bit mentally tired from waiting to see the results and to see these polls close across the country. But right now, still lights pulsating across the stage, DJ going strong, waking the crowd up, guy standing in the doorway. All signs point to something that will be happening soon, Roland. It's just not happening yet. Looks like family members.
No, not happening yet, so we will see what happens. Let's do this here. We're going to go to a break here at the Black Star Network. Then we're going to come back with our coverage here as we continue to wait for the results. 6 remaining states for us to look at, and we're waiting for the numbers to come in. We'll be right back on the Black Star Network.
Pull up a chair, take your seat. The Black Tape with me, Dr. Greg Carr, here on the Black Star Network. Every week, we'll take a deeper dive into the world we're living in. Join the conversation only on the Black Star Network.
Hatred on the streets, a horrific scene, a white nationalist rally that descended into deadly violence.
White people are losing their damn minds.
As an angry pro-Trump mob storms the U.S. Capitol, we've seen shooting.
We're about to see the rise of what I call white minority resistance. We have seen white folks in this country who simply cannot tolerate black folks voting.
I think what we're seeing is the inevitable result of violent denial.
This is part of American history. Every time that people of color have made progress, whether real or symbolic, there has been what Carol Anderson at Emory University calls white rage as a backlash.
This is the rise of the Proud Boys and the Boogaloo Boys. America, there's going to be more of this.
Here's all the Proud Boys, guys.
This country is getting increasingly racist in its behaviors and its attitudes because of the fear of white people.
The fear that they're taking our jobs, they're taking our resources, they're taking our women. This is white fear.
Hi, I'm Dr. Jackie Hood Martin, and I have a question for you. Ever feel as if your life is teetering and the weight and pressure of the world is consistently on your shoulders? Well, let me tell you, living a balanced life isn't easy. Join me each Tuesday on Black Star Network for A Balanced Life with Dr. Jackie. We'll laugh together, cry together, pull ourselves together, and cheer each other on. So join me for new shows each Tuesday on Black Star Network, A Balanced Life with Dr. Jackie.
When you talk about blackness and what happens in black culture, we're about covering these things that matter to us, speaking to our issues and concerns.
This is a genuine people-powered movement.
There's a lot of stuff that we're not getting. You get it, and you spread the word.
We wish to plead our own cause. Too long have others spoken for us. We cannot tell our own story if we can't pay for it. This is about covering us. Invest in black-owned media. Your dollars matter. We don't have to keep asking them to cover our stuff. So please support us in what we do, folks. We want to hit 2,000 people, $50 this month, raise $100,000. We're behind 100,000, so we want to hit that. Y'all money makes this possible. Check some money orders. Go to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. The Cash App is $RM Unfiltered. PayPal is R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle is Roland@RolandSMartin.com.
Pull up a chair, take your seat. The Black Table with me, Dr. Greg Carr, here on the Black Star Network. Every week, we'll take a deeper dive into the world we're living in. Join the conversation only on the Black Star Network.
Hatred on the streets, a horrific scene, a white nationalist rally that descended into deadly violence.
White people are losing their damn minds.
As an angry pro-Trump mob storms the U.S. Capitol, we've seen shooting.
We're about to see the rise of what I call white minority resistance. We have seen white folks in this country who simply cannot tolerate black folks voting.
I think what we're seeing is the inevitable result of violent denial.
This is part of American history. Every time that people of color have made progress, whether real or symbolic, there has been what Carol Anderson at Emory University calls white rage as a backlash.
This is the rise of the Proud Boys and the Boogaloo Boys. America, there's going to be more of this.
Here's all the Proud Boys, guys.
This country is getting increasingly racist in its behaviors and its attitudes because of the fear of white people.
The fear that they're taking our jobs, they're taking our resources, they're taking our women. This is white fear.
Hi, I'm Dr. Jackie Hood Martin, and I have a question for you. Ever feel as if your life is teetering and the weight and pressure of the world is consistently on your shoulders? Well, let me tell you, living a balanced life isn't easy. Join me each Tuesday on Black Star Network for A Balanced Life with Dr. Jackie. We'll laugh together, cry together, pull ourselves together, and cheer each other on. So join me for new shows each Tuesday on Black Star Network, A Balanced Life with Dr. Jackie.
When you talk about blackness and what happens in black culture, we're about covering these things that matter to us, speaking to our issues and concerns.
This is a genuine people-powered movement.
There's a lot of stuff that we're not getting. You get it, and you spread the word.
We wish to plead our own cause. Too long have others spoken for us. We cannot tell our own story if we can't pay for it. This is about covering us. Invest in black-owned media. Your dollars matter. We don't have to keep asking them to cover our stuff. So please support us in what we do, folks. We want to hit 2,000 people, $50 this month, raise $100,000. We're behind 100,000, so we want to hit that. Y'all money makes this possible. Check some money orders. Go to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. The Cash App is $RM Unfiltered. PayPal is R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle is Roland@RolandSMartin.com.
Pull up a chair, take your seat. The Black Table with me, Dr. Greg Carr, here on the Black Star Network. Every week, we'll take a deeper dive into the world we're living in. Join the conversation only on the Black Star Network.
Hatred on the streets, a horrific scene, a white nationalist rally that descended into deadly violence.
White people are losing their damn minds.
As an angry pro-Trump mob storms the U.S. Capitol, we've seen shooting.
We're about to see the rise of what I call white minority resistance. We have seen white folks in this country who simply cannot tolerate black folks voting.
I think what we're seeing is the inevitable result of violent denial.
This is part of American history. Every time that people of color have made progress, whether real or symbolic, there has been what Carol Anderson at Emory University calls white rage as a backlash.
This is the rise of the Proud Boys and the Boogaloo Boys. America, there's going to be more of this.
Here's all the Proud Boys, guys.
This country is getting increasingly racist in its behaviors and its attitudes because of the fear of white people.
The fear that they're taking our jobs, they're taking our resources, they're taking our women. This is white fear.
Hi, I'm Dr. Jackie Hood Martin, and I have a question for you. Ever feel as if your life is teetering and the weight and pressure of the world is consistently on your shoulders? Well, let me tell you, living a balanced life isn't easy. Join me each Tuesday on Black Star Network for a Balanced Life with Dr. Jackie. We'll laugh together, cry together, pull ourselves together, and cheer each other on. So join me for new shows each Tuesday on Black Star Network, A Balanced Life with Dr. Jackie.
When you talk about blackness and what happens in black culture, we're about covering these things that matter to us, speaking to our issues and concerns.
This is a genuine people-powered movement.
There's a lot of stuff that we're not getting. You get it, and you spread the word.
We wish to plead our own cause. Too long have others spoken for us. We cannot tell our own story if we can't pay for it. This is about covering us. Invest in black-owned media. Your dollars matter. We don't have to keep asking them to cover our stuff. So please support us in what we do, folks. We want to hit 2,000 people, $50 this month, raise $100,000. We're behind 100,000, so we want to hit that. Y'all money makes this possible. Checks and money orders go to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. The Cash App is $RM Unfiltered. PayPal is R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle is Roland at RolandSMartin.com.
Hi, I'm Dr. Jackie Hood Martin, and I have a question for you. Ever feel as if your life is teetering and the weight and pressure of the world is consistently on your shoulders? Well, let me tell you, living a balanced life isn't easy. Join me each Tuesday on Black Star Network for a Balanced Life with Dr. Jackie. We'll laugh together, cry together, pull ourselves together, and cheer each other on. So join me for new shows each Tuesday on Black Star Network, A Balanced Life with Dr. Jackie.
Folks, the clock is striking midnight, so it is now November 6th, 2024, and we still are awaiting election results. 6 states are outstanding. Go to my iPad. Of course, we're waiting for final results out of Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada. The Associated Press, CNN, and others, they called North Carolina for Donald Trump, and now we're now down to 6 battleground states. 6 battleground states. And, You know, a lot of people are sitting here, you know, making all sort of assumptions, things along those lines. And so if you listen to people who just making assumptions, who don't know anything about what we're talking about, I would suggest you ignore them because they are clueless. But we also have to understand this, and I've been talking about this in terms of how elections, how close they are. But we also have to understand what is going on. And I remember I was talking to a national anchor of a broadcast network, and we were talking about the issue of immigration. And I had to explain to her what has taken place in Europe over the last 10 to 15 years. And I said, we saw a massive protest. We have seen Europe lurch to the right, and a lot of this was because of the issue of immigration. Places like Germany and the UK, France, and Italy, and other places were objecting to African immigrants. Well, here's the problem that those countries were dealing with. The exact same problem we're dealing with in this country. Fewer white people. And so they were complaining about a loss of their way of life, loss of their culture. The reality is you don't have a future nation if you don't have people to replace folks. And the reality in this country, you have seen the folks who are white who are not having babies. You're seeing birth of new babies in America drop. What you also are seeing, though, is the immigration backlash. Now, we can start talking about economically jobs that have to be done in this country, who's going to do those jobs. But when you're dealing with an emotional issue, then guess what? You're going to have it. I see some of the exit polling data where immigration was listed as a top 3 issue. I saw one exit polling data where reproductive rights, abortion, was actually number 3 at 14% behind the economy and immigration. And then that trends, of course, with how Republicans have treated this. Now, let me know what's happening, y'all, at Howard University. I see a whole bunch of flag waving, not sure. Oh, gotcha. Okay, all right, cool. So they're showing on the map that she won Virginia. Well, that was like called a long time ago. So I don't know why they're showing that so late. And so again, you're seeing what's happening right now. Again, Trump is still holding on to a 200,000 or so lead in Pennsylvania. You're seeing some of the other states. And again, at this point in the race, you would rather be up anywhere from 100 to 200,000 votes than be down. But it also depends on where those counties are. I want to start with Nola. Nola, on that particular point I was just making there, I really do think people have to understand that. I've had people hit me up saying, well, this is America, that people want, that's what they get. But they do have to understand how potent this issue of race and immigration is. And even when you look at Latinos, I keep saying, you can't keep saying black, brown, because you got to say black, brown / white. You talk about assimilation. You look at Latino numbers on immigration. Many of them like, yo, their asses got to go. Now, he's talking about deporting all sorts of people, and that's going to break up a bunch of their homes. But when you look at voting numbers, the reality is a number of Latinos, based upon various exit polls, shifted hard right.
Absolutely. And I mentioned earlier, coming from California, you know, I see and I've seen a lot of this up close and personal. It really is this idea that he is talking about everyone but me, everyone but my family, everyone but my community. I came here the right way. You know, he's talking about those other people, right? Not realizing that those other people are them too, because it has nothing to do with your legal pathway or illegal pathway. It has everything to do with your nationality and your skin color. It is not the type of immigration that was before the last bit of the Immigration Nationality Act in the 60s, where that opened up for black and brown countries. We're talking about Italian immigrants, Irish immigrants, who also had a very tough time. Let's keep that in mind, right? So we are talking about white immigrants white Catholic immigrants who also had a tough time in this country. So what do you think your life is going to be as a black or brown immigrant coming to this country when white immigrants had a hard time coming to this country?
All due respect. F white immigrants. They basically screwed us. They might have been treated badly, but they weren't treated that badly. And
no, my point is...
But my point is, don't throw them in the mix with us. This
I'm not. I'm just using a historical example.
Well, it's specious.
It's not, because I'm saying if it was bad for white people, what do you think it's going to look like for black and brown?
I don't give a F about white people at this point. I don't give an F about white people. I try not to cuss y'all. Y'all know I've been trying really hard all evening.
But you're coming at me for the point I'm not making.
No, I'm not missing your point.
Okay.
I'm not missing, with all due respect.
Okay.
I'm not missing your point at all. What I'm objecting to is throwing white folks in with the way that we've been treated.
No, I'm not doing that.
I'm objecting to the fact that white immigrants, they white. I mean, they might be Irish, Italian, whatever, Polish, but at the end of the day, they can erase their identity. We cannot erase ours.
But that's not my argument.
No, go ahead.
So my argument is not that at all.
Whatever.
My point is...
Make your argument, please.
My point is, it was bad for them. What on earth do you think it's like for African immigrants and Latino immigrants? That is my...
Julian, let her make her point.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Nola, finish.
I think you have to historicize this. There is a legacy of immigration in this country. That's all I'm saying. And I'm not trying to say one is bad. I'm not doing that. I'm not putting one group against the other. I'm saying historically. Immigration has been challenging in this country, and it's even worse for black and brown immigrants. So I think it's some sort of cognitive jujitsu that they do, that they convince themselves, well, if I vote Republican, if I vote conservative, if they see me being conservative, then my whiteness cards get punched more and more and more and more. That's not how this works, is my only point.
Black folks don't belong in that conversation.
But look, first of all, I'm dealing in reality. And I'm going back to when you look at these numbers. What I'm interested, Rebecca, in looking at here is what is going to be the share of the electorate that's white. And the reason I'm saying that is because in 2020, it was expected that was going to be the first election where the electorate was less than 70% white. It actually increased, which says that white turnout, buttons that were pushed, they came out of the woodworks. I'm looking at, now granted, this is a White House correspondent for Fox News, and so I'm not going to put a lot into this here, but this person says 3 sources close to Harris are expressing concern that Harris's path to victory may be too narrow to overcome. One source of the Harris Friends and Family Party says, quote, her path is so narrow and she is not doing what she needs to do in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. The exit polls I saw hours ago are all accurate. They need to subtly outperform those. Don't believe that will happen. Asked about this, a second source close to Harris told me, I 100% agree, the path to victory is very difficult. His numbers are higher than expected in counties where he should be losing by larger margins in Pennsylvania and Michigan. A third source close to the campaign said, I think we're losing this. Now, why am I saying that? Because I'm going to go back to what I keep saying about black people. If we are turning out at 48, 52, 55%, that can't overcome when white turnout increases. We have to overperform to offset those numbers. And then you have to pick up numbers in other places as well. And so we have to recognize that those are mathematical realities. And you then now go into buttons that are being pushed, how they are touching people. When you look at folks, if the economy was the number 2 issue, and what have you had for 4 years? You have had a right-wing echo chamber say how awful the economy is, how bad it is, inflation is high, food is high, gas is high, all this stuff is high. Trump was so much better when he literally was the one who killed it. And Biden-Harris repairs this economy. So in many ways, this to me feels like, the reason why it feels like 2016, in that Democrats inherit an awful economy, fix it, put it on the path of recovery, and then America rewards Republicans thinking they're gonna make it better. They kill the economy, and then Democrats fix it. Oh, well, let's go back to the person who killed it. We think that businessman who filed bankruptcy 6 times can actually fix it. And then when you look at what the numbers look like, you're like, well, what the hell were y'all thinking? This is why we gotta keep telling our folk, if you're gonna be mad, listen, we can't vote in low numbers. We gotta do all we can to outvote their asses.
So tonight feels like 2016 for me, but it doesn't feel like 2016 based upon the issues that you outlined. It feels like 2016 for me because whiteness is on the ballot again. Thanks. There is an inherent value. There is a quantitative and qualitative value of being white in this country. So in 2020, whiteness as a concept wasn't on the ballot because it was 2 old white men.
Yep.
This year is a black...
But whiteness and gender wasn't on the ballot.
Absolutely. So this year it is a black South Asian woman that's on the ballot. In 2016, it was a white woman on the ballot, but it was a white woman on the ballot who was casting her lot with the Negroes, right? That's how Hillary Clinton, whether you agree with that or not, that's how she was perceived by other white folks, is that she was gonna be with the Negroes. And so watching tonight and thinking about how we talk about the value of whiteness, for those who have recently immigrated to this country, y'all don't know what whiteness is. Whatever y'all thought y'all seen in your home country before you got here, or the stories you were told about America, it's not America. So like, even when I'm listening to different people, and especially when I'm hearing first-generation Americans talk about the Gaza issue, and they're like, this is my one issue that I'm gonna focus on, and I gotta vote based upon morality. And as a black woman who has been in this country, his family's been in this country for centuries, the idea of voting on one issue because it's a moral or it's about morality, I'm like, but what are you saying about my family? That we weren't moral, that we were immoral, amoral, and that we weren't voting based upon survival? And so what I'm also seeing is different lenses of Americans who are coming into this melting pot who fully don't understand the backbone of whiteness and its inherent value in this country, the premium value, that someone is assumed smarter than what their mediocre self actually is because they're white, because there is a intellectualism in whiteness, right? And it is...
Again, with all due respect, I guess whenever I disagree with y'all, I got to say with all due respect, we were never a melting pot. We
I
never
agree with you. That was the story.
But
that was the wolf
their story.
ticket. That was the wolf ticket that was sold.
That was a story that was supposed to mollify us so that we would believe that the American nightmare, according to Malcolm, not the American dream, but the American nightmare might work for us. But if we look at our foremothers and fathers, we knew better. We had to know better. But
that's what I'm saying.
But we as black people, there's just a bunch of stuff we should not buy into. We should not buy into the notion of a melting pot because we never melted, and we're not gonna melt. We shouldn't buy into those. Oh, immigration was so bad for them. Bull. I mean, what we know is that there would be no America were it not for black labor. What we know is there would be no White House were it not for black labor. There would be nothing were it not for black labor. There would not be a thriving South without black labor. And so we don't need to continue to repeat their tropes. We need to rewrite the story.
But for those of us who've been in this country for centuries, we don't believe it. We reject that very premise. We understand the fallacy and the fiction that whiteness is. But those who are new to this country, who think that somehow if they show up and support someone who is a fascist, they think that there's something that they can attach themselves to. They think that they can buy into the American dream and punch the ticket of whiteness. They don't understand that will never happen for them.
But Michael, here's the deal. I look at coalitions, and again, I look at 2008. I won't call that melting pot, but I look at the coalition that was actually put together, and the backlash of that was the basis of my book, White Fear. And if you look, you just have to, I just think that we have to step back and realize that that was a multiracial coalition.
Right. Obama coalition.
Obama wins Macomb County in Michigan. Those same voters abandoned Hillary Clinton in 2016. So you look at how they vote. And you have to then ask, okay, well, what happened there? What went on? Well, first of all, he's also coming after George W. Bush. The economy tanked under George W. Bush. He's running against McCain. All that sort of plays into it. But Obama's mere election, I'm not going to forget the poll that was taken, and it was right before he got inaugurated. The question was, are you optimistic about the future of America for your children? Everybody except white people, majority said yes. And I'm like, y'all, hello, we better pay attention to this. On CNN and the rest of the places, nobody want to talk about that. I'm like, it's there. 2016 comes. September 2016, the question was asked, are you optimistic about the future of America economically for the next 10 years? Black people, least money, highest optimism.
Right.
Latinos, second least money, highest optimism. White America, most money, least optimism. And so we cannot deny that what you're seeing is this idea that our nation is slipping away from us.
Right, exactly.
And so now, when you have somebody who makes this, economic argument, and we have to acknowledge that that is appealing to some black folks, as if that stimmy check, still is in your pocket. When you start looking at, again, Latinos in this country who are assimilating.
Yes.
And when you assimilate in America, you ain't assimilating to black. No. You're assimilating away from whatever the hell you came from, and that is white.
Yep.
And so now, when you look at this here, and then when you also lay in, they spent $120 million on transgender ads.
Right.
That was specifically targeting white male voters. And they're turning them out. And so to study this, you got to actually look at exactly what happened.
Can I talk about
that? Hold on one
Oh.
second. And what you're finding, Michael, is very simple. You're finding that Republican Party is playing a culture war.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So a few things here, and then I know Nola wants to jump in. Okay, so I live in Detroit, and I've seen the bombardment of these transgender ads and them using clips from Vice President Kamala Harris from a few years ago, talking about providing transgender surgery for people in prison, and also using clips from Charlamagne the Guy from the Breakfast Club. And I kept saying she needs, and I fully support Vice President Kamala Harris, but they didn't have ads that put the truth out, because that was the law under the Trump administration, okay? Number one. That was the law under the Trump administration when you do the research. When she was just interviewed a few days ago on the Breakfast Club, and she put the correct information out there.
But let me give you insight what happened there.
Yeah.
So they were in a conundrum. How do you address that?
Right.
The Lincoln Project said, we'll handle it. We're going to put an ad out and do it.
I didn't see one.
Because their ad was 2 weeks late.
Right.
And so, again, that was one of those things. Well, do I touch it? We don't think it's moving. We don't really see it in the data. And so, but that was what the response was.
Right.
You can't outsource.
Yeah.
You cannot outsource your communication.
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
And I'm not blaming her, but I'm saying you have to do that.
Go ahead.
Secondly, when we deal with immigrants and immigration, the first generation ones, you're correct, a lot of them assimilate as white. okay, including Latinos. What they don't seem to understand is that to white people, we're all immigrants unless you're white. That's what they don't matter whether you're Asian American, Latino, things like this, because as we talked about the browning of America, white people are fighting for, the majority of them, they see this as their last chance, their last hope. 2016, they saw Donald Trump as the great white hope because they saw the browning of America and they fear what happens when they're no longer 50% of the population. Okay, so they don't care how many felony convictions he has. They don't care he tried to overthrow the government, anything like that. They're saying this is our guy because he's going to protect us from these other people who are eating dogs and cats or whatever he's saying. We're going to go with that. This is why the economic issue, if they're concerned about economics, then they will vote for Vice President Kamala Harris. Okay, but they're using that. They're using economics as a cover to really vote for white supremacy and vote for Donald Trump. Okay, they don't. It was Biden and Harris who saved their pensions for the unions. It's Biden and Harris that created 16 million jobs. It was Donald Trump who screwed up the economy even before COVID, and then mishandled COVID. He didn't use the 69-page pandemic playbook, but that the Obama administration left for him that would have lessened the severity of COVID. Okay, he's the first president since Herbert Hoover to leave with a negative job creation rate. Okay, but they don't care about any of that. This is about white preservation.
And before I go to Nolan, listen to this. So Wei Zhejiang, CBS White House correspondent, go to my iPad, tweeted this: Trump campaign feels very good about Pennsylvania. Why? They're slicing into dim margins in Philly with voters of color and workers. Trump is poised to flip Center County home to State College because the Joe Rogan effect among young men. Strong performance in collar counties, Philly suburbs, and a silent Harris woman vote not panning out. Nola, you want to respond? Then I'm going to go to other panelists.
So really quickly, there was an article a few years ago that I read, a political science article that talked about the black effect on immigrants, and it was specifically looking at a Muslim population where a lot of incoming folks from the Middle East are shocked to find out that they are put in a black caste when they get here to the United States. That isn't something that they expect, but that is the reality of when they get here. And so that has ripple effects within their community, and then put on top of it, Israel and Gaza. But my point only being that there is an expectation, you go to America and anyone can make it and all these different things. And then the immigration process that a lot of folks go through, depending on how you get here, it supports that narrative. And then in many instances, they're kind of told to keep away from us. Mm-hmm. And then they find out the reality that they are put into the category of black, something that they don't want and or like.
But I'm gonna go back to the, Greg, to the working class piece. Again, which I just find to be fascinating. It is fascinating to me when I watch these folks have these conversations about the working class voter. And I really, really, truly would like for a working class voter to show me, for real, how Trump helped them in 4 years and how Republican policy. So if you're a working class voter, the Affordable Care Act completely changed your health care. Mm-hmm. The GOP fights it. Working class people got knee insulin, $35. Prescriptions, drug capped at $2,000 a year. That helps you, a working class person. When you talk about the working poor, SNAP benefits, things like that, that impacts you as well. I mean, I can go on and on. But I sit here and I'm like, how exactly does a working class voter vote for a party that literally passes laws that do not help them?
Well, it does help them, doesn't it? In the one way that matters, whiteness. Whiteness is a terminal disease. This country will break apart. I, for one, am looking forward to it, because some debts are blood debts. John Clark used to say, When blood calls blood, somehow blood always answers. White women are answering the call today. They're willing to sacrifice their autonomy. If you read the 922 pages of Project 2025, taking subsidies away from child care so you can stay your ass at home barefoot and pregnant and leave the workforce, they're willing to sacrifice that if it means that their whiteness will be preserved. William Barber has traveled the length and breadth of this country with the Poor People's Campaign, partnering with white ministers to say that we have common cause. It failed in the late 19th century because the goddamn crackers went to the poor whites and said, we won't give you a job, but we'll make sure that the niggers ride in the back of the train. And they said, okay. As Gerald Horne said, whiteness is the battle pay poor whites got in exchange for being the buffer between the rest of us and the rich. Donald Trump, convicted felon, sexual assault. His brain has leaked out of his ears in full public view over the last 4 years, and over the last 6 months, it's become an embarrassment to anybody who thinks rationally. But whiteness is not rational. We don't know what's going to happen. Kamala Harris may very well pull this out, although the path is narrow. But we saw them elect an honorary white, a circus clown in Ohio named Moreno. Now, y'all speak Spanish. What does Moreno mean?
It means a certain type of black person.
Yeah, exactly. Bernie Moreno, a proxy white. not as Lauren. Lauren, not as you would call the circus clown whose wife may now be the Secretary of Education if Trump wins, Byron Donalds, a manservant to white supremacy. See, a Negro has to be a servant. Somebody like Bernie Moreno can be an honorary white. You know, ask the coloreds in South Africa how that works. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, John Tester's going to lose, looks like, in Montana. The Senate is gone.
I think
if it holds up. He probably lost. There's nobody more Wyoming than Montana than him. But it doesn't matter. There's somebody more Montana than him, and that's the person that says, I will defend your whiteness with your life. And the lemmings, marching forward to their demise, will say, I would rather die than give up my whiteness.
I mean, Mustafa, here's why this is hilarious. Elon Musk owns Tesla.
Yeah.
He dumps a ton of money into Trump's campaign.
Yeah.
Trump shits on electric vehicles.
Yeah.
And auto workers go, yo, I'm down with Trump.
Well, I mean, remember Elon Musk?
I'm saying that again. Trump had a rally where he had fake auto workers.
It's all production.
But Mustafa, this is why I need people to step back and realize what's going on. The man shitted on the head of the UAW, had fake union workers, told Elon Musk if workers strike, fire them, said, I can't stand paying overtime. I'm gonna run them out. And your ass a union worker and you vote for him. That's called giving your opponent the gun and saying, go ahead and shoot me. I like it.
He's against unions.
But you know, Roland.
Hold on, Mustafa. No, that's Mustafa. I say Mustafa.
Yeah, no. You know, I was thinking about my granddaddy. He used to say, white folks gonna be white folks
No
until
question.
they are.
My mama said the same thing. White folks gonna do what they want exactly.
And
exactly.
I was hearing him whisper in my ear as we're going through the night. And it's interesting. So I have family who was a part of the United Auto Workers I'm third generation union. And it blows my mind to watch folks understand that folks are trying to destabilize and deconstruct unions, and they have told you that they don't see value in you, and they told you how they're going to do it and how they're going to impact your pocketbook, and folks will still vote for them. I've seen individuals who have been a part of other unions in the construction trades and other places whom the Biden-Harris administration pumped billions and billions of dollars into being able to rebuild our infrastructure. and folks still won't vote for the folks who actually supported you with the dollars that you have requested.
Right.
So we see these dynamics going on, and that's why when I was hearing that voice that white folks gonna be white folks until they aren't.
Yes, sir.
And then I started thinking about everybody got hyped up, and again, we don't know.
Actually, hold tight 1 second, because I want to quickly do an interview. There was good news coming out of Alabama. In the Opportunity District there, Shamari Figures is the winner there. That is a Democratic pickup. That was a seat that black folks fought long and hard for in that seat. Guys, I can't hear, so I need y'all to give me a speaker, please. And so let's bring up Shamari. Shamari, congratulations.
Man, Roland, appreciate it, man. Good to see you again.
We are proud of you.
We love that, it, bro. Of course, was a district that the courts ruled that black people were not having full participation. It's not a black district, it's an opportunity district. And you were able to win that. So the folks there in the black belt of Alabama got to be feeling good tonight. Now they have 2 black members of Congress, you and Congresswoman Terry Sewell.
Yeah, look, we're feeling good. Look, it is as you mentioned, this is an opportunity district. It wasn't a majority black district. 48% black, 46% white. So we really had to get out here and run this campaign based on messaging, based on strategy, doing everything we could to build as much support around the underlying issues that are plaguing this district. And we found that to be effective. It was a tough race. It was a tight race. And you know, we fully expected that going into it. The National Party expected that going into it. And that's the reason they pumped so much attention, so many resources. And even as recently as last week, hopefully our soon-to-be Speaker of the House, Hakeem Jeffries, was here campaigning with us as well. So it's a big opportunity for us down here.
You know, I talked to you the other day, days have run together. I guess Friday I was in Mobile, Alabama. You know, it was about, again, you know, meeting the voters where they are, talking about those critical issues, health care and others. And obviously, if Democrats are able to regain the House, that is hugely important when it comes to addressing the needs of your district.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, healthcare access in this, or healthcare issues in this district are beyond just healthcare insurance. We're talking about literal access. I mean, we're in a district of 13 counties. We've had 4 hospitals closed across counties just in the last year since we've been in this race. We don't have pediatricians in half of this district. We have several other hospitals that are teetering on the edge of collapse. We're in a state that has the shortest life expectancy for all intents and purposes of any state in the United States, yet we've still refused to expand Medicaid. So we got to do everything that we can to get to Washington, D.C., to drive the resources down here to help with those healthcare outcomes here in the state of Alabama.
And as I said, I always say all the time, every vote matters. Guys, go to my iPad. 95% of the vote in. You're at 156,622. Your Republican opponent, Caroline Dobson, 130,568. Again, that's, you know, slightly less than 26,000 votes. So as we keep saying, every vote absolutely matters.
Yeah, absolutely it does, man. Absolutely it does. And Alabama has a long history of voting rights history and being at the the top of the totem pole when it comes to understanding the need to get out and vote. But collectively, look, we got to do better. We have to get more engaged. We have to get the younger generation more excited. And we have to do everything that we can to continue to ramp those numbers up because we need it. And as we're seeing across the country, I think with some of the preliminary results coming in right now, we don't have enough of us getting out there and making our voices heard. So we got to do it, and I'm committed to doing it. And the best way to motivate people to do it is to go to work on behalf of people and show them the progress that you can make.
All right, Shamari Figures, my brother, it is so glad to call you Congressman-elect from Alabama. Congratulations.
Thanks, brother. Good to see you, man.
All right, good to see you as well. So y'all do this here. Y'all can talk about this for a second. I gotta do the Steve Harvey show. I gotta record this here. So, Greg, take this conversation away. Y'all had a conversation. I'll be right back. All right. Yeah, I'm a multitasker.
All right. Yeah, that's true. Well, let's keep going. So, all right. So, who thinks she's gonna win?
I'm praying. All I'm doing is praying.
Let's just cut to the chase.
Let's cut right to the chase.
Can we just go back to 2020?
Here's the thing.
Well, no, go ahead. Well, we go back to 2020. Well, go ahead, Mike. And then Lauren said cut to the chase. I know she got something to say. She's been sitting there writing the whole time. And then,
well, here's the thing.
Go right.
If she wins Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania,
well, we know that.
That's 44 Electoral College votes. According to the New York Times, she's at 210.
Yeah, first of all, let me just say this for the record.
Okay.
Fuck the New York Times. Right. All right, go ahead. You can say AP. Well, AP's maps are better, by the way.
Yeah, okay.
The New York Times can go to hell.
Yeah, but
forever.
That'll put it.
But anyway, according to electoral math.
Yeah, that'll put it at 254. She would still need 16.
Arizona and Nevada.
She was still. So there's a chance, but there's still. I was looking at the updates from the Detroit News. Yeah. And they're still counting. Wayne County, there's still counties out. There's only about close to 50% of the votes counted in the state of Michigan. So
there's still a chance.
It's actually about 88% of the votes in Michigan have been counted, but Wayne County only 25% in.
Yeah.
So Wayne County,
so we know what Wayne is.
Next to Wayne County is also Oakland County.
Yeah.
So the counties people should be paying attention is Kalamazoo.
She's underperforming.
Kalamazoo, yeah.
She's underperforming.
So far, it looks like she's underperforming Kalamazoo.
Yeah.
Oakland needs to be a little bit higher, and then Wayne's going to be very strong. But one thing that I want to point people out to, when you look at the UP, the Upper Peninsula, there is a county up there that she took. So it's really interesting watching what's happening across Michigan. But even if we go into Wisconsin, right now we're still waiting for Milwaukee to come in.
Yeah. The story of the evening is Latino voters voting for a person who has announced that he wants to mass deport Latinos.
Absolutely.
That's what the story of the evening. The story of the evening is that group apparently paid no attention to his rallies, where he, of course, vilifies them at every turn. And the other story of the evening, of course, is him getting male voters to effectively embrace a strong man. They want that, apparently.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
And they're not the only ones that want
it. The thing about the Latinos is the generational
jump on in there.
It might be generational.
Because first generation immigrants who came legally and did everything right are mad at the folks who didn't do everything right, which I think is silly.
Okay, but when he came down that escalator in 2016, what did he say? They're rapists and murderers.
Mexican.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
We knew from the start what his views are about that
We know
group.
what he is.
We need to stop making excuses
but I'm not
for these
making
constituents.
For
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking generally.
I'm just talking about the way that this has to be. It's what Roland said earlier. Is the way this thing has to be parsed. Because basically, you can't talk to Latinos.
Because there's no such thing.
I'll parse it. It's guns, God, engaged, right? They did the thing with, it's the same old thing over and over again. Right? They did the thing with trans, it worked. The Democrats had no answer. Democrats have no answer because the LGBT lobby gives them a lot of money to say nothing in these moments. And they said nothing in that moment.
And there's a lot of tolerance.
And they lost.
Which doesn't work in this society.
Right. And so it doesn't, so they went right for that. Then of course, you have the fact that we're trying to, for some reason, not say the obvious. With Texas and Florida, it keeps happening. Democrats keep losing Texas and Florida. When we put money into certain groups and constituencies, Hispanics, we do this, we do that, it still doesn't turn out right for some magical reason. And at some point, we have to call it what it is. For whatever reason, they're embracing a strong man and a lunatic.
We know why.
A lunatic.
We talked about that earlier.
Who is basically
with the whiteness
crazy, and for some reason, they're okay with it.
Yeah, absolutely.
We got to figure that we got to unlock that.
Let Charlene jump in because in a minute.
It's called patriarchy.
Yeah,
sure.
Absolutely.
Let's be clear. No matter how you slice it, it's called patriarchy, and men, including black men, enjoy a patriarchy.
We'll come back to that in a minute because I'm not one who does. But go ahead, Charlene.
But
I don't. No. I think.
Apparently, you're the
according to these polls,
a lot of these brothers,
Hispanics are enjoying it more.
Yeah, I think that's probably we look at machismo before we do. Yeah, but go ahead,
So there's
Charlene.
multiple things. Like I still think we need to go state by state, because the analysis is going to be a little bit different. So like in the last 6 weeks, I was in Florida, was in Tallahassee. I was in Houston, I was in Waller County. I was in Montgomery, I was in Shamari Figure's new congressional district. I was in Atlanta, I was in different rural parts of Georgia. And so I was paying attention to the sights, sounds, and the smells to see what was going on. And to the point, talking about the anti-trans or the very transphobic messaging, I heard that everywhere. I heard that in Georgia. I heard that in Texas. I heard that in Florida. Those were the things that were being talked about. And then I was also listening to abortion. How was abortion being talked about?
Yeah, how was
so
that?
there were a lot of white men, a lot of evangelicals going on air saying, no, no, no. If God forbid you're raped or a victim of incest, you're not going to be forced to carry the child. But for voters have to understand in Florida, 6 weeks at any given time, a woman is walking around 4 weeks pregnant.
Right.
Because you calculate the start of pregnancy on the last menses. Right? So if it's been a month since I had my period, guess what? I'm 4 weeks pregnant.
You don't know.
So 2 weeks into the fertilization, you have no idea. You're not even really showing, you're asymptomatic, right? And so what's interesting, like we talked about whiteness, and I hear what you're talking about in terms of the storyline of Latinos and/or Hispanics. I hear the storyline, but I think the intersectionality that we have to tether all this to is white supremacy. Because that's what we're seeing here. And how it attaches to the patriarchy, how it attaches to gays, guns, and God, because
it attaches to that, you're right, but at some point the Democratic Party has to have an answer to these things, right?
But if the Democratic Party is also rooted in white supremacy, how can the Democratic Party rooted in white supremacy
They're also rooted in money. So when that ad ran,
capitalism is rooted in white supremacy.
When that trans ad ran, what was the Democratic Party?
What should it have been, though?
They got to say something.
I mean,
I don't know.
I
don't know the answer to that. They got to say something.
There was a way to deal with that. There should have been truth.
But no,
the fact that trans people represent less than 1% of the population.
But that reinforces the idea that
Something's about to happen.
it's not like we support.
Cedric Richmond is about to announce that VP isn't speaking.
They keep saying that.
Is that what you're hearing?
That's on Twitter. That was
give
on
us
Twitter
They kept
about
saying
2
that.
minutes ago that VP Harris won't be speaking at Howard University tonight.
You've been mighty quiet, Erica.
Oh, well, I mean, the conversation has definitely been so...
Both of y'all been quiet.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so I guess, look, Carol, who's running the whole show, said we are now going to the campus of our beloved Howard University, because I guess we're going to hear what you all have just told us we're about to hear from Cedric Richmond. There he is at the podium in front of Douglas Hall. He's speaking.
We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the Vice President tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Making the announcement. So, Erica.
Yeah. No, you know, what I think about as I'm listening to this conversation is what was said in 2017 across the bridge over in Maryland at the CPAC convention. Steve Bannon said the focus of the regime was to deconstruct the administrative state.
Absolutely.
And they began to do that. And if they are actually elected back into office, that is the work that they will finish. One of the conversations I think that we have to have that has to be talked about is what we're talking about here, and that's the proximity to whiteness and how people really do believe that their proximity to whiteness will afford them what the Black experience has paid blood debts, ensuring that people walk into places and they're able to have generational wealth.
Give me a second, y'all. Thank you, Erica. We just heard from Carol that we're going to go back to Howard University. Tatiana, are you with us?
I am here. Yes, we just heard Cedric Richmond, Harris campaign co-chair, come out and do what I'm going to go ahead and call a John Podesta moment from 2016, where he asked us to sort of go home and wait to see what is going to happen next. And certainly, as you have been talking about all night, Roland, this does take a long time. With a race this tight, with implications this severe, this was likely not something we were going to find out tonight. It's going to happen overnight. It's going to happen in the next couple of days. But I was sort of feeling this kind of energy earlier, and sure enough, this is just what happened. The crowd here streaming out. I've never seen a crowd of people leave as quick as I'm watching them leave now. But again, they have been dedicated supporters of Kamala Harris. They have been here all night, hoping to hear positive news from her on her presidential race against former President Donald Trump. But what they have just heard is that it's going to take more time. And from political pundits like you, Roland, and all of the people that you have been talking to tonight, that's not a surprise, but no doubt there is some disappointment in the crowd, disappointment in the people who are leaving the campus of Howard right now. But again, we will just have to watch. We will have to wait. There's no telling what happens, Roland.
So there's no way for us to know how this will unfold tomorrow. Any information, we didn't hear it from Cedric Richmond, but on what time she will reappear at Howard tomorrow and what the logistics are going to be. I'm assuming everybody will be back out there, including you, but any other talk in terms of logistics? When might we be expecting the Vice President to speak?
So, you know, it's kind of following the same pattern that we've seen from Kamala Harris in this race. Limited information going to the press. As I mentioned earlier, we've been sequestered here on the risers and in the press center, which is just behind the camera. And it seems like a lot of the surrogates, a lot of the Harris team members have been in Frederick Douglass Memorial Hall, which you can see just behind me. But we did, when we got here, get added to an email list of information about what was supposed to happen tonight. No emails have come through about that. We did not hear anything from Cedric Richmond about what we can expect. And I think that, you know, again, as we've all been talking about, this is just a watch. This is a wait. And we'll see what's going to happen. But the answers are not coming tonight, or rather this morning.
Thank you, Tatiana. Tatiana Anderson, reporting for the Black Star Network. Thanks again, sir. Sister. Imagine we'll see you again tomorrow in the morning. Hopefully. Thank you. All right, y'all. So we return. Certainly, probably no surprise there.
Yeah.
Been sitting there quiet. There you go.
We were asking the question. Well, we asked this natural question: who's going to win and who's going to lose, right? And we know that our path is more narrow, and that doesn't look the way we want it to look. But the bigger question is this, and this is what I've always asked as a reflective, praying person: will the grace run out? See, for a long time, this country.
Yes. You mean for the United States?
Yes.
Oh yeah, they've never had grace.
For a long time. Well, we had grace, and that's why we're standing here, whether we should be or not.
Who is we?
We breathe.
As a country.
We sitting here.
Are we talking about black grace? Are we talking about black grace or white grace?
We're talking about something that allowed this country to limp along despite itself for the last 200 years.
That was just expediency. Understand, when the time black people have made the most progress in this country was during Reconstruction. That's when the Union imposed 5 military districts on the defeated South and forced them as a prerequisite for readmission to pass the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments. That was the absolute last time this country had a chance to be something else.
No.
I'm going to pray, but I ain't going to be no fool about it. We're going to talk history tonight. We talk history. Let's talk.
But
Go
it's
ahead.
going to be black grace.
So my question was, will we continue to make it despite ourselves?
Oh, no, the answer is that is
right, exactly.
Always been.
And so what's going on now is that whether you're talking about Latinos that don't consider themselves to be Latinos, whether you're talking about black men, whoever you're talking about, fill in the blank.
Right.
All of them have relied on America in some form continuing to be an America that they can deal with and tolerate and be okay in.
Sure.
And have certain, quote, conveniences, certain, quote, regularities. Like, for instance, for the next 4 years, everybody that's got a 401k expects it to grow.
Absolutely.
Well, what if it doesn't?
Let's
what if something happens?
How the one drop rule factors into all of that.
Right.
Can we talk, Greg? I know this is something
go ahead.
wrestle with. Another interesting conversation that's been popping up, because immigration is such a huge conversation that's been going on, is that a lot of groups feel forced into our one-drop rule kind of regime, right? If you've been here for a long time, if your family and folks have been here for a long time, being from New Orleans, you know, I have family that look white, but they hardcore black. Tell them they not black, you about to fight.
Absolutely.
That is not necessarily
A color
the feeling.
that could go in and get beignets because people thought they were white in there, getting it and bringing it back to the black family.
I mean, well, everybody need beignets.
No, but
I'm
I'm
just saying. But
it already saw about a story about the
Right.
white passing person in their family
Pass
who they
along.
sent to get the stuff in the
Right.
segregated because they didn't know they were.
But my point being, the new folks coming to this country, they don't buy into the one-drop rule.
No.
Right? So when we talk about Latinos and we talk about other groups, we are talking about them in a framework that goes all the way back to chattel slavery, because that is the framework of the one-drop rule that we have, which they do not see themselves and or place themselves in.
But it's still in law.
Hold on one second. Let me do this here. Congratulations to this brother. He was a member of Congress. He was the youngest member of Congress when he was there. And after going back to Louisiana, being in the State House, he's now come back to Congress. Go to my iPad. Cleo Fields.
Cleo.
He won that opportunity district in Louisiana. That was the second black district that was created there. He beat Elbert Guillory, the black man who was a Democrat who flipped over to the Republican Party. And was helpful to Republicans in the House there. Yeah. Well, and because this was an open deal, you had a second Democrat who was running, this Quentin Anderson, but Cleo Fields was able to get 50.8% of the
The Louisiana girls.
Okay, I like Jelena over there. You know, I like she over there waving. She got her fan, and I'm like, what the hell is she doing?
But what's important is he's going to avoid
really
the
exciting.
primary that would happen.
Right. So
to the point you make about Grace.
Right. So here's wait a minute. So hold on. Right. So Jelena thinks she had a second line right now. Right. So she trying to sit here. So she trying to sit here and wave it. Come on. She's trying to sit.
She would be doing something.
So she's sitting here. She's excited. So, but again, y'all. But that's another district that was hard fought by our civil rights organizations. Yeah. That also, just like Atlanta, just like Alabama, always the Supreme Court. And so Cleo Fields.
Is the tally? Can you give us a sense of what the House tally is?
So it's looking like, based upon the projections right now, it looks like Democrats will take the House, and Hakeem Jeffries will become the first black Speaker of the House. So what that means is that Democrats control the House. They can thwart a legislative agenda of MAGA. Mm-hmm. But here's the key: if Trump wins the presidency, and Republicans control the Senate,
the judges,
I can tell you in the first 6 months, Alito and Clarence Thomas are going to retire.
They're going to Clarence Thomas.
And so that means that Donald Trump will end up getting 5 Supreme Court picks. Yep. And this will lock in a conservative majority of the Supreme Court for quite some time. Right. And then, of course, other federal judicial picks as well. We've talked a lot about, in terms of the shifts and things like that. I do want us to talk further. Monica, I'm going to go to you. I saw a report. Ted Cruz was +6 with Latinos. When he lost to Beto O'Rourke, he was -29. That's a 35-point shift.
That's what Lauren was talking about.
A 35-point shift.
Ridiculous.
All of these stories for 2.5 months was on black men.
Yes.
What nobody talking about the Latino vote.
Hello.
Your thoughts?
Come on, Roman.
I mean, at the end of the day.
Hold on, Monique.
Oh, yeah, go ahead, Monique.
Mo, she's speaking.
Reverend.
Everybody, shh, go on.
So, Texas, my home state, refused to choose a candidate who is qualified and battle-tested and who has served admirably, and who is already a sitting Congress member. And instead, they chose a person who, when there was an ice storm, abandoned my mom and daddy and them, all of us, and left and went on spring break with his children. And that is in addition to any number of other ways that he's failed. And a person, by the way, who is universally disliked, by his own party, by other members, openly disliked, and someone who routinely kissed the ring, right, of Donald Trump. And I think the only thing that I could say about that would be my more general comment tonight. So my first comment is that votes are being counted, and I respect that process.
Yes.
So I'm not doing postmortem on any elections, except ones that are over.
Yeah, they're being counted in Arizona. Quickly go to my iPad. It's about 54% is in. It's about a 13,000 vote difference between Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris. Money, go ahead.
Right. So we will.
In Arizona?
I'm looking.
And we'll.
But it's only 54%, so we don't have no one's won yet. Money, go ahead.
And we'll keep counting, and prayerfully, despite the bomb threats and the closing of offices and the closing of locations and people giving up and going home, prayerfully there will still be enough votes there. So I'm going to leave my prayers attached where I put them, and not discuss that any further right now. If the VP ain't talking about it, I don't know why I should, except for to say this, for the people who seem to have forgotten the country we live in. I entered into this race, and I guess that's maybe one of the reasons why I have a ridiculous amount of peace. I knew it would be hard. I knew it was close. I know this country has a woman problem, and then we dare do a black woman. And for Texas, obviously, Colin Allred is still a black man, and the Latinos did not vote for the black man. They voted for the white man. Let's just keep it simple. I knew that who we are, and so we're fighting uphill battles aspirationally to be something different. And while we're fighting the battles, we're fighting amongst ourselves, because there are those among us, haven't heard us talk about that much tonight, but I fight battles every day with black men, Dr. Greg, and women who have more to say dressing down the VP than they do Donald Trump.
Sure.
I mean, we'll quickly say, like I posted something showing the judge's opinion, saying that that the jury did indeed find that he had committed rape. It was a digital penetration that was rape. The judge made that clarification. And it was a whole bunch of brothers coming in talking about, oh, that was mischaracterizing, that's fake news, that's phony, you're just on the plantation, you're just caping for, and all of the different names, disparaging names about the woman who's running. And I'm just saying woman because to me black, brown don't matter, because we have a woman problem, right? And so my thought is, if people are discouraged tonight by how close it is, I think that discouragement comes from the land of wishes, hopes, and dreams that they allowed themselves to go live in, as opposed to the place we actually are.
That's right.
America.
That's right.
And as I said to Dr. Greg, I live here by choice. So I go into these endeavors fighting for something for my family, for my children, because it is an active decision to remain here. And for anybody really, like with $100 and a hope and a dream, you could probably live someplace else. So if we are here by choice, then we're here deciding to fight. And I hope for everyone who's watching that you can have no misgivings or regrets about the way that you handled yourself in this election. I know I went to every state I could go to and gave all the money I had and knocked on every door and made every call and covered every event and was real clear about who I supported, because it matters. So if that is the lesson for us, because this is the show for us, then I already knew the Cubans thought they were white.
Of course.
I'm not, none of this is, I mean, I don't know where we are right now, but for the people who are watching, we are in the United States of America where the bondages of slavery and the vestiges of slavery are still here, and we have no reparations, and even if we had reparations, it could not repair the breach. That's where we live. So whatever it is we're gonna do about that,
exactly.
That is our starting place.
So let me one second. Several different media outlets are now saying that Georgia has gone to Donald Trump. Go to my iPad. With 50.9% of the vote to 48.4%. Looks like he will win Georgia by about 127,000 votes, which now means that the path for Harris narrows. There are now 5 battleground states left, and that is Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and then, of course, Arizona and Nevada. As we went forward, so if I go back to the 270 map. So if I now take this map and let's see here. Oh, that was a mistake there. I accidentally made South Carolina blue. That will never happen.
Not yet.
Let's see. Georgia here. Let's see here.
She runs the table on those 5. What you got?
Well, first here's reality. She wins Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. That's the blue wall. That's the blue wall. But again, you look at the numbers here. You're talking about, all of these red places. 1 second. I accidentally hit that. Blue, blue, blue. So,
it's hot.
And so again, so the bottom line is she has to win.
Yeah.
Now again, Nevada and Arizona are 17 electoral college votes.
Right.
She could lose to Wisconsin, she could lose to Michigan, win both of those, and Pennsylvania wins. But cannot lose. You cannot lose 2 of those. So let's just say if Harris takes Nevada goes blue, Arizona goes blue. Something on here is not right. That's blue. Let's see, Kansas, Colorado. Oh, that was a mistake. That's red. That's red. That's red.
Is that East?
Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, all of those. So you're looking at her sitting at 243. So if she wins Nevada, Arizona, she's sitting at 243. He's sitting at 251. There
you go. And she's got to win 2 of those 3, right?
If he wins Pennsylvania, he gets 270.
No question.
So even if she wins Nevada, Arizona, Pennsylvania takes him to 270.
She wins
Pennsylvania. If she wins, if Philadelphia comes in, Pennsylvania takes her to 262. So she has to win. You win Pennsylvania, it's 19 electoral college votes. Then you got Wisconsin, Michigan. You win one of those, you win.
Okay.
So the bottom line is, he wins Pennsylvania. Again, that's if she wins Nevada, Arizona.
Right.
Okay. So the bottom line is, let's just take Pennsylvania.
She has to win Arizona?
Let's take Pennsylvania off the map.
Not if she sweeps the wall.
Right. So you take Pennsylvania and you just leave it there. Now you're talking, you take, let's make Nevada neutral. Make Arizona neutral. So again, you're sitting at 251, 226. Let's say he wins Arizona. That's 11. He's at now 262. So if she wins Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and he wins Nevada, She in. She's win. That's what's called the blue wall. And you look at so Nevada doesn't matter. He can win that. It doesn't get him to 270. It gets him to 260. It gets him to 268 if he picks that up.
Which is what made those 2 split districts in Nebraska
and Maine. So that's so important.
Yeah.
But again, we start parsing data. Let's take Michigan for example. Dearborn, Michigan. Huge Muslim population.
And there it is.
A lot of people gonna stay home there.
No, they voted more for him than they did Jill Stein and her,
which is suicidal.
If
they believe what they claim to believe in.
So now I'll throw this out. We're still waiting on the numbers. Then I also saw another report that showed that they underperformed by 5 points in Minnesota. Now, I've long said that picking a VP doesn't make or break a campaign.
Yeah.
But let's say Trump wins. He wins Pennsylvania. Lauren, it's going to be a lot of folk saying she should have picked Josh Shapiro.
I know. I really actually thought it should have been Shapiro as well. But, I thought they...
But Shapiro also made it clear he wasn't comfortable being number 2.
Well, whether he made it clear or not, I think he would have taken it if he was asked. And I think he probably would have helped with Pennsylvania. Obviously, you needed Pennsylvania on the map because obviously she's now lost Georgia and North Carolina. Now she has to absolutely must win Pennsylvania. That was always known. We always knew what that map was, right? So, I think that what we're watching is just a reset almost all the way back to before the Civil Rights Movement. These are the conservatives that wanted that whole thing never to happen, right? Notice that one of their targets in this moment is African-American history, right? Trying to erase and rewrite African-American history. But at the end of the day, I will just say this. I think somebody should say this. I think that the vice president did a really good job. She actually surprised me a few times. I think she overperformed in terms of her stamina, her spirit out there, the energy, the whole thing. The way this campaign was put together, this was 103 days.
Absolutely.
She was effectively put in this position. I'm going to go ahead and say it. This happened because Anita Dunn and Steve Ricchetti and Mike Donnellan lied to the American people about the condition of the president that they work for and that they've been working for in the case of Steve Ricchetti and Donnellan for many, many years. They lied to everybody about his ability to run. And that is what put the vice president in this position. Or whoever it was going to be, whether it was going to be Gavin Newsom or anybody else, it still was going to be a 100-day campaign, which is unprecedented in all of American history. So even though that was a difficult situation, I have to admit, she surprised me. They built something so fast. Started with Win with Black Women. Obviously, Win with Black Men kicks in. All these celebrities kick in. I know people say, well, the celebrities don't matter. I actually think they do drive a certain level of awareness. But the thing that they're battling is huge. And until they get to that, it's a historically rooted battle that we're in. I know that the vice president and all these people know that. They don't need anyone to tell them what that battle is. It's been a 400-year battle for black people in the United States. But the bottom line of it is that this is deep, and this is unfortunate because, Donald Trump, I don't care what anybody says about the word salad of everything we're talking about historically. This guy is not well. We're going to be looking probably at J.D. Vance at some point.
Oh, no question.
Teal's
playing.
And that's going all the way back. That's talking about going all the way back. And we talk about J.D. Vance. The man is under 40. He is not stupid.
Now that's Teal's plan. Vance is the plan. They'll take Trump out in 2 years or less.
And they're going to dismantle the civil service. They're going to try to dismantle civil service. They're going to try to dismantle parts of the government.
That's right.
And it does look like the House is going to go for the Democrats. That is a difficult situation because the House does not control everything, but they do control the purse. There is a problem with Dwight Evans, by the way, in Philadelphia, where he has suffered a stroke and not been available. They're going to have to figure that out because if the House, Dwight Evans, the member of Congress from Philly, has been gone for months, okay? So that has to be figured out because if they come within 2 or 3 votes, he's got to be present to vote on the floor, even if Jeffries, of course, is the speaker. So at any rate, this is This is hard. I mean, it's hard to watch. And I think,
But,
you know what, it's hard.
So step back also and look at this here.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm looking at all these different people, and they're talking about how Democrats are going to have to reorient themselves. They've got to change this. If the numbers stay where they are, and again, Republicans are literally saying they could take all 5 battleground states.
Right. It's actually possible.
What it says is that this country, or little more than half of the country,
right,
didn't give a shit that the man tried to overthrow the election.
Right. That's right. No, that's right.
The fact,
They're reveling in it.
And there are people like Mitch McConnell, who privately has trashed the man, condemned the man. If Mitch McConnell had any courage, they would have had the votes to convict him. But they thought, the Mitch McConnells of the world, the Susan Collins of the world, all of them, they thought, this is gonna teach him a lesson.
Yeah.
They actually thought, well, the second impeachment, there's no way he can come back from this.
Right, and he did. And the lesson in politics is always, when you win, you will continue what you're doing. See, what the country is telling Donald Trump now is that you're right.
And then we get an opportunity to shank him, you shank him.
That's right. And when you don't do it, and this is why the Democrats need to learn the lesson of going after it when you have the power and you have the opportunity, whether it was the Supreme Court or anything else. This idiocy of putting Merrick Garland at AG was one of the biggest mistakes that Biden made, and this idea that we're just giving it to him because he didn't get a Supreme Court seat, so we owe him something. Merrick Garland is terrible. So it's stuff like that that the Democrats make huge mistakes on.
Democrats are famous for making mistakes.
Right.
Democrats do not play ruthless.
That's right.
I mean, Democrats always try to be smart, or not smart, try to be nice.
Yep.
We want to follow the Constitution.
Yep.
But these other people do not follow the Constitution. We want the rule of law, but they don't care about the rule of law.
Yep.
And so we get screwed as Democrats again and again and again. And it wouldn't be bad if we were just screwed, but we're all screwed. Like America is screwed.
So
and if J.D. Vance becomes the president of the United States, which he's very likely to become.
Oh, he can already claim the election.
Who's about to speak?
Trump, probably.
Trump. Okay.
Well, you know he will.
If I look at here, so I'm back at Pennsylvania. 93% of the votes in Pennsylvania. It's showing a 224,000 vote lead.
7% of the vote. Can she make that up?
Don't know.
It's going to be hard, like looking at the numbers of how Philadelphia County and then the counties that surround Philadelphia County are called the collar counties. So like Montgomery County, Delaware County. I was looking at the outstanding votes there. Even if they break the way they've been breaking so far, I don't think that she's going to be able to close that about 200,000 and change gap.
Because the problem is he's been outperforming what they expected in those areas.
Yeah.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the other thing is, even when you look over at Allegheny, which is Pittsburgh, that's on the western part of the state, while she has won Allegheny, all those counties around Allegheny hasn't won. When you look at Lehigh Valley, which is about an hour 10 north of the Philadelphia area, there were long lines today. Susquehanna County as well. There was a lot of court action that was happening in Pennsylvania today. One thing that I will say, when you look at Pennsylvania, when you look at Virginia, when you look at Georgia, there's been a lot of voter purges that's happened since 2020. When you look at Wisconsin, there's been voter purges, so where there's been hundreds of thousands of people removed from the polling, from the vote rolls. And so when we're looking at the margins, however, at the blue wall so far, as we're looking at the numbers that are still yet to come in, it doesn't appear to be the margin election the way a lot of people thought, because those margins are a lot greater. So going back to the theme of like 2016, in 2016, white people were compelled to go get every single white person they knew to go vote. And so when we look at some of the messaging that targeted black communities. The brown communities could talk about what targeted them. I'm going to talk about what targeted the black communities. A lot of it was voter suppression from the aspect of you could sit home, you shouldn't vote, your issues aren't being told. And something that I was telling students, I was also in Louisiana. So I was in that new opportunity district 3 weeks ago for Southern's homecoming, doing voter activation. And one of the things I kept telling a lot of students and just a lot of potential voters is white people are being told to go vote. We're the only communities being told not to vote.
How about that?
But if you're in your silo and you're not aware of what's happening, the conversations that white people are happening, you're not able to compare and contrast. So wait, why are we getting different messaging? And so you assume, well, if I don't feel like voting, if I'm dejected, then everybody feels that way, when that isn't what's happening. So if you are a black person who lived in a overwhelmingly white area, you heard a lot of pro-voting messaging. Right. If you're a black person who lived in a black area, you heard a lot of anti-voting messaging. And so that's just something else to consider. But we still got more ballots to count. There's going to be a lot of postmortems of what happened. But it's not going to be simple.
But I think it's,
well, you know what? I'm
clearly the
maintaining
economy
optimism
is what happened.
Even though whether she wins or not, what her candidacy has done is it's taken us a very long way. When you talk about a woman of color as the presidential nominee, that's taken us a very long way. If she has a very narrow loss, it suggests something about potential. Now, I'm not Pollyanna. My middle name is not Pollyanna. And first of all, I'm one of these people. I am not a patriot. I'll just say up front, I don't pledge the flag. I had to when I was president of Bennett because they made me. But I would put my hand over my heart and I'd say, because I would, because I was a role model, so you had to act right. But I do think that what her candidacy has done, it has given us a glimmer of hope. What we've learned as black women about win with black women is what our power is. With 44,000 women on a call on a Sunday.
And reminded of it, because that has been the power all along, right?
Exactly. So we
Club Bethune and Negro Club Women Movement.
Precisely.
It's just now the technology makes it easier to see.
I'm not anxious at all.
Not at all.
I'm not disturbed. I know where I live. In the United States of America.
Exactly.
I know I've been living here all this time.
Exactly.
And I don't like it. But as Monique says, it's a choice. I could sell my spit and take my happy behind to Ghana. And it would be a happy behind, too, because I love it over there. But anyway, neither here nor there. The point is that whoever's watching this program and whoever is going to live through the next few days should maintain some form of optimism.
No question.
I mean, you're right.
Because think about our ancestors, y'all. Think about what they faced.
Yeah.
When I think about, I've told the story a zillion times. The first time I went to vote, I was 6. It was 1960. And my mama let me pull the lever for JFK. And on the way back, she was from Mississippi. She told me the story about why voting was so important to black people. And she talked about some bad times. We've had people in our family lynched. We've had property lines moved. We've had all kind of crap happen, and as every other black family has, especially if they're from Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana.
Yes, sir.
But there was still an optimism.
Absolutely.
There was still an optimism. So I think that although it's easy, the easiest thing to do is to be pessimistic. The easiest thing to do is to say, woe is me. The most important thing to do, we were talking about earlier, is to fight.
So let me ask this here. All right, so go to my iPad. You look at Michigan right now. It's a 231,000 vote lead. That's going to be, now this is with 67% in. That's going to be very hard to overcome. So let's just assume, well, even if it is right now, let's assume he wins Michigan. Could she, was her position on Gaza a mistake?
No.
And could she have, what could she have done?
Nothing.
Or said?
She couldn't have done nothing.
Nothing.
She could have broken with the administration and said something like, wow, 40,000 people being killed. There's something wrong with that. We need to stop this war.
She said that.
She needed to say it louder and say it again and again and again. Well, apparently she didn't say it enough because Dearborn doesn't care.
No.
All right? I mean, Dearborn apparently didn't care.
No. Here's what was asked of her. What was first asked was a ceasefire. Then what was then asked was an arms embargo. Should she have done that, Nola?
No. So here's the thing. The reality is a ceasefire, getting the hostages back, that was day one. That literally, it happened October 7th, October 8th. Those were the things that were being negotiated. That is what the Biden-Harris administration wanted. The ugly truth of this is not even really about Israel and Gaza. It is a calculation about, okay, we have this very ugly situation in the Middle East with our only security partner. And if you are in national security or foreign policy, you are thinking three steps ahead. You're thinking about Iran. You know, you're thinking about Hezbollah. You're thinking about all the other things that are also going on, which we are seeing right now. So do you abandon your only security partner in the Middle East? Or do you say, we will continue to support you on very specific things, but this is what we want? But then we have a very right-leaning Netanyahu who's talking to Trump in the background and making other deals and other things that are going on, but no one's paying attention to that news. That's not the news that penetrated. What penetrated is, oh, the Biden administration, they just keep sending assistance and security,
Which is what they were doing.
Right.
But what I'm saying is it's not a linear story.
You think that she sufficiently separated herself from the Biden administration on this issue?
Vice president. She's still the vice president of the United States.
But she's running for president.
She's not a
She's running for president.
Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna ask again. What does separating mean? Articulate what she could have said.
The two issues.
Hold on. Let me finish the question. Articulate what she could have said that she didn't say.
The two issues of this election, Roland. The two issues of this election. The reason she's probably going to lose, unfortunately. The economy, right? And then we had Michigan. We had that piece about Dearborn, which she needed to convince those people to vote for her. The economy issue, apparently, and I don't think this is her fault, but she was not able to sufficiently separate herself from the Biden economy in the minds of voters. I don't know why that is, but that's what it was.
First of all, it's hard to separate yourself from the Biden. It's hard to separate yourself from the Biden economy when it's the Biden-Harris economy.
I'm not arguing with you.
No.
I'm not arguing with you.
You asked why you couldn't separate.
I'm telling you why she lost. I'm telling you why she lost.
No.
I'm not saying I'm disagreeing.
I'm asking you specifically.
For her to separate.
No, excuse me. I'm asking specifically when it comes to Muslim and Arab American voters.
Right.
What could she have done or said that she didn't already say?
No.
Okay. Well,
hold on, wait. I'm gonna go around.
Okay.
Lauren, answer that.
I think she probably could have said more, that we needed to end that situation and stop sending billions of dollars overseas to Israel, what we keep doing. People do not like hearing that billions of their tax money is going to Ukraine and these other countries.
Right.
They don't like hearing that. When you knock doors, when you talk to voters, you will hear that.
I got it. Michael.
Most of that are weapons.
She set a different tone than Biden, but she's still the sitting vice president.
Right.
So she can't say things that undermines the president on foreign policy, because she doesn't set foreign policy. She can give input, but at the end of the day, the president sets foreign policy. So what you have here, you have people like the mayor of Hamtramck, Michigan, okay, which is majority Arab, used to be majority Polish, who endorsed Trump. But what these people don't understand is Trump has already said, basically, he's going to let Netanyahu do whatever he wants to do. So if you think Biden-Harris was bad, Trump is going to be much worse. He don't give a damn about
But their calculus was, this is going to teach you a lesson not to fall in line with them.
No, but I think here's the thing. I think go ahead.
It's certainly a bad look. I have a dear friend that's Muslim, and we had breakfast during DNC in Chicago. He grew up in suburban Chicago, has some interesting stories about that. And here's what he said to me. He said, Joe, for many of us, it is a one-issue election. Whether or not we think it should have been, whether we think it ought to be that way, for them, for many of them. But one of the things that he did say, which is what made me optimistic, is that Biden wouldn't have had a chance.
Yeah, that's true.
That's true.
Harris, had a chance. And among other things, I think that being restrained as the vice president, she went out of her way to not undermine her president. And I think that was a good thing, even if it ultimately cost her. But that being said, it was going to be a problem for her to come all the way out. But she was the one that said ceasefire first. She was the one.
I think we have to be clear about the fact, and Dr. Nola, you could really walk us through this in a geopolitical sense, that in many ways, the Palestinians are the bastards of that region. The Saudis are not with them. UAE is not with them. And in Michigan, just because you're Arab and a Muslim doesn't mean you're pro-Palestinian.
Right.
And to understand, it's the same thing with Latinos. Puerto Ricans are not Cubans, and Cubans and Puerto Ricans are not Mexicans, and none of them are Colombians. I mean, but so part of how whiteness works is to create these demographics that don't represent reality, but it allows whiteness to maintain itself by extending its regime through these various locations. Now, when you put it this way, she could have, and I agree with you, Lauren, she could have said, maybe she said something like this: you know what, if I'm elected, Bibi Netanyahu's not going to like me. Y'all see, because Benjamin Netanyahu.
She's already.
Well, I know she has, but I mean, in a way that like she triggered Trump.
But then it went away in the media.
Right, but I'm saying, that's what I'm saying. No, because
wait, hold up. Let's remind people. When Netanyahu came here, she did not attend his speech.
No, she didn't.
They met privately.
And he does not like her because she.
Hold up, wait a minute. She was very strenuous and tough with him. He was pissed off, did not like it.
Sure.
That came out as well, but that still didn't matter.
Well, but because she didn't, I don't think what she didn't do was, and this is what I think she could have done something different. You see how she trolled Trump and triggered him? Bibi Netanyahu is a magnificent racist. He's a racist piece of shit. No, really. If she had gone beyond that to say, not only doesn't he like me, look at how he acts. Look at him. In other words, she could have triggered him. He's the kind, he's belligerent. And then he went down to Mar-a-Lago and she didn't put the words Logan and Act together and say, this man is violating federal law. I'm saying all that as a prelude to this. If she loses Michigan because of this, the narrative, the false narrative is going to be because it was over Palestine. But in fact, I think you've uncovered the smoking gun with the relationship of some of those people to Trump, and that's capitalism.
Yeah.
These people are negotiating for...
The long game may not serve her in the end, and that is the very unfortunate reality when you were thinking about geopolitics. It's not just what you see in front of you. It is many moves ahead, and it's a lot of things to consider, and that's the thing that Netanyahu knows.
Yes.
That is what he knows. He understands his importance to the region.
Absolutely.
He understands that he gets things done. It may not be in the most kind of ways that, asymmetrical warfare is a light term to use here.
One of the moments, though, is
with Abraham Accords,
when we
find out Palestinians.
We're seeing already that it's probably the economy that everybody cared about when you polled people. It's the economy is the first thing. Realized that she was primarily talking about a lot on the stage about abortion. And so she's talking about abortion a lot. I thought that was going to be a big deal. I was totally wrong about that. I thought women were going to come out and support her, and that was going to be the decisive factor in her winning.
Sure.
And turns out that was wrong. It turns out, it looks as if, we don't completely know this
That's
yet.
right, we know.
That white women did the same exact thing that they did.
Crazy, right? For 500 years.
So it's interesting because
white women.
You should be talking the economy and probably breaking from Biden, breaking from Biden on the economy.
Remember,
you're talking about abortion.
Let me remember.
Yeah.
So there were two closing arguments from this campaign. In Houston, we were there, and it was all reproductive rights. Then, when she was at the Ellipse, it was about saving democracy. It based upon, and again, exit polls are, but based upon exit polls, immigration was 1, economy was 2, abortion was 3,
immigration.
Some democracy was high. But remember, I want to deal with the democracy piece here. But remember, the right was also saying democracy is on the ballot.
That's true.
So what you had was you had Elon Musk, who absolutely used Twitter as a communications.
It's a bullhorn for him.
Their whole deal is democracy's on the ballot. These people want to get rid of freedom of speech. They want to attack tech companies. They went through this whole deal. So that issue, depending upon where you were, you're like, oh yeah, democracy. Oh, I don't like her, I'm voting here. And so I think what's going to happen here, Erica, when we look at, and Rebecca next, when you look at this thing, I forgot who said it. There was no one thing. It was literally a chunk here, a chunk here, a chunk here, a chunk here, and I do say a mistake I will say a mistake that was here was not trying to completely reframe and lay out the strength of the economy.
Yes.
I think I think that Democrats had false optimism on reproductive rights after the 22 midterms. That they thought that's going to carry me over the finish line. And it's bread and butter issues. When you look at the discussions, how much, I think if you probably pull data and say, how much time was spent talking about bread and butter issues? And here's the whole deal. The economists, all different people talk about her economic plan was better than his, but those people ain't reading Goldman Sachs reports.
Right.
How do you make that thing plain to the regular, ordinary person?
Well, you know,
I just think, hold on, Erica. Go ahead, speak to that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, you know, in thinking about how things, because we still don't know how things will turn out, that, you know, key terms like democracy, I said it just a few minutes ago around what this regime's thought process was 7 years ago when they said they were going to deconstruct the administrative state. And so using terms that are very much so likened to what Democrats were messaging and talking about democracy, fascism, authoritarianism, but using a very generic term in a way lets the other side know that they too are fighting for democracy. Do you want to continue to see these people who are in positions of power that have these protections, these three pieces of civil rights legislation from the 60s that are keeping them in places of authority, to keeping them in places in leadership? Do you want to see them continue to prevail in terms of democracy? So using that same language, even when we look at the number of women that surged through the polls, over 500,000 women that were voting, but the thought process around those women were that those women were fighting based on reproductive rights. We have no idea if those women were fighting on behalf or signing up to vote, making sure that their votes, that they were actually outpacing men because they too wanted to make sure that they were in a place where they were still considered a priority as well too. In terms of talking about the economy, I think that when you look at, even for any of us that have Twitter X app, you open it up and you continually flood it with ads for Donald Trump. Even when you go to your homepage, you can't get away from Donald Trump.
Even when you say, I'm not interested, they keep popping up.
They keep popping up. It's in your feed.
It's
in your home bar. So,
there's no doubt. I mean, that were people I would never even think about following. I'm like, why in the hell are they on my timeline?
Right.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I guess I don't do Twitter.
And you're talking about someone who has a top secret SCI clearance, Elon Musk, who I'm referring to, that has been having conversations with Putin, that the FBI, that all of these three-letter organizations are very well aware of, but he's still been able to run gun-shy as a South African and really shaping the elections in the United States. So I think all of these things really converge to let a people know that you still have power and there's a way to do this, and that those people were truly activated. And so I'm still holding out faith that we don't know until the numbers come in, but I think that not addressing specific issues is not going to moving forward if we are able to vote in the ways that we've been able to vote here over the years. Is not going to be something that's going to be helpful for the Democrats in the future. There's going to have to be deeper conversation.
And then, of course, in Ohio, the Republicans muddied the waters on the redistricting deal. 7 courts ruled that they gerrymandered. They muddied the language, and it failed tonight in Ohio.
It failed in Ohio?
To create a redistricting commission. I'm going to go to Rebecca, then I'm going to go to Julian here. You got to ask, real simple. How do you, and then also control room, I need y'all to mic up Eugene, Brianna, and Daria, please. Mic them up, please, and bring them over. So, Rebecca, then Julian. how then, if you're Democrats and you fixed a broken economy and it's on the rebound, how do you run with that when you're running against somebody who these people just believe that he is just going to be brilliant about the economy, and he bombed it. I mean, again, I think that what people have to grapple with is people made voting decisions that were utterly delusional.
Well, remember, misinfo and disinfo. Remember.
No, I got that. But what I'm saying is,
that's a big piece
if
here.
you're Democrats and the man for 4 years had infrastructure week and didn't pass shit. But you were Dems and you passed a massive infrastructure bill to rebuild the country. You got it passed. Very few Republicans voted for it. The American Rescue Plan rescued the plan. The Inflationary Reduction Act reduced inflation. And he runs and they go, yeah, I'm rating him 8, 10, 20 points higher on the economy. What the hell?
So rational choice theory teaches us if we have certain preferences, then we're going to choose those preferences in the order. So if I like red, then blue, then that means if I have a red ball and a blue ball, I will always pick the red ball over the blue ball, right? The reason why I'm talking about that is we're talking about policy issues and voting and what happened tonight in America based upon rational choice theory. And I don't think there's anything rational with how people voted.
There's the point.
I don't think that people are voting on policy.
No.
Never.
And I don't care how much we want to say. It's just like when we ask people, hey, what newspaper do you read?
Come on,
and
Rebecca.
everyone would tell you, oh, I read The Economist. The hell you do.
That's a lie.
You do not read The Economist. Or when you ask people, what's the last book you read? And it's some great American novel. Oh, I read War and Peace. You did. Well, that's not an American novel. But
no,
no.
It's okay. It don't matter. You didn't read it.
But no, you did not read it.
You did not read it.
That's like, you absolutely did not read it. So it's laughable to hear people say, oh, I care about the economy. That's how I voted. No.
Yeah,
I
well,
think people knew how they were going to vote, and now they're trying to attach the policy to, oh, well, this is why I made up my mind. When we're talking about immigration, one thing that I will say that is always hurting Democrats, you can't talk about immigration through a humanitarian lens. You have to talk about immigration through a national security and an economic lens. Because in a country, you ought to know who is coming across your borders, full stop. That should not be a partisan thing. You should know every single person who's inside your borders.
Wait. Speak to the economic part of that and speak to the national security part of that. Go.
Okay, I don't think that Harris Waltz made a good case on the economy. I think they ran a good campaign, but I don't think that they made it plain about the economy. I think that they allowed that man to run away with many economic points that they could easily have made.
What would it look like?
All he said it was a bad economy. He made no specific points.
No, he didn't. He said nothing.
Right, nothing.
But both of them claim they were
This man has
lower
untreated
inflation.
syphilis.
But nobody,
He said nothing.
no president can quote lower inflation. I mean, she could have been far more specific. Now, she was specific on a number of things. She talked about price gouging and things like that. I think those were useful things. But I think that she missed the opportunity, frankly, to make the economy plain.
Okay.
And I
Make
think
it
that
plain.
she could have. I mean, and especially, I think she had a winning slice with the opportunity economy. I mean, I think that when she talked about the caring economy, and many people got older parents.
Hold on.
But I don't think she made.
Don't ignore what Charlene said. These people
laid
not
out.
thinking about
You said specific. But here's but
No,
let's
it was specific.
No. But here's my whole point. She could be more specific. Okay, but she was specific.
Yeah.
He wasn't.
Right.
They still numbers show they still trusted him on the economy.
Right.
So again,
Right.
How do you run?
Yes.
How do you run against somebody who offers no specifics, who offers no policies, who literally said in a debate, I don't have a plan.
Concept.
I got concepts.
Right. You're right.
Of a plan.
Who makes that person accountable? The media. Who effed up this entire time? The New York Times, the two so-called papers of record, the Washington Post that was too cowardly to do a damn endorsement, and the New York Times was always soft-playing Donald Trump the entire time. So who makes people accountable on exactly what you just said? His vagueness, his craziness, his lunacy. They're not doing it. And then you got Elon Musk owning a platform that's feeding these people misinformation all the time. And frankly, the low information voter thing, we got people, most people in this country never went to college. They never went to college. That's a rare thing. Then you've got 40 million people in the country under the poverty line, right? And they're thinking, you know what? It can't get any worse than this. Let's blow this thing up. Which is why they vote for Trump.
Wait. No, go ahead. I'm gonna come back.
I like to think about a lot of this stuff in my Southern context. And we were talking earlier about the whole conversation about black jobs. So it took someone in Louisiana to kind of like break this down for me, what he was trying to say. And I know for a fact that after Katrina, there were a lot of black folks complaining about losing their jobs, about losing their construction jobs, losing all types of jobs to the Latino workers that came in to help rebuild New Orleans. So the black jobs thing may not have landed with the echo chamber, us, but it landed with other people because they understand and decipher his Trump speak, right? And then there are people, I have seen this, I have witnessed this across the country, who watches Fox News all day. They repeat Fox News talking points. Even the Africa article that I sent you this morning, it was repeating Fox talking points. And we cannot forget the power of television. People actually believe the successful Donald Trump from The Apprentice. They believe that. That's why they think he's good on the economy. We can throw it away all we want to, but they really believe that.
That's such a good point, because I was in L.A. A couple of weeks ago, and at the train station, and this sister asked me to move my stuff. I spread out. And we started talking, and she was telling me that Kamala was a communist. And I said, where did you hear that? She said, on TV. I said, I actually wrote, my first thing. I wrote a column called Where You Get Your News From. So I asked her, I said, well, she said, don't you watch the news? I said, I do. She said, what do you watch? I said, MSNBC, CNN, and Roland. I said, what you watch? She said, Fox. And she said, Tucker Carlson said that she was a communist. I said, and you believe that? Blah, 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 blah. And she said, well, why would he say it if it wasn't true?
Oh, Jesus.
And and she was adamant. I mean, I was praying for my friends to come because I didn't want to have to cuss the lady out because I didn't know her. And so I was waiting for my friends to come pick me up. But she was absolutely adamant. She even said, if you're going to have an attitude, I'll move. I'm like, see ya.
The white woman?
Wouldn't want to be ya.
It's a white woman?
No, this was a sister. Oh. This was a woman. She had white hair.
So you assume that she's perhaps receives some form of government benefits?
Greg.
From the fact that she went to the
I mean, like Social Security,
the fact
in other
that
words,
she went to the garbage district,
states, state support, like socialism is what I'm really got to get. New Deal, Great Society policy.
Girlfriend had been to the garbage district and bought this pocketbook that cost $8, which she didn't try to sell me.
Well, she might have bought it with her Social Security check. I'm just saying.
No. If you buy
Medicaid, Medicare, any of those.
If you shop in the garbage district for bargains, you ain't wealthy. Yes. You got some benefits coming from somewhere. The thing that struck me so much was, and I made an assumption and I judge it. If you don't like it, too bad.
That's not a judgment. I'm just saying that people who hate communism so much don't seem to have any problem with public subsidies.
Right, how about that?
No, I mean,
one of the things that, let me put this out here. Let me put this out here. I had said this here. Eugene, I'm going to go to you. I had said, when there was all this talk between June 27th, June 28th, and July 21st, I said to a number of people that the greatest concerns that I had was Harris holding on to Biden's white coalition. Jonathan Martin, Politico, he and I were texting the last couple of days, and he said, I remember you saying that. I said that was my greatest concern. And if I go back to 2020, what you remember, how did Joe Biden get the nomination? Black people, no, it wasn't Ketanji. No, it wasn't. Black people in South Carolina said, No, not Clyburn. Black people in South Carolina said, which white man can beat that white man?
Which is old race logic.
If you go back and look at 2020, you go look at the roster.
That's old race logic right there.
It was Klobuchar, Buttigieg, Bloomberg,
like 16
Harris. It was 16. No. It was black people sat there and went, all right, this is a white supremacist, crazy, deranged, who can beat him? And they were like,
Joe. Because that's what I said.
This white man right here. And this is what people I think kept missing. It kept missing with the black voters in South Carolina. Black people ain't stupid.
They're pragmatic.
Black folk go, we know white people. And we know which white people can beat white people.
Right.
Joe Biden appealed to, so he was old, he had lots of experience, and he appealed to white folks in Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, in those places, rural voters in Georgia. Oh, he's gonna be a steady hand, he's competent. Did they call Joe Biden a communist? Nope.
Right.
They called Joe Biden a Marxist. Nope. They didn't say any of this sort of stuff. Now, he wins. But then what happens? The fucker showed his age. Now all of a sudden, you old and broken down. Now who's your pick? And so now you go through this whole deal here. This is, when you look at, again, I look at how people voted. I look at, in New York City, Jewish vote drops for Democrats. I look at the margins in these counties, in the suburban counties we talked about, in Philadelphia and other places, the margins were higher for Trump than lower. And so now you begin to ask, okay, what actually was at play here? Donald Trump brings this, I want to burn this whole shit down mentality. People go, I want to burn this whole shit down too.
Yeah, right.
Not realizing he actually doesn't want to burn it down. His whole deal is, I'm about to hook up all my boys and everybody's rich.
No question.
And they literally fall for the okie doke.
Yeah.
Every time.
It's actually worse than that. He's
You
gonna...
gel up, Eugene.
So every time, I would also add that, it became, when it came to Joe Biden, his white coalition was never going to be replicated. It was never going to be replicated. It's the Scranton Joe. They call it Scranton Joe for a reason.
It's around him.
He's far removed from Scranton, but that Scranton Joe branding.
Because it was higher than Obama's.
It was higher than Obama. Yep.
But the reason Obama won, because Obama, well, I know that, but I'm saying with Obama, had a higher black.
He had a higher black turnout.
Had a way higher black turnout than Harris got tonight.
Than Harris and Biden got, and Clinton got. But, that old white against old white, wasn't going to play this time around. And look, it was the same way black folk in South Carolina and Super Tuesday states made a decision among which old white guy essentially was going to fight the other old white guy. White people tonight made a decision on which brand of who's going to best fit their interests. And they're telling us they're telling us time and time again that Trump is where it's at for them.
But was Harris?
Kelly.
But I think I mic'd up.
Yeah, you mic'd up.
So my thing is, with that logic regarding voters, in my head, it also follows, and that means that they're not going to vote for an ambiguously black woman with a Jewish man for a husband with no children, who is on her, it's a very late first marriage, who also has allegations of infidelity with Willie Brown. Like, these things I do not necessarily ascribe
Willie
to.
Brown.
I don't necessarily believe, and I don't want to make it sound like, oh, this is why she lost, but the underbelly might be, this is why she lost. And I said this on your show.
Well, I won't say this. I will say this is not why she lost.
No.
Again, I go back to, you have to pick chunks. that are, again, when you look at how someone...
And she hasn't lost yet, by the way.
Right. But when you look at data...
They're calling it.
But when you look... When you
Fox News called it.
Well, but when you look at data here, when you look at, again, piece here, piece there, piece here, piece there, at the end of the day, that's how you win. You win by being able to grab different pieces of different areas to win. So
I also think we shouldn't forget the fact that this was a 103-day campaign.
Absolutely.
That she was thrown into. That she was thrown into. That's a really difficult situation for anybody.
But you know, but I'm wondering.
1 second, Daria.
I'm wondering if Harris was
Daria.
Trump was Biden's revenge, though.
Daria.
Because
there's still gonna have to be conversations after this as to whether they should have had a primary or not.
Mhm.
Even with
Right.
100 days. Because if you remember in the beginning, Nancy Pelosi wasn't for her.
Right.
Barack Obama withheld his
Right.
endorsement from the beginning.
Right.
So there's going to be some very serious conversations.
She actually did pretty well.
Well, let's be real clear. Let's be real clear here. Let's be real clear here.
She did.
They can handle conversations all they want to. If that happened, it would have been a 350 electoral college. I mean, so they can have that conversation all they want to. But I'm telling you,
They were put in the tough situation because Biden's staff didn't tell us what his situation was. And we found out at a debate, Roland, we found out on live TV that, oh man, this guy can't run. We did. We found out for the first time that this guy can't handle it.
We all knew
we
this
kind of knew
for the last 2
but
years.
That moment was the moment.
Let's keep it
We knew 77 plus 4 was 81.
Stop. Wait.
At the Christmas party.
No, stop. No, stop.
Did we know at the Christmas party?
No, wait. No.
That's funny.
No, we knew.
Yeah.
They didn't know.
Right.
And it wasn't until a debate when, what was it, 58 million, whatever number that watched, that's when they saw it.
So why didn't it matter that Donald Trump, who is clearly mentally unwell, who performed fellatio on a microphone last week?
And was pooping on himself with a diaper.
Exactly.
Here's why. Here's why. Because even with all that said, he looked energetic.
Yeah.
Is that a euphemism for whiteness? I don't understand.
No.
Is that a euphemism for whiteness?
It's because of the 25th Amendment that Vance is going to
Come on, Charlene. Come on.
It's very
Come on.
I'm going to show you right here.
How
many stories
That's it.
prior to July 21st were about shit, he's old? Well, what about Biden?
That's true.
Then how many stories after July 22nd were, damn, what's up with the cognitive abilities of Trump? Virtually none. The New York Times, to your point, the New York Times, Mustafa, had 6 stories on one day about Biden's cognitive state.
Right, that's right.
They never had. It took them forever to do one on Trump. That's what you. Again, so we have to understand what was moving and operating at play. There was this perception that Trump say crazy shit, but he always says crazy shit. But he's entertaining and he's got way more energy than Joe. He's moving faster than Joe. That literally was how it was portrayed. Mustafa, go ahead.
Well, we know that 90% of it is about perception. And if you make sure that you're putting the right type of perception out there, then the vast majority of the American population is going to go with what that is. Lauren has also shared that there's these biases that have existed inside of the media, and we saw it play out on a daily basis, and people just allowed it to continue to go. The other part of it is that we have media that is afraid of Trump. And you see it all the time in the decisions that people are making in the editorial rooms. You also see it in the ownership of the individuals who decided to make the decisions that they did. So until we change some dynamics, we have to change dynamics around the media platforms that are out there, where people are getting information, where they find validation. We've got to also make sure that we change the dynamics in relationship to how we are funding politics and getting money out. I know people have been talking about that for a long, long time, but it creates these unbalances that are there. And then we have to just be honest also about white privilege. Yes. And that it has a certain cachet that still comes with it. And that means that, you know, when we finally had the vice president against Trump, that Trump was allowed to do and say things that she was not allowed to do.
Amen.
And it's really that simple.
Right.
That's right.
Right.
Lawless versus flawless.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
There you have it. Yeah.
So now,
Let me give a shout out. I was there with this. We had the brother on the air. Show big congratulations to Monroe Nichols, becoming the first black mayor in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Congratulations to Monroe for that. It looks like Democrats are going to control the House, so therefore Jeffries will become the first black Speaker of the House.
My goodness.
That's great.
My goodness.
There will be they will be able to stop a MAGA agenda. You can't get it past the House. It can't go to the Senate and get passed.
Right.
But you are going to see significant damage still being done. I'll say this here. He lied about it. He denied it. But I'm telling you right now, Joe, folk like you are going to be real busy when these federal workers get fired because they don't sign a MAGA pledge.
Yeah, I mean, my mom worked for the federal government for 40 years, Veterans Administration. So imagine being in a situation where you got a property right in your job, and suddenly now there's a litmus test, there's a loyalty litmus test, where they're just going to move, just like Reagan fired the air traffic controllers when they went on strike.
Yeah.
They're going to move first, and then the litigation is going to happen. Also, you're going to also see Donald Trump become very pragmatic about executive orders. Right? They'll talk like, oh, you know, Obama used them too much, this, that, and the other. Trust me. They're going to start, and they'll just go right page by page in Project 2025. Starting off.
Right. Start with Schedule 7, which is the the one he signed.
Right.
And if you you know, having read through that 922 pages, it's very clear. That's just stage 1.
Oh, yeah.
Stage 2 was putting together the data bank of workers they're going to replace them with. Larry Ellison helped them. Well, Oracle helped them do that, by the way. And he's the one who spent the stupid $30 million propping up Tim Scott in South Carolina. The third step is the boot camp that they said they're going to do, and then the fourth step is implementation. But let's think about this for a minute. If we know he's going to replace more of the federal judiciary, and like you said, Alito and Thomas, they're going to go to Clarence Thomas. They're going to send Harlan Crow, say, boy, get your ass off the bench. So anyway, that's very easy. But the point is that, what if we think about this differently? Should Harris lose, and they get control of the federal judiciary through the Senate and the presidency, John Roberts' whole strategy has been to run everything they want to do through the First Amendment, freedom of association. You know, Citizens United 2010 unlocks the floodgates, and then everything else they're running through. That's how they knock down Roe. There is no right to privacy. It's a penumbra of rights. It's the First Amendment, the 14th Amendment. There is this not. Okay, fine. What if we embrace that? I'm just thinking about it for a minute. What if we say, you're right? We're going to run ours through the freedom of expression as well, freedom of association. We are going to come after you all with a form of black nationalism that has worked for us in the past. This has been a playbook for us all the way through the Civil Rights Movement. We lost our way in the post-Civil Rights era. If you go to 1972, Gary, the Black Political Convention, we were very clear about what we were doing. That was the energy that fed the Jackson campaign. But that Jackson campaign, remember in '88 when he turned all his delegates to Dukakis, and then Bill Clinton kneecapped him in this city in 1992 with that Sister Soldier moment, and they took over with the DLC, moving the Democrats in that direction. Since then, we have been engaged in this fairy tale like this country is something other than what it is. We only started doing that in the leadership class in the 1980s, really, 80s and 90s. What if we embrace Robert's view of the United States? I would tell you that if we embrace the view that they want, if y'all want to dance like this, we're going to dance with you motherfuckers. Let's dance. Seriously, freedom of association means we embrace you. Free enterprise, no problem. We buy black. We don't trade with you. And it's my right to say, I'm not going to serve you. In other words, while the states are Trump-proofing, like Maryland did with the resolution that passed, reaffirming a woman's right to choose, California has done, look, if we're going to fight a civil war, then damn it, let's fight one. I'm not talking about a hot civil war, but a cold civil war with a different logic. And we'll see how much they believe in this world they claim they want when we embrace it. It'll be like the Second Amendment. And by the way, everybody get their strap. Let's see how much you like that. No, I'm serious. It is your right, isn't it? I'm very serious about this.
First of all,
yeah, right.
No,
Don't be scared. Don't be scared.
First of all, everybody got to remember. After Trump won last time, fucking black gun ownership went up.
Come on, responsible black gun ownership.
That was
legal gun ownership.
But the other thing that I want people to think about, and I'm speaking to this as a veteran, is the privatization of VA, people being stripped of their benefits.
Yes.
And then the military. There are those of us that sit in this room that have people that we love that are actively serving in the military. I will share without sharing too much that we had active duty military members that were an hour outside of Asheville, sleeping in tents, providing hurricane relief, so that then people will be able to afford to go and vote and do all of these different things. Doing that for over a month. Active duty military members. These folks have 9-to-5 jobs. Their 9-to-5 job is in the military. What's vastly different is that because we signed up to be in the military, what we're also saying is that we will keep our body in shape so that we can fight all enemies, that come against this country. What Donald Trump seeks to do is to weaponize, and we saw it during his regime, to weaponize those very people who have people that live here, family members. He wants to weaponize those people against American citizens. So, you know, in all of this, I think that we also have to consider the real damage, the real carnage. And I don't think it's about being bouted. I think it's about people who don't have passports. I think it's about people that are already scratching and surviving. I think it's about people who've already made choices about how they live, whether it's being in civil service, federal service, whether it's being in the military, whether it's working for a 3-letter organization, that are really going to suffer. People who, like myself, a military person that has disabilities, that those what we fought for, what we laid our lives on for this country for, will be stripped away. So then what?
That's right.
When this person has the ability to weaponize those very same people against American fucking citizens.
So when I think about, when I think about, as you were laying that out, the number of individuals that worked with this man in foreign policy, in the military, who kept saying, do not let this man go back in. And what voters tonight said, John Bolton, I don't give a damn.
How about
Mark
that?
Esper, I don't give a damn.
How about that?
John Kelly, I don't care.
That's right.
Mark Milley, I don't care.
That's right.
Then I think about
That's right.
what Dr. King told his brother right here, Harry. I think I'm integrating our people into a burning house.
Let's get down to it. Come on, Roland. Come on. Seriously.
He said, we're going to have to continue. Greg always says this on the show, the state of this country. Here you had black people, black women, black men, who were the spine behind this candidate's back.
That's right.
And this is in black people who have fought for ourselves and everybody else.
That's right.
So this is one of those moments where I think black folks might say, fuck it.
Exactly.
This the shit y'all want?
It's what you want?
All right. Black folks like, all right. All y'all broke-ass white people, all y'all Latinos, all y'all Muslims, y'all can have this shit.
I think we were already there.
Wait. And I'm just saying, I'm telling everybody right now, y'all already know the meme that was created when I was at TV1, hashtag we tried to tell you. I'm telling you right now, when the shit go down, we gonna be saying, we tried to tell you.
But how do you grapple with what Erica said? I mean, our people gonna catch us. I'm with you. No, that's my sentiment, brother. But I hear what you're saying.
We are going. First of all, we are going to have to go to that survival mode that has always gotten us through. But this is going to be one of those.
That's
listen,
a good point. That's the point right there.
Dude just tweeted.
That's the point right there.
Zapata County in Texas, along the Rio Grande in South Texas, went 71-28 for Obama. And it went 61-39 for Trump.
Sexism.
So, no, it's not.
People think they're white.
Yeah.
They do not view themselves as minorities.
There you go.
Come on, Charlotte. Come on.
They do not view themselves as minorities.
They go together. There's no sexism and racism
It's
are
together.
intersect. They go together.
Right. Find the
You
Obama
can't
vote with that.
you know what I mean?
What does it have to do with them thinking they're white?
I think though
There were a lot of white people in 2008. I'm from Nebraska. There are a lot of people in 2008 who want to say, oh, I voted for the black man, so that is indicative of my character. So for me, people voting for Obama means nothing.
So then why didn't they vote for Kamala?
Thank you.
No, we're talking about 2008.
Well, no, he said
Well,
that
well,
it's
okay, no.
completely
That particular area of Texas is filled with Tejanos.
Yeah.
Tejanos who have been here for centuries
Yeah,
and
500
centuries and
years, no
centuries.
question.
They view themselves as white.
Yeah.
And they
When you
voted
talk
for
to them,
and they voted for
No,
President Obama.
and that means nothing because many racist people voted for Obama.
First of all, they all don't think they're white. You have to they actually don't. You have to factor in
They think they're greater
what
than
part
white.
of the country,
Right.
and then
Right.
where it's situated. A Cuban and a Venezuelan is different from a Chicano. It's different from a Puerto Rican.
Right.
Different from a Dominican.
Right.
Different from someone Mexican. What you're dealing with here, you're dealing with nationalities here.
Yep.
And you also have to
We're all
remember,
Anglos.
you also
It
have
goes
to
by
remember,
language.
whether we're talking about
That's right.
Latinos who are coming here, or whether we're talking about African immigrants that come here, you have a state of mind. America is the land of opportunity. It is largely an economic view. And so then, who is speaking to me through an economic prism? Oh, this person right here. That's why you find a significant number of folks who are African immigrants who support Trump.
Right.
So you can't just deny.
Mike, the point you made.
Point though about because I really want to get back to the point of you saying that we tried to tell you.
Yeah.
That point of we tried to tell you because that's what's resonating with me.
When you a mama, and you say, "Baby, don't bring his ass home," and then she ignores you, and mama like, "Baby, did I tell you don't bring his ass home?" And then he beat your ass or something happened, and the mama said didn't want to. The mama hug you, she pat you, but she like, "Baby, listen, I told you don't bring his ass home." What happened?
That's what the Second Amendment.
We as black people. Come on. The reality is, we as black people, we have always saved this country
every time.
But again, to your point,
and
as far as saving it, I personally am tired because if you think that I'm going back out on Black Lives Matter Street in a pussy hat like these people did in 2020, you got another thing coming. Because I didn't do it then.
There were a lot of us wearing the pussy hats.
There you go.
Remember whose throat they tried to cut at the front of that movie.
You understand what I'm saying? Because my thing is, because I live in D.C. proper, and I saw these women coming in droves, clogging up, bottlenecking these metro stations, and they came out here, and they were acting like, oh, we're here to save this country. And in that same breath, demonizing Native Americans, demonizing black women, demonizing other women of color who were doing the work. Completely and blatantly disrespecting them on podiums, pausing them and interrupting them as they were getting up to speak. Like, these are the same people who just voted for this man again. These are the same people who are about to cry again when they have this national ban of abortion, when contraceptives are about to be, by insurance now as opposed to CVS. Baby condoms are locked up too. Who knows?
So it is.
They want to ban all kinds of things except condoms.
It's
Project 2025, which is mind blowing because men wear condoms.
Well, yeah,
it's in print.
Well, I'm gonna come to that point.
Yes, sir.
A second ago. So if I go back to 2016.
Right. So
If I go back to 2016, it was literally
Three of us.
It was literally
1, 2, 3.
about this time in 2016 where Trump came out victorious, and NBC is calling Pennsylvania for Donald Trump. That puts him over 270, and that's why the right is celebrating. The point we're just making, and y'all already know, I will never use the word president with his ass. Even when I met his ass, I wouldn't use it. I would not use it.
For now.
No, ain't no for now.
No,
we ain't calling his ass
Donald.
Here is. I mean, there's going to be. First of all, if it's one thing that Democrats are excellent at, and that is, it's fretting, it's freaking out, it's and all that sort of stuff like that. But there has to be a reckoning.
Right. Yes, sir.
And when we say a reckoning,
yes, sir,
I think it has to be a really, really hardcore, deep reckoning. And what I'm gonna I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna use the example of when I talked about 2012, when I saw that a 9-point gap between black men and black women, and I was like, Dems, don't ignore this. This thing is going to continue. This is a reality. In the last 3 cycles, Dems ignored what was happening with Latinos. I'm gonna go to this here. The amount of conversation that took place about black men was insane.
Crazy.
And I literally don't. The only time I heard a significant amount of discussion regarding Latinos was after this comedian cracks a joke about Puerto Rico. How about that?
That's right.
So now I'm really interested, and do y'all think you're going to see real conversation about what the hell happened with Latino voters?
Among the Democrats?
Okay.
You mean among the Democrats?
Scapegoat.
No, but first of all, among mainstream media, among Democrats, I mean, will that discussion, will we have a discussion about Latinos in 2024 like we did white people in the Midwest in 2016?
No, that won't happen.
Roland, you'll see that when you see the article about Trump's cognitive decline.
I'm only answering the question. Go ahead.
Yeah, no. As a person in Miami.
Mike, hold the mic up.
Sorry.
First of all, you don't need to hold the mic up. You loud. Come on, go ahead.
So no, as a person in Miami, they use black people as a scapegoat, which we didn't get out to vote. We already knew there's different sections of Latinos. There are Cubans who do believe they're white that were there on January 6th, and we have evidence that they were there on January 6th.
Hey, one of the Proud Boys was Latino. He's sitting his ass in jail right now. Was it Enrique or whatever?
Yeah, because
he got 25. He out? That's right. He was an informant.
Oh yeah,
go ahead.
Yeah,
Get a
exactly.
medal from Trump.
Yeah,
He's about to get pardoned.
Yeah.
He pardoned. Yeah, but pardoned. Yeah. Anyway, so that is honestly, when we talk about the predictions of what we thought the election would be in Florida, we always think it's going to be a 1% race. We're taught that it's going to come down to 1%.
Trump won Miami-Dade.
Oh yeah, it hasn't gone blue since I worked it. It's in the trash. But what? Okay, yeah. Where's Michigan though? Okay, right. So no, but the reality is, they're not going to have that discussion because it was already known. That's why they already preempted it by talking about where the black men. They already knew, because at the end of the day, they need to get out the vote. Most of Latin Americans, most of them. Some of the Puerto Ricans, depends. Orlando is liberal. Some of the East Coast Puerto Ricans are liberal, but there's some Puerto Ricans who still, despite the comments, voted Republican.
So now I'm gonna throw this one out. And love to get your reaction. how many media executives tonight
Oh, they're salivating.
are elated
They're salivating.
with this election result.
And journalists. Yeah. You know how many journalists? You know how many journalists got famous over Donald Trump? Because the way they ran the White House.
Wait.
You know how many journalists did books, got famous, made money off of Donald Trump? They're loving the fact that Donald Trump is
I'm telling you right. I'm telling you right now.
But see, I'm going to say this.
The reason the media, these media folks,
they want this.
They are
want
like,
him.
we are about to have a shit show every
single day.
So what
And all you
about
have to do is go to
independent
the
black media? In other words, if we take the idea that it's fine, it's fuck it, and I want to just in something in defense. I want to say I want to say something too in defense of second generation African immigrants, whether it be from the Caribbean or whether it be from the continent of Africa. Some of those young people whose faces I recognize out there in that yard at Howard who looked like their world was ending as they were standing there trying to wave them funky ass flags and sway. And Shirley, I know you know what I'm talking about because you visited these campuses. I'm talking about these kids whose parents came from Nigeria, who live in Texas, but they were born here, who are all in for Kamala Harris. I'm talking, they are not, in other words, you know, and you were talking about this a minute ago, Mike. First generation immigrants act a certain way, but it usually takes 2 or 3 generations for those folks to level set in some ways. If they're not of African descent, it's the whiteness. Yeah. But if it's black folk, you see a lot of them come into the realization that, because when they're born here, and I guess what I'm saying is that, do you think this is an opportunity? I'm talking about Black Star Network, I'm talking about, for people to say, you know what? Since y'all gonna clink your champagne glasses, goddamn it, we're gonna clink ours too. And we're gonna bring that black coalition together in a way that hasn't been seen.
Here's what I think. Here's what I think. What has to happen. To be frankly honest, most of the folks who are in the black media space don't give a shit. No, I'm just letting you know.
It's tough talk.
No. We were in Philadelphia last night. We were the only black media outlet on the day, on the riser. We were in Michigan Saturday, Sunday. We were the only black media outlet on the riser. We were in Milwaukee Wednesday, Thursday. When I'm looking at, I'm looking at who was broadcasting live, who was doing stories, and even when we talk about who's broadcasting live, this is how easy this is. The Harris campaign made it easy. You could just grab somebody's stream. None of them. I got no problem saying this right now. BET got close to $10 million in advertising. I know this as a fact. BET did a black male this conversation.
Right.
I don't know what I don't know what the linear ratings were. Mm-hmm. What I do know, when I saw it yesterday, it only did 270,000 views on their YouTube channel.
What?
I can tell you right now, the pastor's response to that fool Donnie Swaggart on our channel has already done 1.1 million. Okay, so when I look at the magazines, when I look at all these different people, okay, answer this. How many of these black networks had election coverage today?
Right.
Yep. Here you on the verge of making history. How many of them were actually there? Yeah. So I'm not actually counting. I mean, when I look at black radio, I'm not counting on these folks operating as the resistance. Because I think for many of them, it's still focused on entertainment and that kind of bullshit like that. But I will say this here, so let me speak from but from a progressive, democratic, liberal, whatever, however you want to frame it.
Small D Democrat, not Democratic Party.
The billionaire Democrats.
Oh, okay. Party.
All of these folks who spend all this kind of money, their asses are gonna have to wake up and say, how in the hell did we not fund an ecosystem? I'm telling you, if you look at, let's break this down. Donald Trump had no ground game.
None.
None.
All in legal fees. Mm-hmm.
They outsourced it. They literally outsourced it to Charlie Kirk and Elon Musk.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. A handful of billionaires gave damn near $1 billion.
Right.
Okay? Ain't like he had a real campaign.
Right.
It's not like he was dropping policy papers, things along those lines.
Yeah, it blows up the notion of everything we've seen.
But so all this stuff, she just do this and do that.
What you said,
No. First of all, we have talked about sexism. But this thing also, you have to add sexism as a part of this.
Sure.
That is a part of it.
Absolutely.
What you're dealing with here, I'm telling you, I live every day in setting a narrative.
Right.
I will show you, where did Joe Biden's presidency turn? What was it?
The debate.
Nope.
No.
No, what was it?
When he said he was in the big,
No. Give me what happened.
When he said he was going to be a one-term
No,
president.
no,
when he made that
no,
backroom deal,
no,
you're
no.
saying no.
That ain't it.
That wasn't during
That
his
ain't it.
presidency. That was not during his presidency.
No. I mean, it's about 20 of y'all. No. I want you to throw. No. I want you to throw out. No. What else?
It was an event?
It was an event.
We're in the State of the Union.
No. I can't believe you ain't saying it.
I'm tired and I have to
You
teach.
got to be Ukraine and Gaza.
Huh?
Ukraine and Gaza.
No.
Oh, when he said he was a Zionist?
No. Afghanistan.
What's that?
If you go back and look at the presidency, that shit was flying.
So let's talk about it now. We can talk about it now.
Right. His numbers, but let me set the stage for his numbers. I'm talking about, they were calling this competent. They had no drama. They were sitting here just, it was just flowing. I'm talking about folks like, oh shit.
Right.
He done got the 18, boom, Afghanistan. That immediately changed his approval numbers, and his approval numbers never recovered because the narrative was established that, you destroyed, it was awful, it was this, and everything that followed that decision went right into that bucket of, the country is on a negative trajectory, and you look at the exit polling data, that's what they all said. The country, things are going so awful. They never could turn that around. Go ahead.
So I want to say two quick things, and I got to go because I got to teach.
We got you.
So I guess, this can be shared now. Afghanistan, it was more than a narrative. It also splintered the party. If a lot of people want to know what happened with Joe Biden and Nancy Pelosi, it really, really fractured the party and it sent a ripple. And there are those in the party that believe that what we're seeing, Israel and Gaza, Ukraine, has all started from Afghanistan, that it's been a constant foreign policy ripple. And Joe Biden was supposed to be the foreign policy guy. So that's kind of like background stuff that was kind of tearing the party apart. It was more than, Biden is old. It's like, it was, okay, he made an emotional decision. He made a promise to the country to get us out of Afghanistan. He did that, but a lot of people argued that it was predicated on his emotions because of, his history with his son and everything, around that war. So there were a lot of things going on in the background, and the opening shot was Afghanistan, unfortunately. I want to say two quick things, and I got to go because I got to teach tomorrow.
We got you.
Okay, all right.
You already said that.
Second thing, what I want to say is, what happened tonight, I can't think about in the abstract. I think about a lot of my colleagues who are scared right now about their job security, who have been in the government for a very long time, and they won't know what's going to happen comes January. Well, they do, people do know what's coming. It's going to be very real pain felt by a lot of people that look like us in this room. It's not an abstract thing. It's not an abstract thing like, you effed around and now you about to find out. We about to find out too. Some of us sitting in this room.
No question.
The pain will be felt, especially those of us that are outspoken, that have stood 10 toes down and put it all out there on the line. So the pain will be felt. last thing I will say, this has set white supremacy up in a way in this country that will be felt for a very long time.
Yes.
That is what won tonight. And then we also have the outside agitation from the South Africans who have very complicated histories with apartheid. So it's a very unique blend of white supremacy that we are now dealing with and battling. And those things are very real. They're not abstract things. And I don't know what the next steps are. I know personally, I need to take a few days. This is a lot.
Sure.
I need to take a few days. It's a
Sure.
lot. And then figure out what next steps are. But I know black folks, we saying, you know, we tired. We always say that, and we gonna get back up and we gonna continue to fight. You know, I just don't know what that's gonna look like.
That new black speaker of the House too.
Yeah.
Right. So the point is, so all right, go. Go teach. Rest and go sleep. So let me. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go back to my point about. I'm gonna go back to the point about the resistance. Yeah.
Right.
So we'll go back to that point. And the reason that's important. And again, this is the question that what's your posture? So apparently Brett Baer. Thanks, Joe. So apparently Brett Baer said on Fox News, "Oh, this is a moment where Trump can reach out with his speech," which we know that ain't happening.
What?
I'm telling you. So what's going to happen? I'm telling you what's going to happen is you're going to have this narrative that Jeffries should talk bipartisan.
Of course.
Of course, always.
What to me, this is where, if you are Democratic Party,
come on.
You come out and make it perfectly clear.
No question.
You bring some crazy shit, it ain't going nowhere.
That's right.
We will shut it down.
That's right.
Now, for the folk, when Noel talks about the pain, if you one of those 5 million people with student loan debt relief, they got 170 billion, you should be worried tonight. They will repeal. That was an executive decision.
Right.
They will try to repeal that. I just think, and I'm telling you, they'll claw it back. And I'm telling you, and the reason I keep bringing up these media people is because this is entertainment to them. This is real life for other people.
Yep. It's job security for them.
Because it is. I'm telling you, they are sitting here going, oh, remember, they were complaining about Biden's news conferences. I mean, damn, the White House is so boring. And man, he get his speeches and and then all this sort of stuff. I'm telling you, they are pining for batshit crazy.
Yep.
I'm telling you, let me remind people, it was every day live television.
Yep.
Right. Trump just tweeted this.
Right.
It was like breaking news.
Every day.
It was like, I'm telling you, they love the chaos.
The drama is making
And I'm telling
money.
you, folks should be prepared for what they're going to be selling us. And I just think, again, to your point in terms of what's the future. And it's going to be payback. They want to pay a lot of folk back.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But
that's why this idea of,
generals.
I need to take a few days, F that. We need to get to work right
Well,
now.
no, wait. No.
Because it's
I understand what she's saying there.
I get it, but
No.
time is of the essence.
No. When I
Time is of the
hear, first of
essence.
all, when I hear I need to take a few days, I agree with that because I gotta pull back and then go. I gotta retreat to know how to advance.
Right.
Yes.
And so when you're in a battle, you gotta say, all right, what in sports? What they call a damn timeout. Shit, when they doing 20, so you gotta retreat to recalibrate, and then now go, all right, now how I'm about to move forward. And so, I mean, I can tell you when we was there last time, I did a commentary on TV One. Y'all find that commentary. It's called "This Means War." And the president of the network called me frantic. Brad said, "Oh my, what? Like you did? This means war? I said, yeah, this means war.
Yeah.
Now for niggas, the CEO. Oh, look, I mean, we public, look, we got radio stations, FCC licenses. I was like, yeah, I hear you.
FCC, they got a chapter on that too. In
I was like, yeah, I hear you.
That's
I was like, I hear you. But my whole deal is, I was real clear. Yes, this means war.
Yeah.
And I said, that has to be a posture. And so while Dems are gonna go through this whole, oh my God, woe is me, and try to figure it all out, if they do not assume a posture of war, then go ahead.
There's going to need to be a reckoning. So that's why I disagree. I think that they're going to have to look at the Latino vote. This is a different MAGA that we've never seen before. I went to school at the same school J.D. Vance went to. I went to Yale Law School, was taught by the same professors. These people mean business. They're not like Donald Trump. They don't just go out there and say crazy things.
That's
you
why
have
that
Stephen
man gave
Miller.
Leonard Leo $1.6 billion.
You have Josh Hawley. You have
Amy Chua. You know who Amy Chua is.
That's our professor. That's my girl.
Business.
This is
a nationalist.
Amy
Chua?
I worked with...
Breed World on Fire.
I worked with Usha Vance.
Yeah.
I worked with all of these people.
Yeah.
I know these people. I know the Heritage Foundation.
Absolutely.
This is not the same MAGA.
No.
When they're talking about deportation and putting people in cages, they're not talking about just cages. They're talking about camps.
No
they're
question.
talking about internment camps.
No question.
So they are going to have to talk to the Latinos. They're going to have to talk to everyone. There is going to be a reckoning, like you said.
And so,
this isn't new. This isn't the first time. This is
It's
not
different.
No,
It's different.
no,
It's
no,
different.
no.
It's
It's
different.
not.
It's
It's not.
different.
It is not. It is not.
You have never seen these people before.
No,
This
we
is-
have.
No.
guys, stop. First of all,
These are the descendants of those.
Okay,
who put
hold
people in
on, wait,
internment
hold up. Okay, hold up. How old are you?
I'm 43.
How old are you?
34.
How old are you?
27.
It's fucking new to 1829. No. We have to understand.
It's different for us.
It's new to 1829.
Yeah, no.
You have to understand. If you were an 8 or 10-year-old kid, who sat there on this night,
that's those kids that were
in 2008.
They were 3 and 4.
And you saw the jubilation, the elation, and all of that. People were sitting here. What was the campaign? Hope. All this sort of stuff like that. So all of a sudden, you fast forward 16 years. And if you were 4, you're now 20. If you were 10, you're now... No, wait a minute. Let me finish the point. Then you can speak. They came, so all of a sudden, that generation is going, wait a minute.
Right.
I saw the first black president.
That's right.
I thought I was going to see the first female president.
That's right.
Then I thought at a second shot, after the first female president lost, and the white women went with him, then his crazy ass came in, tried to overthrow the goddamn government, acted a fool, still ran, had the second woman, and this fool is back.
Right.
What she's saying about MAGA, Mondale said it earlier. MAGA is not a separate entity. Hillary Clinton treated MAGA separately from the GOP. Joe Biden treated MAGA separate. Joe Biden said, oh, after the Republican Party that I'm familiar with is gonna come back. No, so now maybe Democrats probably now will wake up and go, oh shit, there's no separate thing from MAGA and GOP. Now I have to accept what she just said is, this is the GOP. So now I have to figure out how to counter this, because this is now what I'm facing. It's no longer Trump's GOP. This is the GOP. Hold on, Rebecca, then you go.
The reason why I'm very adamant that we've been here before and that this isn't new is for a very specific reason. I remember being idealistic, still idealistic, right? But I remember those things of, oh, everything was new to me as a new experience. But then I had to sit down and talk to other people. I had to go into community. Like I was telling someone, when Trump won in 2016, between election day to inauguration, I basically read an entire Black Studies curriculum. The reason, and I mean that, the reason why I did that is because I was thinking, hey, have we ever, as Black people, not as Democrats, as Black people, have we ever experienced or went through any of these things he's previewing and saying that we're about to do? So I had to go back 150 years. I had to go back 200 years. I had to go back and read lots of writings to understand what was the contemporaneous thought there, and then understanding now the historical context that I have to understand, have we been here? Have we seen some of these elements? And the reason why I'm very adamant, just like I commune and talk daily to my ancestors, they do too. And some of them are direct descendants of this. So MAGA is a continuation of white supremacy that started before 1619 in this country. So that's why I said I recognize. Like, with Christianity, we talk about familiar spirits. We talk about things that are familiar. I know these familiar spirits, and my ancestors defeated it. So that is why. That is so. So my point is, so you can say what you want, but I'm talking about how my family has survived.
How would you fold in perhaps one difference? And this is why when Nola says she got to take a few days, I think I understand, because the things that she just says that I can't talk about, the things that I would oppose with my whole heart and soul, and I think most human beings would.
Well, she also got to take a break because Donald Trump is about to unleash a vicious attack on the intelligence community.
Well, this is what I'm saying.
Like for real.
Well, how would you fold in, Charlene, maybe, because I agree with you. I think we know what comes next. We saw Neville Chamberlain and the British cozy up to Hitler. While Hitler ran, he understood the Nazis didn't have, the appeasement, exactly. The Nazis didn't have to win a majority of the Germans. They just had to win a third of the 50% and let plus one that gave them control of the National Socialist Party, and then they took over. I'm saying it for this reason. He's already said what he's going to do. Netanyahu keep bombing. Putin take Ukraine. What happens when he goes into Poland? And they're going to pull out of NATO. And this is what I'm saying is, we're talking about nuclear war. We might be, we're talking about domestic. This is, and Nola, I understand. Hey, I got to get up and sit down. But, well, we all going to be in the middle of some shit that nobody can walk back.
Here's why I said earlier that sometimes when you let shit happen, okay, that house is burning. I can go try to grab this fire hose. I can try to grab an extinguisher, or I might have to sit here and say, let it burn down. Let this shit burn. Because what's about, but again, follow me here. When I say, but here's the deal though. But here's what I mean by letting it burn. You have to then allow other folk to go, you see that shit happen? Did we tell your ass what you gonna do? No. This is where you have to literally say.
I got stick in the marshmallow.
This is literally where. I'm telling you right now. I'm telling you right now. But remember, for all the folks in Dearborn, when Trump, when Trump lets Netanyahu unleash.
Well, Michigan won though, right?
No. Well, first of all, they haven't called Michigan. They haven't called Wisconsin. But this is where you sit back and go,
no.
But I'm only remember some of those people were white. They were white until 9/11. So these are some of the same people.
I understand that. But what I'm saying is, there's some folk you're going to sit here and go, oh, I ain't about to stand up.
But our common humanity, man. I mean, the slaughter.
Follow me here. Okay. I understand the humanity piece. But what I'm saying is, if you have a family member, you have done everything you could to get their ass to rehab. You've done everything.
You know that story, bro.
Sometimes you literally got to do this here.
You on your own.
So what do we do in a situation where, as we said, they pull out of NATO, Putin continues to advance, and this is not from somebody who is looking at the world in the same way. Remember, the BRICS
Hold
met
up,
the same
hold
week
up,
as
hold up. Well, here's what happened. Hold up. But so now all of a sudden, NATO and all of that, then it's going to be, okay, y'all fight that out. Meaning, all your Republicans, let's see if y'all really believe in NATO.
Remember, this is where it gets interesting, right? So in the last,
you gotta let an inter-party fight actually happen.
In the last 90 days, right? In the last 90 days, when Vice President Harris embarked on this, you had, the Adam Kinsingers, the Denver Rigglemans, right? Two decorated, heroes of this country that just happen to be congressmen. Both Air Force, one, intelligence also. In a world where not one, but two Cheneys are supporting a Democrat, should have been the wake-up call that there is no more GOP. There's only MAGA.
That's literally what I wanted to say in the beginning.
There is literally only MAGA.
Yeah. So they actually had a primary. And that's what we're not really talking about. We didn't have a primary.
Let me finish. There's literally only MAGA. In a world where Donald Trump, Department of Homeland Security Secretary, also his chief of staff, is telling you, don't vote for this guy. Don't get this guy power again. When his joint chief of staff is saying, don't get this guy power again.
When the man's vice president.
When his vice president won't support him, when Vance doesn't understand he's a candidate because Pence is absent for a literal reason, and then more importantly, right, when Mark Esper, whose hands were tied, when it came to both January 6th and the protests leading before that, and when Donald Trump went to unleash, literally the only reason we didn't have armed forces going against civilians on the street was because of Mark Esper. So my issue is this: when my guys, and I say my guys as the Republicans for Harris, because we put it all on the line. We said fuck it, we here. We understand the road threats. Wait.
You first.
We said fuck it, we here. All right.
Yeah.
I agree. Let the motherfucker burn down. And let the inter-party fight happen. Because, the James Langfords are still around. The Marco Rubios that are supposedly supernatural security now they contend with Donald Trump want to pull out of NATO.
Right.
And let Russia just come on and run through.
Right.
Nikki Haley spent the last, week, begging Donald Trump to put her up on stage or whatever. And she's supposed to be this national security hawk. The Lindsey Grahams of the world.
Right.
Insert Senator here, Mike Lee.
Right.
Insert Senator here, Ted Cruz is reelected. Now you motherfuckers got to go deal with Donald Trump.
Right.
You enabled him. You empowered him. You wanted him reelected.
And when he puts the cages up and the concentration camps, I'm gonna need y'all to defend that because y'all voted for that. Y'all. See,
Let me take a privilege here. Let me take a privilege here, right? Let me take a privilege here.
We way past the primary.
I'm a small libertarian, all right? I came up through Paul World. Where's the camera? Rand. We've been friends a long fucking time.
Oh, man.
I'm going to need you to get back to the core these next 2 years.
Lord have mercy.
I'm going to need Rand Paul to get back to his core this next 2 years. It may not happen.
Not gonna happen.
It's not going to happen.
Randy Paul.
But if there's any principle in that body, you cannot look at Donald Trump in the eye and allow the atrocities of civil liberties to be trampled on.
First of all, there are no. Let's be real clear.
Okay.
There are no. Okay. What did I say? September 2021, ABC This Week.
You and Chris Christie.
They have no morals, no values, no principles, no ethics, no integrity. It's power.
Yep.
And money.
And so what I'm saying is, so the reason I say you gotta let that inter-party fight. Yeah. Okay. So all y'all who want to kiss Trump's ass, all right, now you got your boy. Now the stuff that y'all love, now I want to see your immigration bill.
Yep.
I want to see since he told y'all don't pass it, letting to run on it. Okay, I'm gonna see what y'all want to do now. I want to see. Okay, you said Project 2025 wasn't mine. Okay, I want to see you enact all of that.
Yep.
Now y'all gonna have to sit here and now deal with that. And for the people, I never forget 1984. All them young white boys, college Republicans, Reagan. After his ass got elected, when my man slashed student financial aid, their asses were crying. And I was like, what your ass crying for? Buck the fuck up.
Yep.
That was your boy. That was your boy. And he cut all your financial aid. And so, all these people out there who are like, oh yeah, he's gonna do this, he's gonna do that. They about to learn. They actually, again, first of all, the presidency has not been called, okay, but they about to fuck around and find out. And I'm saying, sometimes you get to let some folk find out.
So I got a question. Real quick.
Yeah. They've been letting the devil find out.
I do have. There's something we haven't talked about.
You got it twisted.
Okay, Mustafa, go ahead.
Sorry, because why are we letting things burn?
Right.
We got a whole bunch of black folks gonna die.
Right. Right.
So let me break it down for you. So the last time that Donald Trump took power, he pulled us out of all the climate work that was going on. We've now seen that everything is accelerating. We know who is hitting first and worst is black folks who are living on the coast and who are dealing with all this stuff. They're going to try and get rid of the Environmental Protection Agency. Right. And why they're doing that, they've already been very clear that environmental justice is one of the first programs that's got to go. So while they're trying to dismantle EPA, all the work that's been going on in relationship to trying to make sure that black folks had clean air to breathe and clean water to drink, and all those dollars that were going to our communities finally to get the lead out of the water, now our kids are going to once again be exposed to it. Right. All those grants that finally were starting to go to black and brown and indigenous communities, they're now going to have individuals who are inside these federal agencies that's going to say that's no longer a criteria or no longer something that we are going to put into the criteria to make sure that the places and spaces that needed the dollars the most, they're no longer going to have that. They're going to weaponize the Department of Justice. So that means that all these police departments that have finally been getting checked to a degree, that's no longer going to be the case. Very true. So while we're talking about let it burn, we keep forgetting that the people who are the ones that are getting most impacted are the ones that got to carry the cost while we're letting it burn.
So what do we
No. Follow me here. No, follow me here. No, again, when I say let it burn, what I mean by that is we have always been America's firemen. And what we've always done, because it really goes with what Greg was talking about, what we've always done is also come to everybody else's defense. And what I'm saying is the people tonight that didn't rock with us, the people tonight that didn't roll with us, the people tonight, Cook Political Report, another long streak ends tonight in Carleton County, Minnesota. Trump becomes the first Republican since Herbert Hoover in 1928 to win the working class county in the Arrowhead. Okay, so here's my whole deal. So all y'all working class people, to all you steel workers who brought your asses out to the rally, to the auto workers, to the Teamsters and the firefighters. All right, when he blow your union shit up, please come holler at me that you went against the most pro-union administration in American history. So, and I don't want to hear, again, I want the unions, we know AFSCME, SCIU, AFL-CIO, those folks. I want to see those folks stand there and then clamor, oh, well, damn, he's about to totally jack the FTC.
I'm totally down.
He's about to totally, wait a minute, not just the FTC.
Yeah.
They're about to allow massive mergers to happen.
That's right.
Okay, that's about to happen. That's right. Under Biden-Harris Federal Trade Commission, they stopped numerous mergers. Corporate America can't stand homegirl. What's her name? Linda? Whatever. They can't stand homegirl. And she was like, oh, hell no.
Lena Khan?
There you go. They can't stand her ass.
Yeah.
So guess what? So guess what's about to happen? Guess what's about to happen? They about to let all these folk have mergers, lay folks off, lose folks, and then I'm just gonna sit here and be like, are you now going to realize that when your ass voted, this is what you got?
See, one of the things that's kind of problematic about some of what you're saying, but not all of it, of course, is that the power structure and the leadership structure in the Democratic Party is fairly wealthy. So when things like this happen, they are not, impacted the same way everybody else is. And actually, I think part of what brings us to this moment of Donald Trump is that we forget, both parties tend to forget, that there's over 45 million poor people in the country. They don't really talk about poverty at all. We're always, Muriel Bowser is moving the homeless people out of sight so nobody can see them, which is something that a lot of mayors do. So people, I think, have already gotten to the point where they've said, F it, let's blow this thing up. Right. By the way, I just need to give a shout out to Teslin Figaro, because Teslin Figaro, who I'm a big fan of, predicted this moment the minute that Harris got into the race. Not that she was against Vice President Harris, but she said, wow, why would the vice president get any more than Hillary Clinton did? She sort of had a theory about that, and it turns out to be correct. For whatever reason, it turns out to be correct. But at any rate, I agree with you, Roland, about, it's so frustrating to watch this, all the work, of course, that went into it, and knowing that this person is see, it's not even just about the vice president. It's the person she's running against is so unworthy. It's the lunatic she's running against. And they chose him over her. And it didn't matter to me whether it was the governor.
It wasn't about the people.
It didn't matter to me whether it was the governor of California or Shapiro. Any one of those Democrats would be better than Donald Trump.
But again, when you study American history, and when you look at the Redeemers, when you look at the Lily White movement. When you look at all of that,
that's right.
America has a history of completely ignoring somebody who's sane for someone who's insane.
Yeah, it's craziness.
And so they have fallen for the greatest lie. They literally believe this man is an economic genius when he can barely read.
They do not believe that.
They don't believe it.
No. Lindsay don't believe it. They privately shit on him, but they publicly praise him. No, what I'm saying.
Who voted for him?
No. That's not true. There are people at his rallies.
No. I'm not talking about that little core group. I'm talking about all these other millions of people.
I'm talking about there are, when you look at core group, there are these people, they believe he is their savior.
They are in a cult, but that's not who voted for him. They couldn't get him elected. If it was just his...
Oh, no. I'm not saying it was just them. But what I'm saying is...
And the larger group does not believe that he is an economic genius. They know
so why do they vote for him?
To be an idiot. They know he committed...
No, I'm asking you, so why do they vote for him?
I'm going to say it one more time because it's all I can say. This is America.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
And we have a woman problem.
Right. Thank you. I've been waiting.
And if we know it's been proven, we have a woman problem.
We do.
It has been proven.
White women ain't never made
Greg, can I please? I'm gonna just whatever. No, I don't really want you to teach me tonight. I just want to share.
Okay, hold on. Finish your point.
I just want to share.
No, go ahead.
Okay. The fact that we for real have only had these two major candidates, and obviously both Democrats, to ever even be in shouting distance of this job, and we are behind, 59 other countries, right? We have a woman problem. And I don't, and that's why I said the history on Secretary Clinton, the history on whoever else the imaginary people were who were who were the head of our ticket.
Of black women.
Okay.
In the history of black
Wait,
hold on.
But even the fact that in this country we have to have racial coalitions to accomplish it says everything that needs to be said about this country. But what I'm saying is we have a woman problem, okay? And what we also have in this country, obviously, is a race problem.
Right.
But what we also have is a comfort problem. Because we're talking about everything the Dems need to, and this comes up every time. When everybody starts talking about the Dems need to do this, the Dems need to do that. And I say, what about us?
And it's starting already.
What about us?
Right.
What about us?
Right.
Because us marching to get the right to vote, like the answer to it was not to just vote and sit on our asses and belch. We were supposed to keep marching until we had all the shit you get when you march. So when we didn't get George Floyd, right? We were supposed to be beating the streets. When President Obama was disrespected as the first black president and did not get his Supreme Court pick, and it was stolen, which led to the very Roe v. Wade fight that we're fighting now. Instead of being pissed off because we didn't like his choice, we were supposed to hit the streets. When they pulled back the VRA, right? We were supposed to be in the streets. We were supposed to be boycotting. We were supposed to be refusing to do business in banking. We were supposed to be doing all the things that got us the few little things that we got. So I'm not persuaded. I'm not persuaded in these conversations where people say what our political parties, which we know have to crumble anyway. I'm not persuaded when you say what the political leaders need to do. No.
It's on us.
It's on us. And when I'm having fights every day, like I struggled to convince people that talented, brilliant, educated, caring, non-felonious, sane, black and Asian woman was better than that degeneraate. I had real fights in our community. I'm saying, so to me, all of the, whatever happens with this election, et cetera, what I have said over and over again, when you look at how hard it is, y'all, we celebrating tonight because it's 2 black women in the Senate at the same time.
I know.
We clapping. But listen to yourself though. Run that back. How old is our country?
I know.
What percentage? How old
For black people, I guess we count it from 1865. I think. That would be.
How many senators? There's always been 100 of them, right? For the longest time, there's been 100 of them. We can't. I mean, and the number of women is still small, even if we weren't just talking about black women senators. And so I'm just asking. And then when President Obama, I get it. Some people just mad because it was President Obama who said it. When he had the nerve to say that might be a woman problem, everybody's like, oh, about the black men and the black men.
Wait a minute.
But here comes the machismo. Here comes the machismo of the Latino men who I saw in the street. Were like, I don't know.
In fact, wait. In fact, I'm reading this. It says this exit poll data as well. White men, white women, black men, black women, Latino women, all tracking their 2020 numbers very closely. Latino men in 2020, Biden 59%, Trump 36%. Latino men in 2024, Harris 45%, Trump 53%. A huge shift from D plus 23 to R plus 8.
And it's not the black part.
So Monique,
I'm just saying, and I'm not saying the black part isn't
just
a problem.
one thing.
That's
one
all.
thing.
Okay.
You're right. Patriarchy has always existed for thousands of years. Misogyny, I'm all there. But just remember that Joe Biden barely beat Donald Trump 4 years ago. He's a white male. It was 51-49. Now, I'm totally agreeing. I'm totally agreeing with that rundown that you just did. But sometimes these matchups are about the 2 people. So for Obama, he got an older male, another generation older male, and he was like this young generational guy. It was like the John F. Kennedy, LBJ.
He was a young.
And what we got here.
Unicorn people get mad.
Yes,
he was a once in a universe. Still is a once in a universe.
I'm not saying that there's
guy.
not misogyny involved with this. Your points are extremely well taken. But I do think, again, I know I've said it 4 times, it was an extraordinary situation that this vice president was put in when she had to run a 100-day race.
Yeah, but she did it really
I frankly
well,
think she did a really fucking good job. job.
They ran.
She raised $1 billion.
We can't blame it on that. We can't blame it on that. They ran a great campaign, and she was running against.
But she had no idea in June that she was going to be running for president.
But it didn't matter.
And she's running for president.
Enough
So
people knew enough about him where that would not matter.
His name
So, all right. First of all,
I got a question real quick.
We're gonna go 16 more minutes to 3:15, and then we're gonna shut it down.
3:15.
Eugene.
Sorry, don't look at the clock. It just makes you weep.
So I think two things.
The clock's been rolled back
I think
to about
first and foremost,
1920. So it's okay. Don't worry. We have plenty of time.
I think two things should happen. First and foremost, I think Joe Biden should resign the presidency and make her president tomorrow.
Thank you.
Make her the actual 47th president of the United States. Secondly, I think that there's still something.
Jill ain't gonna let that happen.
But secondly, there's something that's coming up that we haven't talked about. He's going to be sentenced in state court on 34 felony counts.
Yeah.
So we could very well be looking at a situation between
Supreme Court.
Well, wait.
Supreme Court is going to
Wait. On November 28th, there is a sentencing. So the Supreme Court, we know what after, but what he's saying is that could happen. Go.
But that could happen between now and then. That happens. The second part of that timeline is the electors actually have to cast their ballots. Now, the electors are free to do what the fuck they want.
No,
they are.
Faithless electors.
They are.
Independent state legislative theory is a
No. That's not where I'm going. That's not where I'm going. What I'm saying is this. You very well could have faithless electors that say, hey, I don't want a president that's going to be sitting in jail.
He's not going.
You're talking about constitutional crisis.
Okay. Yeah. So
did the Supreme Court rule on that though?
No.
No.
So we're gonna do this here.
Wow.
We're gonna have final comments.
That's true. But
So I'm about to go around.
My God.
I'll start with Mustafa.
I'll just keep it real simple. My mama say a hard head makes soft behind. We about to find out exactly what all that really means. So I'll stop there.
Kelly?
To your point about this being a women problem and a race problem, it is also a feelings problem. I feel like the economy is bad. I feel like Kamala Harris did a bad job as vice president, even though she has no power as vice president to do the presidential things because she's not president. I feel like women can't do the job. I feel. And that feeling has been metastasized by way of the First Amendment being abused, broken, and scorned. Right? This concept of marketplace of ideas that had been indoctrinated in us in law school, right? I tell my students this because I teach media communication law. I'm like, the marketplace of ideas was not for this. The marketplace of ideas was supposed to have a Target. It was supposed to have a corner store. Donald Trump was never supposed to leave the corner store. That ideology was never supposed to leave the corner store. Unfortunately, it has a section in Target. And it owns Walmart now. Right? So it's a feelings problem. And until we feel like Donald Trump is a bad person, until we feel like the GOP got me fucked up, until we feel like, hey, maybe the Democrats were right. Hey, maybe Roland is right. Maybe talking to myself, maybe I actually can do something about it. These feelings are going to precede any fact, any finding, anything, any law that comes out of this administration now and whatever administration is to come.
Such as 3.8 million people in California voted to keep slavery legal, to allow prison labor. And in California, they also voted to turn those thefts from misdemeanors into felonies.
And how do they feel
There you go.
about that? Where's my camera?
So, all right, Michael.
I'm still waiting on all the results to come in. Looks like I know a couple of news outlets have called it for Trump. If Democrats take back the House, you have some help there because Hakeem Jeffries most likely will be Speaker of the House, and they'll be able to block bills that Republicans are trying to pass. but I've read a lot of Project 2025. I was talking about it in 2023 before people knew what it was because it came out April 2023. And as I have been explaining to people, this was called Mandate for Leadership, the Conservative Promise. The Heritage Foundation has been putting out this playbook each election cycle going back to 1981.
Exactly.
This is how long they've been doing it. And the Reagan administration adopted over 60% of the 2000 policies in Mandate for Leadership in Reagan's first term. So this is, I think a lot of people, a lot of these white people and Latinos that voted for Trump, and they think that he's so good for the economy. That was the Obama-Biden economy, okay, that they have such fond memories about. A lot of them are in for a rude awakening. There's a lot of these Palestinians, a lot of these Arabs, and let's be clear, nobody has said this. Arabs are classified as white by the federal government. Nobody has said that. You go to the U.S. Census form, when they look at racial classifications, people coming from North Africa and the Middle East are classified as white. And some of them identify and think like that. Just like you got some Latinos, some Cubans think like white. So as I said earlier, like some hours ago, for the people who are classified as white in this country, like the European ancestry, anybody that's not European, they consider the other. A lot of these people who think they're white, they're about to find out, no, you're not. A lot of these people, okay? And the other thing is, I'm not for saving these motherfuckers. Seriously. Because you voted for this son of a bitch. You voted for him. You about to, you know, and some of us gonna have to leave. I got friends of mine talking about leaving the country. Saying, let this shit, the hell with this.
Mitt Romney.
All right. Derek.
I would say there is no more Republican Party as of today. The Republican Party is now the MAGA Party.
Yep.
It's now the party of Elon Musk. It's the party of Donald Trump. It's going to survive long after Donald Trump. He now has an heir apparent in J.D. Vance. Right. And long after that, he has Josh Hawley. He has so many people now. And Gen Z and people like me have never known a regular Republican Party. We've never seen a Bush administration. We've never seen a Reagan administration.
It wasn't normal.
It wasn't normal then either.
Dick Cheney was a war criminal.
It wasn't this. He at the same time.
He did the right thing this time.
He did do the right thing this time. But this is different. MAGA is different. And I do not think we have the regular Republican Party anymore. And Democrats are going to have to come together and figure out what happens next. And that's
not, and just have
and that's just it. They're going to have to come together and figure out what happens next, and there's going to be a reckoning.
Eugene.
I mean, look, at this point, you lick your wounds and you learn how to fight. So on to the next fight. January 1, the 2026 cycle starts. You got 2025 races and for the governorships in New Jersey and Virginia. In addition to the seats that'll be up during that cycle, we back up Hakeem Jeffries everywhere we possibly can. I think black-owned media needs to have their own ecosystem. In comparison, also other folk need to have their own ecosystem. I think Trump's going to do what Trump's going to do, and all we can hope is that Joe Biden takes the next 80, 90 days or whatever to Trump-proof the federal government as best as he can. He's probably the only person prepared to do it, being that he's been there for fucking 50 years. But I say that to say, we all left on the battlefield. We did the best we could, and we'd love to fight another day.
Lauren.
Well, there's nothing new to see here regarding the type of person that Donald Trump is with regard to American history. It's the same old thing. But what is new is what he's planning to do. Dismantling the FBI. He's probably going to destroy health care. He's going to do a bunch of stuff that we have not seen any other president do in the modern presidential era. But I think what Joe Madison said about it all comes down to what are you going to do about it. And when the Republicans planned against Barack Obama before he took office, Paul Ryan and the gang had a big plan to stop him. The Democratic Party has to have a reckoning. They have to have a reorganization. They have to get into the next generation. People like Wes Moore, that group has to come up next. And they got to get the Clinton-era people out of the DNC and out of the strategic control that they have. These Anita Dunn people, all of this. This is happening in part. We got Donald Trump in large part because of Robbie Mook and the BS that we saw in 2016 with the Clinton campaign, with the arrogant ass Hillary Clinton campaign. That's what brought us ultimately to this moment. So it is about what you're going to do about it, and that's got to start tomorrow. That's got to start right now. They got to strategize and get on a war footing right now.
Agree.
I'm praying for Vice President Kamala Devi Harris. We are not yet at calling this race, but she
right
ran.
now is at 267.
Yeah,
so,
260. I have 266 to 219 is what I have. But either way, I think she gets to speak first about her race, and then I'll probably have a lot to say about the campaign. But what I will say for now is, to Lauren's point, I know that you're saying it's urgent now, but I've been feeling like it's urgent. The fact that someone like this could run and be running while convicted, running while degenerate, running while amoral, running while confused, running while found liable as a rapist, says everything that needs to be said about the threat that we're under. So I would give the following advice to people that I don't even need to wait on the vice president to make any announcements tomorrow to give. If you need a physical checkup and you have the Affordable Care Act for your insurance, you should be arranging to get that immediately, like between now and the end of January. You want to go ahead and schedule that. If you are working in one of those special service or government jobs, if you weren't already looking for other work, if you weren't already pulling out your funds and putting them someplace that's safe, like whatever amount you can remove now without penalty, then that's something you want to go ahead and do. If you have children who are receiving services from the Department of Education, like have an IEP or are in public schools, you want to be looking at alternate methods of education, because these are all things that are happening now. Take your children to the pediatrician, get their vaccines, because the person who Donald Trump has said he's putting in charge doesn't believe that vaccines are necessary for children. He thinks that all vaccines are harmful. If you have the opportunity to care for your elders, and perhaps to stack some money aside, like if you got your student loans forgiven and you have room on credit cards or something like that for when they come and try to take the money out of your bank account that they gave to you, then those are actions that I would strongly suggest you take starting this very night or starting tomorrow, because we promised you that this was not a drill, and now we indeed are about to find out.
John 10:10 says the thief comes only to steal and kill and destroy. That's the A part of it. And he's here. I've been very clear about who this person is. He is the son of a Klansman. He surrounded himself with such people. And to never forget who sold the robes of the Klan. We're at a moment that people have hee-hee, ha-ha to, and that's not everyone, but there's a specific demographic. I love what Monique said, but I'll also say that definitely praying for those people who are serving our country that have to call this person commander-in-chief. Definitely thinking about different people that are in the three-letter organizations. And I just don't believe that, I'm just going to be honest, that this country is prepared for someone who has nothing, who's leaving it all out on the floor and has a command group behind him that's ready to enforce what he has. So, yeah, we're here. And I'm praying for all of those people, and that the poor are definitely going to pay. And I say the poor, not meaning like everybody in this room is wealthy and rich, but there's going to be a very, very steep price to pay. Those million people that we lost in COVID have not been resurrected from the grave. So there's going to be a significant price to pay.
So echoing, thank you so much for the Bible verse, because I keep on saying all I can do is pray. And from the day before to today to tomorrow, that's all we can continue to do is pray. We do have a woman's problem. And I pray that one day we surpass it. Today might not be the day, and tomorrow may not be either. I know that it was stated, you know, the Democrats have to come and reckon. And maybe we don't. Maybe we have a black party. I know one thing I saw a lot in Michigan was, you know, the factor of being upset about the Palestine and Israel and wanting the third party. And, you know, as we've heard, the MAGA is now the Republican Party, which is true because they had a primary and they voted for Trump. Yep. But it started with Sarah Palin, right? It started with the Tea Party. And the Tea Party took over the Republican Party. And that's what it is. And we've had this big tent, and I say we as a Democrat, I'm a Democrat, we've had this big tent issue. And maybe we don't include everybody in our tent. Maybe we just care about our community. Maybe we start tomorrow just focusing on our issues. We stay black. I did so much in the D9 organizations, and we don't need to stop. Right. And maybe this is what enlightens us, because they don't care about our black ass, but we do. Right. And so we need to keep praying, and we need to stay united, not Dem, not Republican, but as the black community, and figure that out ASAP.
Rebecca.
So at least 12 American presidents were slave owners. And I think about 8 of them owned slaves while in office. This country has codified race into our legal system.
Yes, Rebecca.
When we even think about being subhuman, it was never actually taken out of law.
No, that's right.
By law, we are still not even fully human.
Correct.
So when we talk about 3/5, people are like, oh no, that just means for every 5, we count for 3. No, it was saying you are 3/5 a human. So when I reflect on what appears to be highly probable coming out of this night, and seeing that it was an affirmation of Donald Trump, a rejection of Kamala Harris, I do hear everyone talking and describing things, but I can't move past that this is still the fabric of white supremacy. Yeah. And even when we think about how different scholars have talked about the intersectionality and gender, other intersectionalities, I was also thinking about some clients I used to have. I used to represent the National Network for Arab American Communities, headquartered in Dearborn. And what was really interesting, one of the things they wanted me to advocate on the Hill for was to make sure that some of the minority health disparities that was in the Affordable Care Act, that their communities could benefit from it. The moment where I knew I lost them as a client, and so when I said, well, many of you all still consider yourself white, because that's how you migrated, were able to immigrate into this country, because you were Christian Arabs, and you were white, and you came in the 60s and the 70s, and you found this new, you created this new home in Michigan. At that point, I was like, oh yeah, I lost him as a client, because I told him the truth. And what was also interesting is, like, you listen to an activist like Linda Sarsour, and she said she became non-white when 9/11 happened. That's when she started to wear her hijab. Before then, she did not. I'm saying all this, and thank you for giving me the time to say this, is in a country that's grappling with white supremacy, it doesn't matter if you're a Democrat or a Republican, you still are grappling with white supremacy. And if you are white and you are a Democrat, you have to do the work this time. I understand when I hear some black people, who some are disaffected and some of them aren't, but they're saying it legitimately, that sometimes black Americans in this country have been on the plantation for the Democratic Party. While I don't fully agree with that sentiment, I still understand what the argument is. The argument is that we're doing all this work. And what are we getting out of it? Have we gotten reparations?
Nope.
Have we actually been able to undo a lot of that 93, let's talk recent history, undo a lot of that 93 crime bill?
Nope.
Biden has, I'll wrap it up, Biden has like 90 days, right, until he's out of office there's a lot of pardons and a lot of things that he ought to have been doing anyway. Regardless if Kamala Harris became the next president. So I say all this and go back and reflecting to those 12 American presidents who owned slaves, who thought it was okay for black subhumans to be chattel in this country. And I'm saying this from the perspective we have survived,
Yes.
but what I'm hoping for is, well, we have to stop going in the street and protesting. I actually want us to thrive. I want, as a black woman, for me not to encounter weathering, which came out in a study a year and a half ago that says my internal cellular structure is deteriorating because of effing racism. Right. So I say all that. We do need a rest. And then after we rest, after we have our Sabbath, we got to strategize.
Greg?
Thank you, Roland. And you know, I always say we got to support the Black Star Network now more than ever. I think about my friends who would consider themselves radicals, who would accuse me of being a sellout for coming down here and being with y'all all the time. By the way, I think you all should follow Monique's advice and get all your health care and get all your benefits together, because now you get a chance to put your theory, all that Marx you've been reading, into practice. I often say this isn't a nation. It's a country with a lot of nations in it. And Charlene, thank you for laying that out, because at the beginning of this criminal enterprise, they set it up for failure. When they did what they did to indigenous people and brought us into it. And as Du Bois said in the suppression of the African slave trade to the United States, he said, until you deal with that, you're going to keep having to come back to it. We've always had a parallel structure for planning what was in our best interest, but we always wanted to include everyone else in terms of what we were advocating for, whether it be black people creating public education in the South during Reconstruction. We always wanted to make everybody else benefit as well. I don't think we need to stop doing that, but I do think we have to circle the wagons to protect ourselves. As I said in 1972 in Gary, when we came together and said we want a black political party, exactly what you said, we said that this is going to benefit everyone, but we've got to focus on ourselves first. By then, Kamala Harris wasn't even 10 years old. She literally exists because two people came from decolonizing countries with an idea of getting education and going back to change the world. Her mother to cure breast cancer, her father to reconstruct the economy of Jamaica. And that's why she exists. I don't question her motives. I don't question her existence. She chose Howard over Stanford, where her sister went and her daddy was on faculty. And I think that made all the difference. And tonight, if it bears out that she doesn't win this presidency, tonight she is facing the fact that this country could give a damn about the vision that she articulated, because for them, patriotism means white supremacy. Absolutely. And for us, it has always meant that that is our enemy. And I think we need to take heed of that and look forward and say, everything everyone has said needs to be poured into our blackness and into our institutional formations. And we move forward and see what happens.
Final thoughts. If anyone needs to understand what's happening tonight, you do have to recognize that it is called America, and America history repeats itself. But also, America can congratulate itself. America has decided to align with other nations in electing far-right, crazed, deranged leaders. And what you have to understand is that, and I'm going to keep saying, is that this is white fear. This is absolute fear of the future changing of this country. The Constitution, Declaration of Independence, that wasn't democracy. Black men couldn't vote. Men of means couldn't vote. Women couldn't vote. Black folks couldn't vote. I mean, if you were not a white man who owned land, you couldn't vote. So there's been a constant effort to change this country, to change its values. So what you've seen tonight is this country has decided that, you know what, Trump, those are our values. In fact, he's actually poised to win the popular vote. Wow. Yep. When you look at states like New York, New Jersey, Harris barely wins those states. Lower margins than when Biden did. When you look at the numbers, look at what the country decided. The country's decided, we don't mind if you lead an insurrection. We're good. We don't mind if you steal classified documents and lie about it and don't return them. We're good. We don't mind if you cheat with your company. We're good. Because you're going to bring back the good old days. It's going to be fabulous. The fact of the matter is, Trump inherits an economy fixed by Democrats and he's going to immediately claim credit for all of it. He's going to say, oh, it came back all because I'm coming back. But do understand, you better pay attention when he lets Elon Musk run amok in the federal government. You better be scared to death when he literally lets Robert F. Kennedy be in control of science and health. Oh, you better bring back the mask and everything else, because it's about to be a lot more people who ain't vaccinated. And when polio comes back, and some of these other diseases that we conquered a long time ago come back, because you've got a crazed, deranged, anti-vaccine person in charge, well, there you go. Oh, please say hello to white nationalist Stephen Miller. Oh, he's back. Steve Bannon, oh, he's back. And do understand, all of the sane people you had before who served as guardrails, they won't be there. You truly are going to have a cabinet, an administration of zealots, of individuals who have no business holding on to power. And so America got what it wanted tonight, and America is going to get what it deserves. So let me say this right now to all of you white farmers in Michigan, in Wisconsin, in Indiana, in Iowa, when he drops his tariffs and all of y'all asses go broke, I don't want to hear shit. Because hashtag, we tried to tell you. And to all y'all people who blame the Biden-Harris administration for an awful economy, even though inflation today is at where it was in December 2019, where we had the longest period of unemployment at that low of a rate in 50 years. Stock market, S&P, savings, all that stuff. Oh, by all means, when his tariffs plan shifts all of that debt to you, don't look at us who voted for Harris. Because hashtag, we tried to tell you. We told you by voting for that fool what was going to happen. So your health is going to be compromised. Your pocketbook is going to be compromised. Oh, by the way, when your ass start choking and your water tastes like crap, don't come holler at us, because he is going to decimate the EPA. Oh, by the way, when your raggedy ass state go ask a fool with the education, please don't come holler at us, because of what he's about to do when it comes to the Department of Education. And again, all y'all white women who on birth control, don't come holler at us when this Supreme Court targets that too. Clarence Thomas already told you they coming for that too. And so for all of y'all who said, oh my God, the nation is on the wrong track, by all means, enjoy his inauguration. Dance in the aisle. Go dancing in the streets. But I'm going to tell you right now, ain't no way in hell you think we're going to be silent. There's no way in hell you think we going anywhere. You know, I interviewed Harry Belafonte, brother right there. I asked him about why is he still in America. He said, you know what? For all my love of the French Riviera, he said, I stayed here to make it better. And see, and I know y'all really think this is yours. I know y'all really, really think that we should go to where we came from. Well, I'm gonna tell you where I came from. Riverside Hospital, Houston, Texas. 250 Defender Street in Clinton Park. And then 222 Pennsylvania Street in Clinton Park. So we're here, and we gonna swing. And I'm telling you right now, y'all act a fool, it's gonna be the Montgomery Brawl.
Yes, sir.
Cause see, we gonna throw the cap in the air. And when it's time to swing, it's time to swing.
Yes, sir.
And so y'all can play it cute. Oh, by the way, all of you working class people, oh, I can't wait till the corporations start laying your asses off. I can't wait, because Elon's already said that we need to destroy the economy to reconstruct it. And see, all y'all who supports this, I'm sure Dana White's gonna slap his wife around some more.
How about that?
And Trump is gonna elevate him. And I know Jenny Thomas is just pleased tonight.
Yes, indeed.
And I know Clarence is saying, oh, Miss Jenny,
Oh, God. Oh, I can't see.
we can now retire with millions because Trump is gonna replace me with somebody hard right. But to the people out there who are frustrated and angry, and I've been seeing your text messages and your Twitter posts and all of that, all I tell you to do is go pick up a history book. And do understand that post-slavery, America allowed the slave owners to get their plantations back. As long as they pledged to abide by the Constitution. So the very folk we were fighting came back and got their riches. And the slaves didn't come back. But they did keep slavery in the Constitution and allowed the peanut system to go forward. See, that's why the California deal is so important, because they don't mind that prison labor in California.
That's right.
So y'all can enjoy your win, but I'm telling you right now, a lot of you who voted for Trump and you're rejoicing right now, there will be tears. And when the tears come shedding, you can't cry on our shoulders. And you can't come to say, I don't know how this happened. And all we gonna say is, we tried to tell you. Let me thank all the panelists we've had on our coverage tonight. Let me thank Tatiana. Let me thank all the folks at Howard University, our control room. We had, of course, our watch party here. And so shout out to our caterer, our bartender, everybody. A fabulous time, folks. We're going to see y'all tomorrow, today. 6 p.m. Eastern right here on the Black Star Network. Don't forget, support the work that we do. Because, see, y'all know, I see all y'all right-wing people comment in the message section. And here's the whole deal. I appreciate all y'all running y'all miles, because all y'all doing is making me money. Y'all do realize that. So while y'all on my YouTube channel, like my man Johnny Kim said, just got paid. So appreciate it. Folks, join our Bring the Funk fan club. Send your check and money order to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C., 20037-0196. PayPal, R. Martin Unfiltered. Venmo's RM Unfiltered. Zelle, Roland at RolandSMartin.com. Roland at RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. And, of course, download the Black Star Network app, Apple phone, Android phone, Apple TV, Android TV, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Xbox One, Samsung Smart TV. Be sure to get a copy of my book, White Fear, The Browning of America is Making White Folks Lose Their Mind, available at bookstores nationwide. And when y'all get it, I predicted all of this. So don't say no one told you this was going to happen. So get the audio version of Audible as well. Folks, that's it. I will see y'all a bit later after we get some rest. We will continue to fight. And trust me, John Sinstack did. Ida B. Wells did.
Come on now.
Frederick Douglass did. All of our folks, of course, Charlotta Bass did. Louis Martin. Ethel Payne, Alice Dunnigan. We can go on and on and on. All the folk who were involved in the black press understood that even when evil was staring us in the face, we stared evil back. That's right. Holla!